Hi everyone, if you enjoyed this video please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to see you join me. And don't forget to like and let me know what you think in the comments. The snow crunched under my boots as I hopped off the snowmobile. The engine idled, a low rumble in the frozen silence. The driver, a weathered guy named Hank, nodded towards the fire tower looming in the distance. "You'll be all right," he muttered, his voice muffled by the thick scarf wrapped around his face. "Just remember the rules. Ronnie's always on the radio if you need anything." I nodded back, even though my chest was tight with a nervous feeling I couldn't quite shake. This wasn't just a job for me. It was an escape. The cold, desolate Alaskan wilderness was the perfect place to disappear for a while, to put some serious distance between me and the life I'd left behind. The kind of distance that felt safe, necessary. The fire tower stood alone in the clearing, an 80-foot sentinel against the sea of pine trees that stretched endlessly in every direction. It looked older than I expected, its wooden frame weathered and creaking in the stiff wind. A set of rickety stairs spiraled to the top, where a small cabin perched like a bird's nest. I swallowed hard, adjusted my backpack, and started trudging towards it. Hank called after me, his voice sharp despite the wind. "One last thing. Don't mess with that floodlight unless you absolutely have to." I frowned, turning back. "We're not." He shrugged like it wasn't even worth explaining. "You'll know if you need it." Then he revved the engine and sped off, leaving a plume of snow in his wake. I was alone. Inside the tower, the air was stale and faintly metallic. A smell that clung to the walls like the ghost of a long, forgotten fire. The cabin was small but functional, a bunk with a thin mattress, a wood stove, a desk cluttered with outdated maps, and a single radio sitting on top of a stack of manuals. The radio crackled to life just as I dropped my gear. "Is this the new guy?" The voice was rough but warm, like gravel wrapped in a blanket. I pressed the button on the side of the handset. "Yeah, just got here. You must be Ronnie." "That's right. Welcome to paradise," he said with a dry chuckle. "First things first, settle in, but read that manual. Follow the rules, and you'll be fine. Anything specific I should know?" There was a pause, static hissing faintly in the background. "A few things. Don't leave the tower after dark, no matter what you hear. Don't shine that floodlight unless it's a real emergency. And if the radio goes dead, stay put until morning." His tone made it clear he wasn't kidding around. "Got it." I nodded to myself. The line went quiet, and I placed the handset back on its cradle. My eyes wandered to the desk, where a thick, dog-eared manual sat beneath a stack of papers. On top of the pile was a leather-bound journal. Curious, I flipped it open to the first page. The handwriting was scrawled and uneven, as if the writer had been in a rush or under duress. March 3rd, first day at the tower. Quiet so far, too quiet. The forest stretches on forever, a sea of black pines against the snow. It feels alive, somehow, like it's watching me. I'm probably just tired or imagining things. The entry ended abruptly, and I flipped forward, skimming through pages filled with fragmented thoughts. As I read, a pattern emerged. The writer, a guy named Caleb, had worked in the tower years ago. His early entries were mundane observations about the weather and the monotony of the job. But as I reached the later pages, his tone changed. March 12th. The wind doesn't sound right. It's not just wind. It's voices. I tried the floodlight, but it didn't help. Just made things worse. I snapped the journal shut, a shiver crawling up my spine. My gaze drifted to the window, where the snow swirled in the fading light. The forest was dark now, its shadows stretching like fingers toward the base of the tower. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the uneasy feeling that had crept in. It was just a story. A guy stuck in isolation, letting his mind get the better of him. Right. That night, the wind howled around the tower, shaking the walls and groaning through the beams. I lay on the bunk, staring at the ceiling, the journal's words circling in my mind. Somewhere outside, a faint knocking sound broke through the noise. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Not the random creaks of the structure settling in the cold. I grabbed the flashlight from the desk and approached the window, my heart hammering. The forest was still blanketed in snow, but the sound continued. Knock, knock, knock. It was coming from the supports beneath the tower. Just the wind. I whispered to myself, though the words rang hollow. I wanted to believe it. I needed to believe it. The knocking stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. I stood there for a long moment, straining to hear anything else, but the only sound was the faint hiss of the wind. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I forced myself to shake off the uneasy feeling and focus on the job. Through the binoculars, I scanned the horizon, looking for smoke or any signs of trouble. The landscape was pristine, a frozen expanse of white and green that seemed endless. By noon, the radio crackled again.
"How's it going up there?"
Ronnie's voice broke the silence. "Quiet," I replied. "No smoke, no issues." "That's good. Keep your eyes open. This time of year, things can change fast." Before I could respond, the radio emitted a strange burst of static, followed by a faint voice, too faint to make out the words. I adjusted the dial, but the line went dead. "Ronnie," I said into the handset. No response. Just static. I set it down, frowning. Maybe the storm the night before had messed with the signal. Or maybe it was just old equipment. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced at the journal on the desk, its leather cover almost daring me to open it again. But I resisted. Instead, I picked up the binoculars and resumed my watch. That's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the forest. It was distant, little more than a shadow among the trees, but it was unmistakably human. My pulse quickened as I adjusted the focus, trying to get a clearer view. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I lowered the binoculars, my hands trembling. My mind raced with questions. Who was that? What was that? And why had they been standing there, so close to the tower? I didn't have answers. But as the daylight faded, and the shadows stretched longer, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't as alone as I thought. That night, the knocking returned, louder this time and more insistent. Knock. Knock. It came from the same spot beneath the tower, but now it was joined by something else, a faint scraping sound, like nails dragging against wood. I gripped the flashlight, my knuckles white, and peered out the window. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty forest below. But the sounds didn't stop. Knock, knock, scrape. I backed away from the window, my heart racing. The radio was dead again, and Hank's warning echoed in my mind. Don't mess with that floodlight unless you absolutely have to. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the switch. Was this an emergency? Did I need it? The knocking grew louder, more frantic. With a deep breath, I flipped the switch. The floodlight roared to life, bathing the clearing in a harsh, white glow. For a moment, the forest seemed to recoil, its shadows retreating like living things. And then I saw it. Standing just beyond the edge of the light was the figure from before. It was closer now, its features still obscured, but its presence undeniable. It didn't move, it just stared. The floodlight flickered, and my blood ran cold. When it steadied, the figure was gone. I turned off the light and locked the door, my hands trembling. Sleep was out of the question. All I could do was wait for dawn and hope I'd make it through the night. As the first light of morning crept over the horizon, I sat slumped in the chair by the desk, exhausted but alive. The journal stared back at me, its leather cover gleaming faintly in the pale light. I opened it again, flipping to a page I hadn't read before. The words seemed to leap off the page, scrawled in frantic, uneven strokes. If you see it, don't look away. If it knocks, don't answer. It wants you to break the rules. I closed the journal with a snap, my heart pounding. Whatever I'd signed up for, it was far more than just a job, and it wasn't going to let me leave. The snow around the fire tower sparkled under the weak morning sun, a deceptively calm scene that felt worlds away from the night's events. My body ached from the tension of staying awake, and my mind raced, filled with unanswered questions. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure I'd seen, the way it stood at the edge of the light, unmoving yet undeniably aware of me. I busied myself with routine tasks to push the memory aside. I scanned the forest with the binoculars, panning slowly across the endless sea of pines. Nothing unusual, no smoke, no movement, but the eerie stillness felt like a warning. The radio crackled suddenly and I jumped. Morning. Ronnie's voice greeted me, calm and familiar. Morning, I replied, trying to keep my tone steady. Everything's quiet. No smoke. That's good, Ronnie said. Then he hesitated. How was last night? I paused, debating whether to tell him about the knocking, the scraping, the figure. But I remembered his earlier instructions. Follow the rules, and you'll be fine. It felt like asking too many questions might break some unwritten rule. It was fine. I lied. Ronnie didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice was clipped. Good. Keep your head on straight out there. This job has a way of messing with people. The line went dead before I could reply. By mid-afternoon, a faint column of smoke appeared on the horizon, a dark thread against the pale blue sky. My heart sank. It wasn't supposed to happen this early in the season. I grabbed the radio and pressed the button. Ronnie, do you copy? There's smoke, southeast of my position, maybe 5 miles out. Static hiss, followed by a faint, fragmented sound that didn't resemble Ronnie's voice. I adjusted the dial, but the line stayed dead. Ronnie, are you there? Nothing. I stared at the smoke, unsure of what to do. The manual was clear about staying close to the tower, but this situation didn't feel like something I could just ignore. If there was a fire, it could spread quickly, and I couldn't count on Ronnie to help. Grabbing my backpack, I stuffed it with essentials: water, a flashlight, a flare gun. I slipped the journal into a side pocket, almost as an afterthought. The thick leather made me feel slightly more grounded, as absurd as that seemed. Finally, I grabbed the rifle mounted on the wall. It was old and heavy, but the ammunition was intact. I didn't know what I was expecting to encounter, but after last night, I wasn't taking any chances. I descended the tower, the stairs creaking under my boots, and set off toward the smoke. The forest was silent as I moved through it, the snow crunching softly beneath my feet. The air was sharp and cold, biting at my face and filling my lungs with every breath. As I walked, the smoke grew closer, thicker, until the acrid smell of burning wood reached my nose. I found the source about an hour later, a campsite, or rather, what was left of one. The fire had been small and contained, but it had burned down to ashes. Around it, there were signs of a hasty departure, an overturned kettle, a torn sleeping bag, a scattering of belongings half buried in the snow. I crouched down, inspecting the scene. Something felt off. There were no footprints leading away from the site, no signs of anyone leaving. Just the eerie suggestion that whoever had been here had vanished into thin air. Among the scattered items, something caught my eye. A blood-stained map. The paper was yellowed and brittle, as though it had been exposed to the elements for far too long. An X was scrawled on it in red ink, marking a spot deeper in the forest. My fingers hesitated before picking it up. The sight of the blood made my stomach churn, but my curiosity outweighed my fear. I folded the map carefully and slid it into my pocket. The wind picked up suddenly, carrying a faint, hollow sound that I couldn't quite place. A chill ran down my spine. I stood, scanning the trees. But there was nothing, just the endless pines swaying gently in the breeze. I decided to head back to the tower. Whatever I'd stumbled upon, it wasn't something I wanted to deal with out here. The feeling of being watched clung to me all the way back. Night fell quickly, as it always did in the wilderness, and I returned to the relative safety of the tower. I locked the hatch behind me and double-checked the floodlight switches, making sure everything was in order. The rifle was propped against the wall beside the desk, within easy reach. As I sat down, the journal called to me, its leather cover glinting faintly in the lamplight. I flipped to a random page, my heart heavy with apprehension. March 15th. I saw it again, just standing there, watching. I think it wants me to leave. But it doesn't seem angry. Not yet. If I break the rules, though, I don't think it will let me go. The words sent a shiver through me. Was Caleb writing about the same figure I'd seen? The same one that had been just beyond the floodlight's reach? A loud knock jolted me from my thoughts. Knock. Knock. It was louder than before, echoing through the structure with a deliberate rhythm. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for the flashlight. This time, the sound wasn't coming from beneath the tower. It was coming from the stairs. I stood, every muscle in my body tensed, and moved toward the window. The flashlight's beam swept over the steps, illuminating nothing but the empty wood. The knocking stopped abruptly. Then, faintly, I heard it to a low scraping sound, like nails dragging along the outer wall of the cabin. I swallowed hard, my pulse hammering in my ears. I turned toward the floodlight switch, but a sudden surge of static from the radio made me freeze. The noise was sharp, grating, and it quickly gave way to something worser, a voice. It wasn't Ronnie's voice. It was distorted, guttural, and wrong. "You're not alone." The words were faint but unmistakable. My hand hovered over the radio, unsure whether to respond. The static returned, louder now, until the speaker emitted a sharp crack and went silent. I stared at the radio, my mind racing. The knock, the scrape, the voice. It was all connected somehow, but I didn't know how to make sense of it. A sudden thud against the wall snapped me out of my thoughts. This wasn't random. It was testing me, trying to make me break the rules. I had to hold firm. I turned off the lamp, plunging the cabin into darkness. The only light came from the moon, casting pale beams through the windows. I sat in the corner, clutching the rifle, and waited. The knocking didn't come again that night, but the silence that replaced it felt worse. The next morning, I unfolded the blood-stained map on the desk. The X stared back at me, as if daring me to find it. I didn't know why Caleb's journal hadn't mentioned a map or a campsite, but the connection felt undeniable. I grabbed the journal again, flipping through the pages in search of answers. One line stood out, written in shaky handwriting near the end. March 18th. It's drawing me closer. I think it wants me to find something. Or maybe it's leading me to my end. My hand trembled as I set the journal down. The X loomed large in my mind, a mystery I couldn't ignore. But the rules were clear: stay in the tower after dark. And yet, part of me wondered if that was exactly what wanted. The journal's leather cover felt heavier in my hands as I opened it again, the faint smell of aged paper mingling with the cold air in the cabin. My eyes scanned the jagged handwriting of Caleb, the previous firewatcher. It was the only thing tethering me to some semblance of understanding, or at least I hoped it would be. March 20th. I know it's watching me. Every time I turn away, I can feel it there, waiting. It doesn't just want me gone. It wants me to see something. But I don't know if I'm strong enough to look. The words sank in, knowing at my thoughts. Caleb had walked these same steps, climbed these stairs, and stared out into the same forest. And yet, he hadn't made it out. What was it that he couldn't face? I flipped ahead. The pages filled with hurried, fragmented entries, each one more erratic than the last. March 27th. It's not the forest that's alive. It's the space between the trees. It moves when I blink, when I sleep, when I think I'm safe. March 23rd. The knocking isn't random. It's a language. I tried to knock back, and now it's louder, closer. Don't answer, don't respond, don't look. I shut the journal abruptly, my pulse quickening. A deep unease settled over me, like the weight of the air had shifted. Outside, the snow fell softly, coating the forest in a deceptive stillness. But Caleb's words lingered, sharp and insistent. It's a language. The day passed in a haze of paranoia. Every sound outside the tower felt amplified. The groan of the wind, the creak of the wood, the distant snap of a branch. I busied myself scanning the horizon, looking for any sign of movement. But the binoculars revealed only an endless expanse of white and green. By late afternoon, the radio crackled to life. Ronnie. I grabbed the handset, my voice shaky with relief. His tone was clipped. You've been quiet. I saw smoke yesterday, I said, hesitating. And I found something, a campsite, but no footprints. And this. I unfolded the blood-stained map as if he could see it through the static. There's a marked spot, deeper in the forest. Ronnie was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight I hadn't heard before.
Don't go near it. What not?
I demanded. What is it? You're there to watch, not to wander. Stay in the tower, keep your eyes open, and follow the rules. That's how you make it through. The line went dead before I could argue. My frustration boiled over, and I slammed the handset onto the desk. Ronnie's cryptic warnings weren't enough anymore. I needed answers. That night, the knocking returned. It started faintly, a soft rhythm on the stairs. Knock. Knock, knock. Each impact reverberated through the wooden frame of the tower, deliberate and insistent. My heart pounded as I reached for the flashlight. The beam sliced through the darkness. Nothing. The sound grew louder, more forceful. Knock. Knock. This time, it wasn't just on the stairs, it was on the walls, the windows, the very structure of the cabin. It was everywhere, surrounding me. I backed into the corner, gripping the rifle tightly, and shouted into the empty air, "What do you want?" The knocking stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence that pressed against my ears. I strained to hear anything, any movement, any whisper, but the only sound was my own ragged breathing. And then, faintly, a new sound emerged, a low, guttural hum, like a chant carried on the wind. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the radio. I stared at the handset, my fingers trembling as I reached for it. Static buzzed faintly, interspersed with unintelligible words, a voice, not Ronnie's. "Look closer," the distorted voice whispered. I dropped the handset, the sound continuing even as it hit the floor. My eyes darted to the map on the desk, the red X glaring back at me like a challenge. The next morning, I made a decision. I couldn't sit here and let this thing, whatever it was, toy with me. If the map was a clue, I needed to follow it. Caleb's journal might have been his warning, but it was also my guide, and right now, it was the only thing making any sense. I packed quickly, taking the rifle, the flashlight, and the map. The journal came with me, too, its weight a small comfort. Before I left, I turned on the floodlight, its powerful beam cutting through the morning fog, a beacon in case I needed to find my way back. The forest was colder than usual, the air biting at my face as I trudged through the snow. The map led me southeast, deeper into the trees. The further I went, the quieter it became, the snow muffling my footsteps, and the wind barely rustling the branches above. After an hour, I noticed something strange. The trees around me bore markings, deep gouges carved into the bark, forming crude, jagged shapes. They didn't look like natural damage. They looked deliberate, like someone, or something, had left them as a trail. The path led me to a clearing. At its center stood a stone circle, the gray rocks weathered and covered in moss. Symbols were etched into their surfaces, similar to the ones on the trees. In the middle of the circle was a pit, its edges uneven and crumbling. The air around it felt charged, like the static before a storm. I stepped closer, my breath visible in the frigid air. The pit seemed impossibly deep, its darkness swallowing the weak light of my flashlight. A faint hum emanated from within, the same sound I'd heard on the radio. As I stared into the void, I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the figure. Closer now, its features were still obscured, its body a shadow against the snow, but its eyes, two pinpricks of pale, flickering light, locked onto mine. It didn't move, but its presence was suffocating, a pressure that pushed against every fiber of my being. The hum from the pit grew louder, resonating in my skull. I stumbled backward, my legs trembling as I tried to put distance between myself and the figure. But it didn't follow. It simply stood there, watching. And then, without warning, it raised a hand and pointed, not at me, but at the journal in my pack. The realization hit me like a bolt of ice. This wasn't about the map, or the tower, or even the forest. It was about the journal. I turned and ran, the figure remaining motionless as I fled. The sound of my footsteps seemed deafening in the stillness, my breath hitching with each frantic step. When I finally reached the tower, I climbed the stairs 2 at a time, slamming the hatch shut behind me. The journal was on the desk, its leather cover worn and unassuming. But it wasn't just Caleb's story anymore. It was mine too. The journal sat on the desk, daring me to open it again. Its pages felt heavier than they had any right to be, weighted with the chaos of Caleb's experiences and my own unraveling. Whatever I had seen in the clearing, it wasn't done with me. The figure's silent gesture toward the journal played in my mind on a loop. The question wasn't what it wanted. It was why it hadn't taken it, or me yet. I flipped through Caleb's entries again, searching for clarity. His words, once chaotic and frenzied, now felt methodical. He had been documenting something larger, piecing together fragments of an incomprehensible puzzle. March 24th. The pit wasn't natural. Something carved it, something old. The symbols, the humming, they pull at you. The map was my warning. If you see the X, don't go. Don't let it know you've seen the X, the pit. The map wasn't just a clue, it was a test. And I had failed. The rest of the day passed in restless silence. I busied myself with routine checks, scanning the forest for smoke, for movement, for anything that might explain what was happening. But the forest offered nothing, just an expanse of white and green, indifferent to my panic. The radio stayed silent, even as I adjusted the frequency and tried to reach Ronnie. His absence was unnerving, leaving me untethered to any sense of normalcy. My fingers hovered over the handset, debating whether to keep trying or to let the silence speak for itself. When the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I secured the tower for the night. The hatch was locked, the floodlight ready. I set the rifle within arm's reach and stared out the window as the darkness crept in. The knocking began at midnight. Knock. Knock. It was rhythmic, deliberate, louder than it had ever been. My pulse quickened as I gripped the rifle and approached the window. The flashlight beam swept over the stairs, but they were empty. Then the scraping began. It started faint, a subtle scratching against the wood, like nails dragged over the surface. But it grew louder, closer, until it sounded as though it was coming from every side of the tower. I backed into the cabin, my breath ragged, the rifle shaking in my hands. The journal sat on the desk, its presence almost mocking. My mind raced with Caleb's warnings: don't look, don't respond, don't break the rules. The scraping stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was worse, an oppressive void that pressed against my chest. And then I heard it, footsteps on the stairs, heavy, deliberate steps, each one resonating through the structure. They climbed slowly, methodically, as though savoring the ascent. My grip on the rifle tightened, my knuckles white. The steps stopped just below the hatch. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. The hatch creaked slightly under pressure, as though something was testing its weight. I aimed the rifle at the trapdoor, my finger hovering over the trigger, but the hatch didn't open. Instead, a low, guttural hum filled the air, vibrating through the walls and into my chest. It was the same sound I had heard at the pit, amplified and suffocating. My vision blurred as the sound seemed to pierce my thoughts, pulling at something deep inside me. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. I woke up on the floor, the rifle beside me, The faint glow of dawn filtered through the windows, casting long shadows across the cabin. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt heavy, as though I had been drugged. The journal was open on the desk, its pages fluttering in the breeze from the cracked window. I didn't remember opening it, but a new entry stared back at me in Caleb's frantic handwriting. March 25th. It will test you. It will take everything you have. But the journal is the key. Keep it close. Keep it safe. Don't let it leave the tower. My stomach churned. The words felt like a curse, binding me to the journal and its secrets. I slammed it shut and shoved it into my pack, determined to put as much distance between myself and the pit as possible. By mid-morning, I had made my decision. I would confront the X on the map. If the journal was the key, then the pit held the lock. Whatever was haunting this place wasn't going to stop until I faced it. The trek was grueling. The snow seemed thicker, the forest darker, as if the trees themselves were closing in. The journal pulsed in my pack, an almost living thing, its presence a constant weight on my mind. When I reached the clearing, the pit loomed before me, its edges glowing faintly with the strange symbols carved into the stone. The humming was louder now, resonating in my bones. And there it was, the figure. It stood on the far side of the pit, its form clearer than before. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its movements unnaturally fluid. Its eyes, those pinpricks of pale light, locked onto mine, and I froze. It raised a hand, pointing at the journal. The hum intensified, the air around me vibrating with its force. My grip on the journal faltered, and it slipped from my hands, tumbling toward the pit. The figure moved then, its body a blur as it lunged for the journal. But I reacted first, grabbing it mid-fall and clutching it to my chest. The figure stopped abruptly, its head tilting as though in curiosity. The hum faded slightly, replaced by a low, guttural growl. I backed away. The journal pressed tightly against me. The figure didn't follow, but its presence lingered, its eyes watching as I stumbled out of the clearing and back into the forest. When I returned to the tower, the sun was setting. My body ached, my mind racing with unanswered questions. The figure's reaction to the journal had been visceral, almost desperate. Whatever it wanted, the journal was the key. But Caleb's warnings echoed in my mind. Don't let it leave the tower. That night, as the wind howled and the knocking resumed, I stared at the journal on the desk, its presence heavier than ever. The figure's silent message was clear. It wouldn't stop until I gave it what it wanted, or until I found out why. The journal stared at me from the desk, its leather cover worn and unassuming, a sharp contrast to the chaos it had unleashed. The figure's reaction at the pit was burned into my mind. Whatever it was, it didn't want me, it wanted this. And yet, Caleb's warning was clear. Don't let it leave the tower. But why? What did the journal contain that was so important? My instincts told me the answers were close, and the journal was the key. Yet the questions gnawed at me. Why hadn't Caleb destroyed it? Why had I failed when I tried? And why did the forest feel alive when I carried it with me? I didn't have long to think. As the sun began to set, the wind picked up, and the now familiar knocking started again. Knock, knock. It was louder this time, resonating through the tower's wooden frame like a battering ram. My body tensed as I grabbed the rifle. I scanned the windows, but the forest remained eerily still. The floodlight was my only weapon against the darkness, but Hunk's warning echoed in my mind. Don't mess with the floodlight unless you have to. The knocking stopped. Silence fell, heavier than the wind or the creaking wood. And then, from the radio, came the sound I dreaded most: static. For a moment, I dared to hope it was Ronnie. "Ronnie, are you there?" I said, my voice trembling. The static crackled, and a voice emerged, not Ronnie's. "Bring it back." The voice was deep, guttural, and filled with an inhuman resonance. My hands shook as I backed away from the radio. The journal sat on the desk, almost glowing in the dim light of the cabin. My gut told me it was connected to everything: the pit, the figure, the voices. But connected how? I opened it, flipping through the pages. Caleb's handwriting was frantic, his words barely legible in places. But one entry caught my eye. March 27th. "The forest doesn't want us here. The journal isn't just a record, it's a tether to what, I don't know. But I can't let it go. If it leaves, so do I. A tether." The word sent a chill down my spine. Was the journal holding me here, or holding something else back? The knocking resumed, faster and more violent, like fists pounding on the walls. Then came the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, ascending the stairs. My chest tightened as I aimed the rifle at the hatch, my finger on the trigger. The footsteps stopped just outside the trapdoor. Then came the voice again, not from the radio this time, but from directly above me, vibrating through the wood. "It's not yours to keep." The trapdoor creaked, the hinges straining under pressure. My breath caught in my throat as I prepared to fire. The journal seemed to pulse on the desk, its presence overwhelming. My instincts screamed at me to throw it out, to rid myself of the cursed thing. But Caleb's words echoed in my mind: "If it leaves, so do I." The trapdoor rattled but didn't open. Instead, the voice shifted, softer now, almost coaxing. "You don't belong here. Let it go." I stood frozen, torn between two choices. If I kept the journal, the figure would never stop coming. If I let it go, I might survive, but at what cost? The trapdoor fell silent, but the tension in the air remained. My gaze shifted to the journal. I flipped through the pages again, searching for a clue, and found one final entry. March 28th. I made my choice. I threw it into the pit. It didn't save me. It only made it stronger. Eddie had tried to escape by giving it what it wanted, and he had failed. I stepped away from the desk, my thoughts racing. If the journal was a tether, then destroying it wasn't enough. It needed to be severed. But how? The wind howled outside, rattling the tower. The floodlight flickered, and the shadows seemed to move, stretching toward the cabin. My hands trembled as I picked up the journal, its weight somehow heavier than before. Then it hit me. The pit. The journal had come from there. Or at least, it was tied to it. If I could destroy it, maybe I could return it to where it belonged. But doing so would mean venturing into the clearing again, facing whatever waited there. The thought sent a wave of fear through me, but I knew I didn't have a choice. The trek to the pit was agonizing. The snow seemed thicker, the forest darker, as if the trees themselves were closing in. The journal pulsed in my pack, an almost living thing, its presence a constant weight on my mind. When I reached the clearing, the pit loomed before me, its edges glowing faintly with the strange symbols carved into the stone. The humming was louder now, resonating in my bones. And there it was, the figure. It stood on the far side of the pit, its pale eyes locked onto mine. It didn't move, but its presence was suffocating. I stepped closer to the pit, the journal in my hands. The humming intensified, the air vibrating with energy. The figure tilted its head, watching as I approached. "Return it." The voice was a whisper, yet it filled the clearing. I hesitated. Eddie's warning played in my mind. It didn't save me. It only made it stronger. But if keeping the journal meant staying trapped in this nightmare, then what choice did I have? I took another step toward the pit, the journal trembling in my hands. The figure remained still, its gaze unblinking. Then, with all the strength I could muster, I hurled the journal into the darkness. The moment the journal vanished into the pit, the humming stopped. The forest fell silent. The air stilled. The figure tilted its head again, then began to dissolve, its form breaking apart like smoke in the wind. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. The pit began to glow, a deep, pulsing red light emanating from its depths. The ground shook beneath my feet, and a sound unlike anything I had ever heard erupted from the void, a scream, guttural and primal, filled with rage and triumph. The trees around the clearing began to sway, their trunks groaning as if alive. The symbols on the stones pulsed, their glow intensifying. The pit wasn't closing, it was opening. I turned and ran, my heart pounding as the forest seemed to come alive around me. The trees moved, their branches clawing at me, the snow shifting under my feet. The scream followed me, growing louder, more deafening with each step. When I reached the tower, I slammed the hatch shut and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. The radio crackled to life, and Ronnie's voice came through, urgent and panicked. "What did you do?" I threw it in," I stammered. A long pause. Then in a voice filled with dread, Ronnie said, "You've made it worse." The days that followed were a blur. The forest never went silent again. The knocking stopped, but the hum persisted, faint yet constant, a reminder of the choice I had made. When the snowmobile arrived to pick me up, Hank didn't say a word. He glanced at the tower, then at me, his expression grim. I climbed into the sled without looking back. As we sped away, I felt a strange weight in my bag. My heart sank as I opened it and found the journal, its leather cover pristine, its pages blank. The pit had returned it, and now it was mine. I used to think I knew what love was. I was wrong. Love, as it turns out, can be a lot of things. Beautiful, exciting, all-consuming. It can also be a lie, a carefully constructed, perfectly maintained lie. That's what Sarah taught me. She was a walking, talking, breathtaking lie, and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. We were 8 months in when the truth started to seep out, like poison from a hidden wound, all thanks to her little, sleep-talking problem. She said it was nothing to worry about. Turns out, it was everything. Sarah was stunning. The kind of woman who turns heads on the street. Long, dark hair that cascaded down her back. Those captivating blue eyes that seemed to see right through you. And a smile that could melt glaciers. And she was smart, too. Seriously intelligent. She could debate you under the table on just about any topic, and her dry wit was sharper than a tack. We met at a mutual friend's party, glitchy, I know, but from the moment our eyes met, I was a goner. We started dating, and it was like something out of a movie. Romantic dinners, weekend getaways, long conversations that stretched late into the night. Everything just clicked. 8 months in, I was already picturing our future together. White picket fence, kids, the whole deal. I was in love. Deeply, hopelessly in love. Looking back, Maybe the warning signs were there all along. Subtle, easy to miss, but there. The first one came on our 4th date. We were cuddled up on her impossibly clean couch. Seriously, her apartment was always immaculate, sipping wine, and she casually dropped a bomb. "I should probably warn you about something," she said, swirling the red liquid in her glass. "Oh," I replied, already smitten. "And what's that?" "I'm not exactly a quiet sleeper," she confessed, a slight smirk playing on her lips. I chuckled, thinking she was exaggerating. "Don't worry, I've shared a bed with industrial-grade snorers. I think I can handle it." She shook her head, her dark hair brushing against her cheek. "It's more than just snoring. I talk in my sleep. Sometimes I thrash around. I've even been known to, slap people." "Slap people, huh?" I teased, finding the whole thing rather amusing. "Sounds like I'm taking my life into my own hands here." She gave me this look, a strange mix of amusement and something else. Something I couldn't quite decipher at the time. "Just saying," she said. "It's happened before. You've been warned." I laughed it off. It sounded harmless enough. Quirky even. I thought it was cute. God, I was an idiot. The first time I stayed over, I half expected to get a black eye. I was almost anticipating it, just so I could tease her about her violent sleep self. But that first night was pretty uneventful. Some tossing and turning. A few mumbled words I couldn't understand, not the blue one. "And don't let it drop," were the only phrases I caught. Nothing alarming. But then, over the next few weeks, her sleep talking became more frequent and more intense. One night, I woke up to a sharp smack on my chest. "Oh, what the hell?" I mumbled, disoriented and rubbing my chest. Sarah was still asleep, her arm lying limply across the bed. The next morning, over breakfast, I brought it up. "So, you kind of assaulted me in your sleep last night," I said, trying to make light of it. She almost spit out her coffee, her eyes wide with mock horror. "I did what?" "Yeah, full-on smack to the chest. Must have been dreaming about winning a boxing match or something." She laughed, a little too quickly. Maybe I was dreaming about Mark," she said. Mark, her ex-husband. She rarely spoke about him, but from what I gathered, their divorce had been less than amicable. The way she said his name, that hint of venom in her voice, made me wonder what really happened between them. But I didn't pry. "It's no big deal," I said, waving it off. "Just try to aim for the pillows next time, okay?" I thought I was being funny, supportive, understanding. I was just being naive. A few weeks later, she brought it up again, as we were getting into bed. "You know I wasn't kidding about the sleep talking, right?" she asked, her voice serious.
Yeah, I know,
I said, already half asleep myself. "It's fine, really. Kind of endearing. In a weird way." Her smile seemed a little strained. "Just don't freak out if I say something strange. Okay." I reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Sarah, nothing you say in your sleep is going to freak me out. You're amazing. And a little sleep talking isn't going to change that." She smiled again, but this time, that strange look from before was back in her eyes, the one I couldn't quite place. Now I know what it was. It was a warning I was too stupid to heed. So, after the chest-smacking incident, as I now jokingly referred to it, things seemed to settle down for a bit. Sarah's sleep talking became less frequent, less violent. I started to relax, to think maybe it wasn't such a big deal after all. I was even starting to get used to her nocturnal mumblings. Most of the time, it was just random stuff. The kind of nonsense everyone spouts in their sleep. "Put that down," she'd say, or "Get the cat." Just your average, everyday sleep gibberish. I'd even chuckle about it in the mornings, and she'd just roll her eyes and laugh along. But then, things started to change. The content of her sleep talking took a darker turn. A much darker turn. It was about a month into our regular sleepovers when it happened. I woke up in the middle of the night, not to a slap or a kick, but to a chillingly calm voice. "It's under the oak tree," Sarah murmured, her voice low and steady, almost like she was reciting something. I blinked, groggy and confused. "Sarah?" I whispered, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. She didn't respond. She was completely still, her breathing slow and even. She was definitely asleep. I sat up, leaning closer, trying to make sense of what she'd said. "What's under the oak tree?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Nothing." She didn't say another word. She just rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter around her, and continued to sleep soundly. I, on the other hand, lay there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, a knot of unease forming in my stomach. The next morning, over breakfast, I decided to bring it up. I tried to sound casual, like it was just another one of her funny talking episodes. "Hey, you said something kind of weird in your sleep last night," I said, taking a sip of my coffee. Sarah looked up, raising a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Yeah. What did I say this time? Did I finally reveal my secret identity as a superhero?" "Not quite," I said, forcing a chuckle. "You said, 'It's under the oak tree.' Sound familiar?" She tilted her head, her brow furrowed in thought, like she was genuinely trying to remember. "Under the oak tree. Huh, that's random. Maybe I was dreaming about a picnic or something. Or a treehouse." "Do you remember anything about the dream?" I pressed, trying to keep the concern out of my voice. She shook her head. "No. My dreams are usually all over the place. You know how it is." I nodded, but her answer didn't sit right with me. It felt dismissive. Too easy. Like she was trying to brush it off, to change the subject. There was something about the way she said it, the way she avoided my gaze, that made me uneasy. A week later, I woke up to find her pacing around the bed, like she was measuring the room, her steps deliberate and precise. "Sarah," I whispered, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. She didn't answer. She acted like she hadn't even heard me. I reached for the bedside lamp, my hand hovering over the switch. As soon as my fingers brushed against it, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Don't," she said sharply, her voice cutting through the silence. My hand froze. "Don't what?" She didn't respond. For a moment, she just stood there, rigid like a statue, and then, slowly, she climbed back into bed. Her movements were stiff, almost robotic. It was seriously creeping me out. The next morning, I didn't say anything. I wanted to ask her about the pacing, about what she'd said, but something told me not to. Something told me to keep quiet. And then things got worse. Much worse. One night, she sat bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide open, staring at something I couldn't see. And she started talking again. 2 miles from the highway," she said, her voice calm and even, devoid of any emotion. "It works better when the ground is wet." I didn't even try to wake her this time. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every muscle in my body was tense, every nerve on high alert. I felt like I was in a horror movie. When she finally settled back down, curling up on her side, as if nothing had happened, I slipped out of bed. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely pour myself a glass of water in the kitchen. What the hell was going on with her? What did it all mean? And why was I so terrified of finding out? The breaking point, the moment I knew something was seriously wrong, came a few nights after the 2 miles from the highway incident. I woke up to find Sarah sitting at the edge of the bed, her back to me, her silhouette outlined by the faint moonlight filtering through the blinds. "I told you it wouldn't work," she whispered, her voice so soft I almost didn't hear her. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling slightly. She didn't turn around. She didn't even acknowledge me. Her head was tilted slightly, as if she were listening to someone. Someone I couldn't see, someone who wasn't there. "He said he'd take care of it," she continued, her voice taking on a chillingly detached tone. "But he didn't. Now it's my problem." "Sarah, who are you talking to?" I asked, my voice louder this time, fear and confusion swirling inside me. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood up and walked towards the bedroom door, her movements fluid and silent, like a ghost gliding across the floor. I didn't follow her. I couldn't. I was frozen in place, my mind reeling, trying to process what I'd just heard. I listened as her footsteps faded down the hallway. The faint creak of the floorboards, the only sound in the otherwise silent apartment. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my body rigid with fear, my mind racing. When I finally crawled out of bed the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Sarah was in the kitchen, humming to herself as she flipped pancakes, like nothing had happened. Like she hadn't just been whispering cryptic threats to an invisible person in the middle of the night. "Good morning," she said cheerfully, flashing me that dazzling smile that used to make my heart melt. Now, it just made me feel sick to my stomach. I forced a smile, trying to act normal, but my insides were churning. "Morning," I mumbled, avoiding her gaze. I couldn't eat. I just sat there, pushing the pancakes around my plate, my mind replaying her words over and over again. "He said he'd take care of it, but he didn't. Now it's my problem. What did it mean? Who was? And what was Keat?" The next few days were a blur of anxiety and dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I kept replaying Sarah's words in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, some way to dismiss it all as just a bad dream. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. Then came the night I realized I was living a real, life horror story. Sarah fell asleep quickly that night, curled up on her side, her breathing slow and regular. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself. Everything seemed normal until I heard her voice. At first, I thought she was talking to me. "I held his nose shut," she said, clear as day. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Her voice was low, cold, almost monotone. "He didn't take long. He kicked for a while, but then he stopped." I turned to her, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sarah was still lying on her side, her eyes closed, her breathing steady. She was definitely asleep. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She didn't respond. She just kept talking, her voice a chilling whisper in the darkness. "Dragged him down the embankment," she continued. "The soil was soft, perfect for digging." What the hell? I muttered under my breath, a wave of nausea washing over me. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, staring at Sarah's sleeping form, my mind reeling with horror and disbelief. What had I gotten myself into? Who was this woman sleeping beside me? And what had she done? The next morning, I confronted her. I had to. I couldn't live with this gnawing fear, this sickening suspicion, any longer. "You were talking in your sleep again last night," I said, my voice trembling slightly as I poured myself a cup of coffee, avoiding her eyes. Sarah glanced up from her phone, looking more annoyed than concerned. No, not again," she said with a chuckle. What nonsensical wisdom did I impart this time? Did I finally reveal the secret to eternal youth? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. You said something about suffocating someone," I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. And digging a grave." Her smile vanished. She stared at me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she shrugged. "Sounds like a nightmare," she said, her voice flat. "Probably just watched too many crime shows before bed. You know how I love my Netflix." She laughed, but it was a hollow, forced sound that did nothing to ease the growing dread in my gut. It felt rehearsed, like a line she'd practiced. "You don't remember anything about it?" I pressed, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah shook her head. "Nope. Honestly, Chris, I never remember my dreams. They're just gone when I wake up." I nodded, pretending to accept her explanation, but inside I was screaming. This wasn't just a dream. It couldn't be. It was too detailed, too specific, too real. A few nights later, I woke up to her voice again, and this time, she said a name. "Max Carter," she murmured, her voice calm and detached, like she was reading a grocery list. I sat up in bed, my skin crawling. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there, to run as far away as possible. "He's behind the old barn," she continued, her voice a chilling whisper in the darkness. "The one with the blue door." The name, it sounded familiar. Where had I heard it before? Then it hit me. Max Carter. He was a local guy who'd gone missing a few years back, while on a camping trip. I remembered seeing his face on the news, on missing posters plastered all over town. His case was still unsolved. The police had never found him. The next morning, I didn't say anything to Sarah. I couldn't. I didn't know what to say. How do you confront someone you love, someone you thought you knew, with the possibility that they might be a murderer? But I couldn't get the name, Max Carter, or her words. "Behind the old barn, the one with the blue door," out of my head. I had to do something. I needed to know if there was any truth to what she was saying. I spent the next few hours on my phone, frantically searching for any information I could find about Max Carter's disappearance. The online news articles, the old missing person reports, they all painted a grim picture. He'd vanished without a trace. There was no mention of a barn or a blue door in any of the reports, but the area where he'd last been seen. It was in the next county over, a rural area with lots of farmland and barns. A few days later, fueled by a terrifying mix of fear and morbid curiosity, I did something I knew I probably shouldn't do. I suggested to Sarah, as casually as I could, that we take a drive. "Just for a change of scenery," I said. She was smiling when I suggested it. Her smile wavered, just a bit. "We're too. Just out to the countryside. Maybe towards Brownsville," I said, naming the town closest to where Max Carter had last been seen. Get some fresh air. She looked at me, her blue eyes searching mine. What, Brownsville? I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. I don't know. Just feel like a drive. She agreed, a little too quickly, and that knot in my stomach tightened. Later, while she was getting ready, I worked up the courage to ask, "Have you ever thought about doing a sleep study?" Her movement stilled. She turned to me, her expression hardening. "Why would I do that, Chris?" "I don't know," I stammered, my heart pounding. "Just you've been saying some pretty strange things in your sleep. Maybe it's stress, or something." "I'm fine," she said, her voice cold and clipped. "You're overthinking this. Maybe we could just record you then," I suggested, trying a different tactic. "Just so you can hear it for yourself." Her reaction was immediate and fierce. "No, absolutely not. That's a huge invasion of privacy." I wasn't trying to. "If you ever record me without my permission, Chris, we're done." I mean, her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, were now like ice. I nodded quickly, backing down immediately. Okay. Forget I said anything. But I didn't forget. How could I? That night, after she fell asleep, I did what I knew I shouldn't do. I carefully propped my phone up on her nightstand, the microphone angled towards her, and hit record. The next morning, while Sarah was in the shower, I listened to the recording. Most of it was just static, the rustling of sheets, the hum of the air conditioner. Then around 3 a.m. I heard it, her voice clear as a bell. "Nina screamed too much," she murmured. "Fast. Had to move fast. No mistakes." I froze, my blood turning to ice. Nina, another name, another missing person. This time, a teenager, Nina Tully. Her disappearance, 5 years ago, had been all over the local news. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't be. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know. I had to see for myself. Later that day, I made an excuse to get out of the house. Leaving Sarah behind, I told her I needed to run some errands. She didn't question me. I drove. I drove for what felt like hours. My hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I followed the directions I'd pieced together from the old news reports and Sarah's sleep talking, my sense of dread growing with every mile. Finally, I found it, an old, dilapidated barn set back from the road, just like she'd said, and the door it was painted a faded, chipped blue. It was just like she'd described it. My legs felt like lead as I approached the barn, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. The air was thick with the smell of decay, a sickeningly sweet odor that made my stomach churn. Behind the barn, nestled among a cluster of trees, was a patch of disturbed earth. It looked like someone had been digging there recently. I told myself to turn around, to go back to the car, to call the police. But I couldn't. Something compelled me to keep going, to see what was hidden beneath the freshly turned soil. I knelt down and started to dig, using a broken branch I found nearby. The earth was soft, damp, just like she'd said. I didn't have to dig for long. The smell hit me first, a pungent, unmistakable stench of death. Then I saw it. A piece of fabric, tattered and stained with dirt, and something darker, something that looked horrifyingly like dried blood, and beneath it bones. I stumbled back gagging, my mind reeling in horror. It was real. It was all real. Sarah wasn't just talking in her sleep. She was confessing. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't just leave those bones, that evidence, out in the open. I scrambled back to my car, my mind racing, my body trembling uncontrollably. I drove, Not back to Sarah, but straight to the nearest police station, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. But when I got there, when I walked through those doors and saw the officers behind the counter, I froze. What was I going to say? My girlfriend talks in her sleep, and she led me to a shallow grave. They'd think I was crazy. They'd probably lock me up. And without the recordings, without any proof other than a few fragmented sentences whispered in the dead of night, I had nothing. Less than nothing. I had a story so wild, so unbelievable, it would probably do more harm than good. So, I ran. I turned around and walked out of that station, got back in my car, and drove. I drove for hours, not knowing where I was going, just needing to get as far away from Sarah, from that barn, from everything, as possible. I ended up in a cheap motel, in a town I'd never heard of, paying cash for a room and collapsing on the bed, fully clothed. Too exhausted and terrified to even think about sleeping. The next day, I bought a burner phone, a cheap, disposable thing that I could use without being traced. I tried accessing my cloud storage, hoping, praying that maybe, just maybe, the recordings had backed up, that there was some evidence, some proof of what Sarah had said. But there was nothing. Every file, every recording, every piece of evidence I had painstakingly collected, it was all gone. Deleted, erased. She must have found a way to access my account. She must have known. A wave of cold dread washed over me. She was always smarter than me. For weeks, I lived like a ghost, drifting from one town to the next, always looking over my shoulder, terrified that Sarah would find me. I avoided social media, knowing she could use it to track me down. The only connection I had to the outside world was the news. Every morning, I'd scour the local news sites, my heart in my throat, praying I wouldn't see her face, or worse, hear about another body being discovered. At first, there was nothing. No new missing persons, no unsolved murders. A sliver of hope started to flicker within me. Maybe, just maybe, I'd scared her enough to stop. Maybe by running, by disappearing, I'd somehow put an end to it all. But that hope was short-lived. The killings started again. A man found strangled in his apartment, miles away from where I was hiding. Then a woman's body pulled from a lake, in a neighboring state. The details were sparse, but they were Kilgay. It was eerily similar to the things Sarah had described in her sleep. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence, that it had to be. But deep down, I knew it was her. Then came the news that shattered me completely. A young woman, barely out of her teens, went missing from a town not far from where I grew up. Her name was Riley. My cousin Riley. We weren't close, not anymore, but we'd spent our childhood summers together. I remembered her infectious laugh, her bright smile, the way she used to light up every room she walked into. When I saw her face on the news, heard the reporter say her body had been found in a shallow grave, I felt like the world was collapsing around me. They didn't give many details, but I knew. I knew where they'd found her. Beneath the roots of an oak tree. Just like Sarah had said all those weeks ago. The guilt was crushing. It was like a physical weight pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. If I had gone to the police sooner, if I had told them what I knew, maybe Riley would still be alive. Maybe all those other victims would still be alive. But I hadn't. I'd been a coward. I'd run away. And now, it was too late. I can't keep running. I can't keep hiding. I don't care if no one believes me. I don't care if they lock me up and throw away the key. I have to do something. I have to try. So, this is it. This is my confession, my warning. Her name is Sarah Miller. She's beautiful, intelligent, charming. And she's a monster. She's confessed to everything. In her sleep, Max Carter, Nina Tully, and all the others. She told me how she did it, where she buried them. I thought they were just nightmares. God, how I wish they were just nightmares. But they weren't. I found one of the bodies. I dug where she said to dig, and there he was. I tried to run, to escape, but it didn't work. She's still out there. And now, she knows I know. I don't know how much time I have left. I don't know when she'll find me. But I had to tell someone. I had to get the truth out there. There's a noise outside my door. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. My hands are shaking. I can barely hold the phone I bought to type this out on. She's here. If anyone finds this, if anyone reads this, please believe me and stop her before she kills again. I've been doing this missing persons gig for over 10 years now. Seen a lot of weird stuff, a lot of sad stuff. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that sometimes people just don't want to be found. They vanish on purpose, make it so no one can track him. But Alaska's a whole different beast. It's this massive, wild place, right? You don't even need a reason to disappear up there. The wilderness just swallows you whole. It doesn't care about your plans, your motives, nothing. It's like this thing, this silent, endless entity that just doesn't give a damn. So, when I got the call about Sarah Lowell, I should have known this one was gonna be a trip. It was Sheriff Hayes on the other end, and his voice was rougher than usual, like gravel and ice. "We got another one," he says, and even through the phone, I could practically feel the cold wind whipping through his tiny office up there. "Another what?" I asked, already grabbing my go bag. I always keep it packed just in case. There's a pause, a long one. Missing person, college kid, a biologist. She was out here studying, you know, wildlife patterns and all that. He cleared his throat, and the static on the line made the unease in his voice even worse. She's been gone 3 days. 3 days. In the Alaskan wilderness, that's basically a death sentence. Unless you're some kind of survival expert, you're toast. But from what I heard, Sarah was no ordinary college kid. Word was she was tough, resourceful, could handle herself in the wild. She'd been out in these parts before, knew the risks. That's the only reason I even considered taking the case. My gut was screaming at me to stay put, though. The last time I worked a disappearance up in that area, the guy, well, let's just say they didn't find him for 6 months. And when they did, he wasn't complete. Let's leave it at that. But still, I said yes. I don't know why. Maybe I felt sorry for her. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment. Either way, next thing I know, I'm on a puddle jumper heading to some nameless town. That's basically the last stop, before you hit the real nothingness. The second I stepped off that plane, the air hit me like a fist, freezing cold, with a sharp, piney scent that gets right into your lungs. Sheriff Hayes was waiting at the terminal. His face was all lines and creases, like a roadmap of sleepless nights. "Thanks for coming," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was strong, but his eyes were somewhere else. "You might want to brace yourself. This one's..." He trailed off, looking up at the sky, which was this depressing shade of gray. Strange, I offered, because that's usually the word people use in these situations. Strange, he agreed, nodding slowly. She left everything behind. Tent, GPS, food. Just walked off into the woods. He paused again, and this time, when he spoke, his voice was lower. And then there's the journal. Her journal. I perked up. A journal is always a good find. Sheriff Hayes nodded grimly. Found it at her campsite. The last few entries. They don't make a whole lot of sense. We got into his cruiser, and let me tell you, that drive to Sarah's last known location was something else. An hour of silence, except for the crunch of tires on the icy road. The road twisted and turned, and these massive evergreens were all around us, pressing in closer with every mile. It felt like the forest was watching us. Finally, Hayes broke the silence. She's the third one, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Third. My hand tightened on the armrest. Third person to go missing in this area in the last 5 years. And the other two? I already knew the answer. He let out a sharp breath. Never found. Just gone. We got to the campsite as the sun was starting to set. The sky was all these crazy colors, orange, purple, red, and the shadows were getting long and creepy. And there was Sarah's tent, just sitting there, looking all neat and tidy. The flap was open a little, like she'd just stepped out for a second. There was a half-eaten meal on a camping stove, cold and stiff now. Her backpack was leaning against a tree, untouched. Doesn't look like she planned on leaving, I said, stating the obvious. Hayes pointed at the ground. Look at the tracks. I crouched down. Her boot prints were clear as day, leading away from the camp. But there was something off about them. They were all over the place. The strides were uneven, like she was running or stumbling. Where do they lead? I asked. Hayes's face got even darker. These stop. About 50 yards that way. After that, nothing. I followed the trail, my breath making little white puffs in the cold air. And sure enough, the tracks just ended at the edge of the trees. No signs of a struggle, no footprints going back, nothing. It was like she just vanished. Poof, gone. Back at the camp, I was starting to feel seriously uneasy. And that's when I saw it, the journal. It was on a folding chair near the tent, the cover all worn and frayed. I picked it up, my heart pounding a little faster than it should have. This was it. This was where I'd find some answers, or at least, I hoped so. I opened the journal carefully, like it was some ancient, fragile thing. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting, all organized and scientific. At first, it was just normal stuff. Notes about wildlife sightings, sketches of animal tracks, weather observations, you know, the usual biologist stuff. But as I got closer to the end, things started to get weird. Day 11, I've been hearing things at night. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it's not. It's heavier, closer. My pulse picked up a little. Okay, that's not exactly normal. Day a whole tree, I saw something today, just for a moment. It was watching me from the trees, but when I turned, it was gone. Am I imagining things? A shiver went down my spine. This was starting to sound familiar, too familiar, like that case a few years back. I pushed the thought away. Day 30, it's closer now. And then, the final entry. It was scrawled across the page, all jagged and frantic, like she wrote it in a hurry, terrified. Just 2 words. It watches. Find anything useful? Sheriff Hayes asked, coming up behind me. I closed the journal, my hand lingering on the worn cover. Useful. I echoed, glancing around the campsite. The shadows were getting longer, the trees seeming to lean in closer. No, but unsettling. Definitely. Hayes grunted, a sound that seemed to say, "Tell me something I don't know." "You want to stay here tonight?" he asked. "Mason will be here in the morning to guide us." Mason. Right. I'd heard about him. Local guy, a park ranger. Supposedly knew this area like the back of his hand. If anyone could help us retrace Sarah's steps, it was him. Still, the thought of spending the night at this campsite sent a chill down my spine. But what else was I going to do? Hike back to town in the dark. "I'll stay," I said finally. Hayes didn't argue. "Good luck," he muttered, climbing into his cruiser. "You'll need it." And with that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the deepening twilight. That night was the longest of my life. The wilderness around me came alive. The wind howled through the trees, making these weird, moaning sounds. Every now and then, I'd hear cracks and groans, like something huge was moving around out there in the darkness. I stayed as close to the fire as I could, but the warmth did little to chase away the cold that had settled deep in my bones. Sarah's journal sat beside me, a constant, unwelcome companion. I didn't sleep, not really. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me jumping up, grabbing my flashlight, heart hammering in my chest. And then, just before dawn, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound breathing. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The sound was coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Slowly, carefully, I grabbed my flashlight and turned towards the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing, just snow and bark. The breathing stopped. I stayed up until the first light of dawn, my mind racing. Sarah's words echoed in my head. "It watches." Whatever it was, I had a sinking feeling I was about to find out. The next morning, Mason arrived just as the sun was starting to peek over the horizon. He was a man of few words, his presence as quiet as the snow that blanketed the camp. He moved like he was part of the wilderness, every step deliberate, every motion purposeful. He was wearing this heavy parka with a fur-lined hood that framed a face weathered by years of exposure to the elements. "You must be the investigator," he said, extending a gloved hand. His voice was low and steady, the voice of someone who'd seen it all and lived to tell the tale. "That's me," I replied, shaking his hand. "Thanks for coming out." Mason nodded, his eyes scanning the campsite. "Sarah was a smart one," he said. "Knew how to handle herself out here. This isn't like Hurt." "Sheriff Hayes said the same thing," I said, handing him Sarah's journal. "Take a look at the last entries." He flipped through the pages, his brow furrowing deeper with each one. When he was done, he closed the book and looked up at me. "Not good," he muttered. "The locals have stories about this area, old legends, about things that watch from the trees. Most people dismiss them as campfire tales, but..." He trailed off, his gaze drifting towards the forest. "Sometimes, the stories feel real." We set off shortly after. Sheriff Hayes joined us again, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a palpable tension. He was carrying a rifle now, slung over his shoulder, a stark reminder that we weren't just dealing with the wilderness anymore. We were dealing with something else, something unknown, something that made a seasoned lawman like Hayes bring a rifle to a missing person search. The faint tracks Sarah had left behind were still visible, though partially covered by fresh snowfall. Mason, with his years of experience, took the lead. He pointed out things I would have missed, a broken twig here, a patch of disturbed snow there. "Look here," he said, pointing to a low bush. A strip of fabric, blue fabric, was snagged on a thorn. A scarf, its edges frayed. She passed through here, but something made her hurry. He gestured to the way the tracks veered sharply, almost erratically. "This isn't someone walking with purpose." She was running. Running from what? Hayes asked, his grip on the rifle tightening. Mason didn't answer, but the look on his face said it all. The deeper we went into the forest, the more it felt like we were being swallowed whole. The towering pines stretched up towards the sky, their branches tangling together to form a thick canopy that blocked out most of the daylight. The air got colder, heavier, and the silence was broken only by the crunch of our boots in the snow and the occasional, lonely call of a bird somewhere far off. Then came the first real sign that something was seriously wrong. My GPS, which had been working fine just an hour ago, started to flicker. Then it died completely. I smacked it a couple of times, but it was no use. Just a blank, useless screen. "Same here," Mason said, holding up his own device. It was dead too. "This area has a way of messing with electronics," Hayes muttered, looking up at the trees. His eyes narrowed. He tried to sound rational, like he was explaining it away. "It's probably just interference. Magnetic fields, maybe." But the way he kept shifting his weight from one foot to the other, the way his hand never left the rifle, told me he didn't really believe it himself. We pressed on, and the feeling of unease just kept growing, like a knot in my stomach. The forest felt different now, like it was watching us. The shadows between the trees seemed too still, too deliberate. Once, I could have sworn I saw something move, a dark shape, darting between the trunks. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. "Did you see that?" I asked Mason, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't stop walking, but his voice was tight. "You'll see things out here. Best to keep moving." We found more signs of Sarah, a snapped branch here, a footprint partially preserved in the snow there, but no sign of her. No real clue as to why she had abandoned her camp so suddenly. By late afternoon, we reached a small clearing. Mason suggested we make camp there for the night. The sun was already starting to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the snow. As we set up our tents, Hayes paced the perimeter, his rifle never far from his hands. That night, the wilderness felt even more alive, more menacing. The wind carried strange whispers, low and indistinct, like the trees themselves were talking in their sleep. My unease from the previous night came back, stronger now, amplified by the isolation and the growing certainty that we were walking into something we didn't understand. After a dinner of cold rations, Mason started talking about those legends he mentioned earlier. "The locals call it the Watcher," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, barely audible above the crackling fire. "They say it's always been here, long before the first settlers. It doesn't hurt people, not directly, but it gets inside their heads, makes them see things, hear things, drives them away to where?" I asked, my throat suddenly dry. Mason shrugged. "No one knows. That's the thing about missing persons out here. They just vanish." Hayes scoffed, but the sound lacked conviction. "Legends are just that, legends. People get scared, they run, they make mistakes. The wilderness does the rest." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But Sarah's journal kept nagging at me. It's closer now. What had she seen? What had she felt? That night, I lay in my tent, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind rustled the branches, carrying with it the occasional creak of a tree trunk. I tried to focus on the mundane, to convince myself that everything we were experiencing had a rational explanation. But then, I heard it again, breathing. Slow, deliberate, and this time, it was coming from just outside my tent. My pulse hammered in my chest. I reached for my flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness as I unzipped the tent flap and stepped out. The campsite was still. Hayes' and Mason's tents were undisturbed, their occupants presumably asleep. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint, flickering orange light across the snow. But the breathing, it was gone. I scanned the perimeter, the flashlight beam dancing across the trees. There were no footprints in the snow, no sign that anything, or anyone, had been there. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the cold biting at my skin, my mind racing. Finally, I retreated to my tent, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. Something was toying with us. The next morning, Mason found something that sent a new wave of chill down my spine. About 20 yards from the campsite, carved into the bark of a tree, was a symbol. Simple, yet undeniably deliberate. A circle with a single line cutting through its center, like an eye staring back at us. Sarah didn't do this, Mason said, his voice low and grim. It's too precise. Then who did? Hayes demanded, his hand instinctively going to his rifle. Mason didn't answer. But the look on his face said enough. We packed up quickly and resumed our search, the air thick with unspoken tension. As we moved deeper into the wilderness, the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted, as if shaped by some unseen force. The snow beneath our feet was untouched, pristine, as if nothing had ever passed through here. And yet, the feeling of being watched never left us. It pressed against me, an invisible weight that grew heavier with every step. Sarah's journal had been right. Whatever it was closer now. We could feel it. The next morning, the forest was eerily quiet. Even the wind had died down, leaving the air unnervingly still. We packed up quickly, each of us moving with a kind of tense urgency that didn't need to be spoken aloud. Mason led the way, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any trace of Sarah. Hayes stayed close behind, his rifle cradled in his arms, ready. I brought up the rear, trying to shake off the persistent feeling that we were being followed. The path grew steeper as we ascended a ridgeline. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and twisted as though warped by time itself. Every now and then, Mason would pause, crouching to inspect the ground or a broken branch. His silence was starting to wear on me. Finally, I couldn't hold back any longer. "Mason," I said, keeping my voice low, "do you think she's still alive?" He didn't look up. "I don't know," he said quietly. "But I do know that something out here doesn't want us to find her." Hayes snorted. "You're letting those old stories get in your head," he said. But his grip on the rifle tightened, and I noticed him glancing over his shoulder more than once. By midday, we reached a narrow valley where the trees parted, revealing a series of jagged rock formations. Mason motioned for us to stop. "This is where her trail gets strange," he said, pointing to the ground. I followed his finger to a set of tracks, Sarah's boots, unmistakably. But they weren't moving forward. Instead, they circled back on themselves, looping in erratic patterns that made no sense. Why would she do that? I asked. Mason shook his head. She wouldn't. Not unless she was trying to confuse someone or something. Hayes muttered a curse under his breath. We're wasting time. Let's keep moving. But as we prepared to press on, Mason froze. His hand shot up in a silent command to stop. Do you hear that? He whispered. I strained my ears. At first, I heard nothing. But then faint and distant came a low, rhythmic sound. A hum. It was barely audible, more felt than heard, but it set my teeth on edge. What the hell is that? Hayes asked, his voice low and tight. Mason didn't answer. Instead, he started moving again, his steps more cautious now, his senses on high alert. The hum grew louder as we approached the rock formations, reverberating through the air like a vibration in the earth itself. And then, we saw it. A cave mouth, dark and jagged, hidden among the rocks. Sarah's backpack was propped against the entrance, as though she had left it there deliberately. This is it, Mason said grimly. The cave was colder than I expected, the air inside carrying a damp, metallic tang. Mason took the lead, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The beam illuminated walls covered in strange marks, scratches, and gouges that didn't look natural. She was here, Mason said, his voice echoing softly in the confined space. He pointed to a burnt-out fire pit and a pile of ashes. She stayed long enough to try to make herself safe. We searched the area, our footsteps crunching on the uneven ground. It wasn't long before we found more of Sarah's belongings, a water bottle, a torn notebook, and then, deeper in the cave, a small recording device. Do you think it works? Hayes asked as Mason picked it up. Only one way to find out, Mason replied. He pressed play. For a moment, there was only static. Then, a voice crackled through the speaker, Sarah's voice. The first part of the recording was calm, methodical. She described her observations, noting the wildlife and the weather, just like in her journal. But as the recording continued, her tone shifted. She spoke faster, her words laced with fear. It's watching me, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know what it is, but it's always there. I see it in the corner of my eye, but when I turn, it's gone. It's like it knows what I'm thinking. There was a pause, filled with the sound of her ragged breathing. I can't stay here, she continued, her voice rising in panic. I feel pulled, like it wants me to follow. I know I shouldn't, but I can't help it. I have to go. The recording ended abruptly, the static fading into silence. None of us spoke for a long moment. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air. What the hell does that mean? Hayes finally asked, his voice rough. Pulled by what? Mason didn't answer. He was staring at the shadows at the back of the cave, where the light from our flashlights couldn't reach. We left the cave in silence, our unease growing with every step. Outside, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley. As we prepared to head back to camp, we made a chilling discovery. Our supplies were gone. Backpacks, food, even Hayes' rifle case, all of it vanished. Except for one thing. Sarah's journal. It sat in the center of the clearing, open to a blank page that hadn't been there before. That's impossible, I muttered, picking it up. The paper was pristine, untouched by the elements. I flipped through the pages, half expecting something to appear, but there was nothing, just the unnerving blankness. Hayes swore under his breath. This isn't right, someone's messing with us. But Mason was staring at the journal, his face pale. No, he said quietly.
This isn't someone.
It's something. That night, none of us slept. The fire crackled weakly in the center of our camp, casting flickering shadows on the trees. The hum we had heard earlier seemed to have followed us, faint but persistent, like a low drone at the edge of hearing. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the trees, shapes that didn't belong. But every time I looked directly, there was nothing. Just the forest, dark and unyielding. Around midnight, Hayes stood abruptly, his face pale and drawn. I can't take this, he said, his voice strained. We're sitting ducks out here. We need to leave. Leave and go where? Mason asked. We're too far from the nearest town to make it by night. I don't care. Hayes snapped. Anything's better than staying here. Before Mason could respond, the hum grew louder, filling the air with a vibration that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The fire flickered violently, casting strange, distorted shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the hum stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. When morning finally came, we found fresh tracks leading away from the camp. They were faint, but unmistakable bare footprints, too large to be human. They weren't there last night. Whatever made them, it's still out there, Mason said grimly, his eyes scanning the trees. It's still out there, I echoed, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. We packed up what little we had left, following the tracks deeper into the wilderness. Every step felt heavier, the forest pressing in closer. The symbols we had seen before began to appear more frequently, carved into trees and rocks, as though marking a path. By the time we realized we were being led somewhere, it was too late to turn back. The tracks ended abruptly at the edge of another clearing. In the center stood a single tree, its bark covered in those same strange symbols. And hanging from one of its branches was something that made my blood run cold. Sarah's blue scarf. The hum returned, louder this time. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a presence pressing against us, suffocating in its intensity. I turned to look for Hayes, but he was gone. His rifle lay abandoned on the ground, the snow around it undisturbed. Where did he go? I demanded, my voice cracking under the strain. Mason didn't answer. He was staring at the tree, his face pale with terror. It's here, he whispered. Whatever it is, it's here. And then, the shadows moved, not like living beings, but as if the darkness itself was alive, twisting and folding in unnatural ways. Mason stood frozen, his eyes wide and unblinking, as he stared at the tree where Sarah's scarf hung. My pulse thundered in my ears, drowning out the eerie hum that had returned, louder than ever. Mason, I whispered, my voice trembling. We have to move. Now. He didn't respond, his gaze locked on the tree. The symbols carved into its bark seemed to glow faintly, their shapes shifting as though they were alive. I grabbed his arm, shaking him roughly. Mason. Finally, he blinked, his breathing shallow. It's trying to show us something, he murmured, his voice distant. I don't care what it's trying to do, I snapped. Hayes is gone. We're next if we stay here. But Mason didn't move. Instead, he took a slow, hesitant step toward the tree. Panic surged through me as I realized he was being drawn to it, just like Sarah's recording had described. the pull she felt. It was happening to him now. I stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Mason, snap out of it. Whatever this is, it's not Sarah. It's not helping us. He blinked again, as though waking from a trance, and took a shaky step back. The hum seemed to recede slightly, though the oppressive weight of the forest remained. The symbols on the tree stopped glowing, their faint light extinguished as quickly as it had appeared. "We need to get out of here," I said firmly, my voice barely steady. "You follow the tracks back to camp and figure out our next move." Mason nodded, his face pale. Together, we turned away from the clearing. But the sensation of being watched lingered, stronger than ever. The trek back to camp was agonizingly slow. Every step felt heavier, the air thick with an unshakable tension. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees towering like silent sentinels. The hum persisted, its pitch shifting slightly, as though it was watching us, studying us. "I don't understand," Mason said quietly as we walked. Hayes was right there. How could he just disappear? I didn't have an answer. My mind kept replaying the moment we'd found Sarah's scarf. Hayes had been standing beside me, his rifle in hand. I'd turned away for only a second, and when I looked back, he was gone. "We'll stick together," I said finally. "No matter what, we don't split up." Mason nodded, but his expression was grim. He knew, as well as I did, that sticking together might not be enough. When we finally reached the camp, it was as if we'd stepped into another world. The fire pit was cold, the embers from the night before completely extinguished. Our tents were untouched, but there was something wrong about the scene, something I couldn't quite place. "Do you feel that?" Mason asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded. The air was different here, thicker somehow, as though the forest itself was pressing down on us. And then, I saw it, another symbol, carved into the trunk of a tree just beyond the camp. It was the same design as before, a circle with a single line through its center. "They're following us," I muttered, a chill running down my spine. Mason didn't respond. He was staring at the ground, his expression one of dawning horror. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. There, in the snow, were more footprints, bare, human-like, but impossibly large. They circled the camp in a chaotic pattern, overlapping and crisscrossing, as though whoever, or whatever had made them, had been pacing for hours. "They weren't here when we left," Mason said. "Something's been watching you, waiting." We decided to keep moving. Staying in one place felt like an invitation to whatever was out there. The tracks led deeper into the forest, their chaotic pattern giving way to a more deliberate path. It was as though we were being led somewhere. "This is a bad idea," Mason said as we followed the trail. "We don't know what we're walking into." "I know," I replied. "But if there's any chance Sarah is alive." He didn't argue, but his silence spoke volumes. The trees grew denser as we walked, their branches intertwining above us to block out the fading light. The hum grew louder, its pitch rising and falling in a way that made my skin crawl. And then, just ahead, I saw it, a faint glow emanating from somewhere deeper in the forest. "What is that?" Mason whispered. "I don't know," I said, my voice hoarse. "But I think we're about to find out." The glow led us to another clearing, smaller than the first but no less unsettling. In the center stood a structure, an ancient stone arch, weathered and covered in moss. Symbols, identical to the ones we'd seen before, were carved into its surface, their faint light casting eerie shadows across the snow. Mason and I exchanged a glance. Neither of us wanted to approach, but the pull was stronger now, an invisible force urging us forward. Against my better judgment, I stepped closer, my flashlight illuminating the arch's intricate carvings. "This isn't natural," Mason said, his voice tight. "This shouldn't be here." Before I could respond, the hum reached a deafening crescendo, and the ground beneath us trembled. I staggered back, my flashlight flickering wildly, and then, through the arch, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was Sarah. Or at least, it looked like her. She stood just beyond the arch, her figure bathed in the strange glow. Her expression was vacant, her eyes unfocused, as though she wasn't entirely there. "Sarah," I called out, my voice cracking. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned slowly, walking away from the arch and disappearing into the trees. "We have to go after her," I said, taking a step toward the arch. Mason grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Don't," he hissed. "That's not her." I hesitated, torn between the fear coursing through me and the possibility that Sarah might still be alive. The figure didn't move, her expression unchanging. "You came for me," she said, her tone almost pleading, but flat, lifeless. "Don't leave me." "She's dead," Mason said, his voice cracking. "Whatever that is, it's not Sarah." I looked at him, at the raw fear in his eyes. He was right. This wasn't Sarah. It was something else, something using her image to draw us in. But why? And then, I understood, it was feeding. The presence thrived on fear, despair, and doubt. Every step we took, every moment we hesitated, it grew stronger. It didn't need to kill us, it just needed to break us. I straightened, forcing myself to think clearly. If it wanted us to follow, it meant we had a choice. We could resist. But we needed to act quickly, before it consumed us entirely. "Mason," I said, my voice low and firm, "we're not playing its game anymore. We're leaving." He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Leave? How? It won't let us. We survive. It doesn't control us," I said, trying to convince myself as much as him. "It manipulates, it tricks, but it doesn't own us. We walk away, and we don't look back. And if we're wrong?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Instead, I turned away from the figure by the lake, from the symbols, and the endless pull of the presence, and started walking. The forest didn't want us to leave. The path back seemed to shift with every step, the trees closing in, the gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The hum returned, louder and more erratic, filling the air with vibrations that made my teeth ache. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, always just out of reach. But we kept walking. Mason was silent, his face set in grim determination. I could feel the presence pressing against us, trying to worm its way into our minds. It whispered doubts, memories, fears, anything to make us stop. I gritted my teeth, focusing on each step, refusing to let it win. And then, suddenly, the trees parted. We stumbled into another clearing, smaller than the one with the lake, but no less surreal. In the center was a tree, its bark covered in the same glowing symbols. But this time, there was something else, or a body. It was Hayes. His face was frozen in an expression of pure terror, his eyes wide and unseeing. Around him, the snow was undisturbed, as though he'd simply dropped dead where he stood. Mason cursed under his breath, his voice shaking. "We have to go," he said. "No." But something caught my eye, a small, leather, bound journal clutched in Hayes's stiff hand. Against my better judgment, I reached for it, prying it free with trembling fingers. The pages were filled with frantic, scribbled writing, but one line stood out, repeated over and over, "It knows you see it." The hum grew deafening as we left the clearing, its vibrations sinking into my chest. The forest blurred around us, the trees twisting and warping, as though we were walking through a nightmare. Mason stumbled beside me, his breathing ragged. But we didn't stop. When the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, I almost collapsed in relief. The hum faded, the shadows receding as the light washed over the forest. We had made it. At least, we thought we had. The town came into view hours later, its small, snow-covered buildings a welcome sight after the endless terror of the woods. But something was wrong. The streets were empty, the windows dark. It was as if the place had been abandoned. "What now?" Mason asked, his voice hollow. I didn't have an answer. My gaze drifted to the edge of the forest, where the trees loomed like a wall. The presence was still there. I could feel it watching, waiting. And then I saw them footprints, leading from the forest to the edge of the town. They were bare, impossibly large, and they stopped just a few feet from where we stood. "It's not over," I said, my voice barely audible. Mason didn't respond. He didn't need to. We both knew the truth. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a predator, and it would always be watching. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of the forest in the corner of my eye. For just a moment, the trees seemed to shift, forming a shape, a figure standing perfectly still, its hollow eyes fixed on me. I gotta tell, it's been eating at me for a decade, this memory that just won't let go. It's about this crazy trip I took with my friends to an abandoned logging camp in the Alaskan wilderness. It was the summer of 2005, and we were all fresh out of college, ready for adventure. My buddy Mark was obsessed with this old logging camp he'd found on some ancient maps. He was convinced it was this untouched piece of history, just waiting to be explored. "It'll be epic," Mark kept saying, his eyes all lit up. Just us, the mountains, and a whole camp to ourselves. The camp was way out in the middle of nowhere, accessible only by this overgrown mining road that cut through miles of forest. The logging companies had given up on the place decades ago. The trees were too big, too remote, not worth the effort. They just left everything behind. Mark had found it while researching for his history degree, and he was determined to see it for himself. He'd already convinced his girlfriend, Julie, to go with him, and now he was trying to rope us in. "Come on, it'll be an adventure," he pleaded. "Think about it, we'll be the first people there in over 50 years. Julie looked a bit hesitant, but she was smiling at Mark like he was the only guy in the world. Our friend Steve, though, wasn't buying it. "You're crazy, man," he said, shaking his head. "Why would we hike all that way just to see some abandoned shed?" "It's more than a shed," Mark insisted. "There are bunkhouses, equipment, even an old steam locomotive." Steve still wasn't convinced, but Jakin and I were starting to get interested. As Julie and Mark debated, I looked up at the Alaskan night sky. The stars were incredible, brighter than I'd ever seen them before. Maybe it was the wilderness vibe, but suddenly, the idea didn't seem so crazy anymore. "Look, you really think it's still there?" Jake asked. "Couldn't it have collapsed or rotted away by now?" Mark shrugged. Who knows? Even if the camp is gone, think of the hike. When's the last time any of us did something like this? I felt this restlessness wash over me. We'd just graduated, and the future was looming: job hunting, rent payments, the whole 9 yards. I don't know about you guys, I said, but I'd rather try to find some abandoned locomotive than start filling out job applications. Jake laughed. All right, I'm in. Let's do this, Steve groaned, but he finally gave in. Fine, he said. But if we get eaten by bears, I'm blaming you. Mark. We spent the next week planning and gathering gear. Mark was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. And the way he was looking at Julie, it was clear this trip was about more than just exploring some old camp. Early one Saturday morning, we loaded up Mark's SUV and headed for the mountains. As we left the paved roads behind, I felt a mix of excitement and doubt. Were we really cut out for this? The mining road was rough, but Mark's SUV handled it like a champ. We bumped along for miles, the forest getting denser and denser. No turning back now, Jake said, and I could hear the nervousness in his voice. As the sun started to set, Julie asked, "Shouldn't we camp soon?" But Mark was determined to keep going. We drove on, headlights cutting through the darkness until we finally emerged into a clearing. And there it was, the abandoned logging camp. It was incredible. This huge barn-like structure, bathed in moonlight. We just sat there, speechless, taking it all in. We were the first people to see this place in decades. We reached the logging camp in the late afternoon. The shadows from the trees were already getting long, but we could still see the whole place clearly. Jake let out a low whistle as he took in the sight of the decaying buildings. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "It really is still here." There were 3 big bunkhouses, a massive barn, and a bunch of rusted machinery scattered around. At the far end, we could see the metal frame of a steam locomotive, half hidden by bushes and weeds. "Told you guys this would be epic," Mark said, grinning. "Now let's find a spot to set up camp before it gets dark." We drove to a flat area near the trees and unloaded our gear. The air was damp, and mosquitoes were swarming around us like crazy. "These things are vicious," Steve complained, swatting at his neck. "Mark, there better not be mosquitoes like this the whole time we're out here." Mark just laughed. "We're in their territory now. Just keep spraying that bug spray." Once the tents were up, we went to gather firewood. The woods were quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. It already felt different from any other place I'd been. Steve got a fire going in a stone fire pit, and we huddled around it as the sun went down. We ate our simple dinner of beans and hot dogs, feeling the warmth of the flames chase away the evening chill. "To adventure," Mark said, raising his tin cup of whiskey. We clinked our cups together and laughed. The whiskey warmed me up from the inside, and soon we were swapping stories and jokes. Mark kept scooting closer to Julie on the log they were sharing, and she was leaning into him with a smile. Seeing them like that made me miss my own girlfriend back home. "All right, I gotta know," Jake said, turning to Mark. "How'd you convince Julie to come out to this abandoned camp with you?" Julie blushed, and Mark grinned. "Let's just say I can be very persuasive. I just asked her to go on a crazy adventure with me," Mark said, giving Julie a quick kiss. Who could say no to that? "Well, I think Julie needs to be checked for insanity," Steve joked. We all laughed. but there was still this underlying tension. We were out in the middle of nowhere, after all. As the fire died down, I started to feel exhausted. We'd been driving and hiking all day, and my sleeping bag was calling my name. "Good night, guys," I said, yawning. I crawled into my tent and snuggled into my sleeping bag. The nylon walls of the tent crinkled in the breeze, and the voices of my friends faded away as I drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of laughter coming from the campfire. The woods were bathed in moonlight, and I could hear my friends still chatting and joking. I smiled to myself, feeling happy and comforted, and drifted back to sleep. The next morning was damp and grey. A thick mist hung between the trees, muffling all sound. I quickly pulled on my boots and jacket, eager to get to the fire. My friends were already up, huddled around a small fire Steve had rekindled. We drank our instant coffee, shivering in the morning chill. "So, what's the plan today?" Julie asked. Mark blew on his hands and looked towards the old buildings. "I want to check out those bunkhouses and see if there's any equipment left inside." Steve groaned. "You mean we have to move? Can't we just sit by the fire all day?" "Come on, we didn't come all this way just to sit around," Mark said. We finished our coffee and followed him across the clearing. Our boots crunched on the gravel and broken glass as we approached the dilapidated bunkhouse. The front door creaked open, revealing a large room filled with debris. "This must have been where the workers lived," Mark said, his voice echoing in the empty space. The bunk beds were falling apart, and there were no mattresses or blankets. An old wood stove stood against one wall, covered in dust and cobwebs. "No one's cleaned this place in a long time," I said, running my finger through the grime on a windowsill. Julie wandered over to a shelf filled with cracked dishes and cups. "Strange to think people used to wake up here every morning, make coffee, go to work," she said. "All these years later, just left exactly as it was," Steve added. He scratched at some peeling paint on the wall. Mark peered into a locker. "Wonder if these would still fit any of us," he said, grinning. Jake was looking at an old typewriter on a desk. Scattered around were weathered notebooks. "Looks like these were the loggers' daily reports," he said. "This one is dated August 13th, 1949. Says, cut down 25 spruce today, mostly young growth. Mosquitoes fierce near the ridge." He trailed off, carefully turning the pages. A strange silence fell over the room as we imagined the workers writing by lantern light, swatting mosquitoes. Their daily lives recorded in these crumbling notebooks. I noticed some old photos on the wall. They were black and white pictures of lumberjacks posing with huge logs. "Tough-looking bunch," I commented. Mark nodded. "They had to be. To work in these conditions every day." I stared at their weathered faces, trying to picture them sitting around at the end of a long day, playing cards and smoking. They were just ghosts now, captured in these fading photographs. "Crazy how this was all just left behind," Steve said. Julie shivered. "It does kind of feel like we're trespassing, seeing all this." We were quiet again, thinking about the people who had lived and worked here. A half-played chessboard on an overturned barrel, initials carved into a bedpost, stacks of old newspapers, echoes of lives long gone. "We should probably get moving," Mark said, breaking the silence. "Still more to explore out there." I took one last look around the gloomy room before following my friends back outside. As we walked, I glanced back at our tents. Something about the campsite looked different. I stopped and turned to get a better look. There, among the trees surrounding our tents, were strange markings carved into the trunks. "Hey guys, check this out," I said, pointing. "What is it?" Jake asked. "There's something carved on those trees near our tents. Can't really make it out from here, but it looks weird." We walked over to get a closer look. As we got nearer, the markings became clearer. They were definitely not natural. Intricate symbols and lines had been carved into several of the tree trunks. "Whoa, these are creepy looking," Steve said, leaning in to examine one. It looked vaguely Celtic, with loops and spirals gouged deep into the bark. Mark ran his hand over another symbol, a circle with a line through it. "These almost look like runes or something," he said, glancing around uneasily. "Were these here when we arrived yesterday?" I shook my head. I don't remember seeing any strange markings. I think I would have noticed something like this near our tents. We exchanged nervous glances. The forest suddenly felt a lot more ominous. Who could have done this overnight? And what did the strange symbols mean? Maybe it was another camping group passing through, Julie suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. Mark examined a few more of the marked trunks. "I don't know. These look pretty deliberately carved. Not just some random vandalism." The symbols gave me an uneasy feeling, like we were being watched. I half expected to see someone peering out from behind the trees, but all was still and silent. "Fan out, guys," Mark said. "Let's see if there are any more around here." We spread out, searching for more markings. "Found another one over here," Jake called out. We gathered around the deeply etched symbol he was examining. It was a simple circle with a diagonal line through it, different from the Celtic-looking ones. "This is really strange," I muttered. "Who would come all the way out here just to do this?" Mark shook his head. "I know. I was excited to find this camp. But I can't imagine another group hiking all the way out here just to carve up trees." We kept searching and found more carved trunks, leading away from our campsite and into the dense forest. They seemed to follow a winding path. I felt a shiver run down my spine as we passed a birch tree etched with a symbol that looked like a spider. Something about these markings disturbed me, like a warning sign in an ancient language. "Guys, I don't like this," Julie said, her voice trembling. "It's like someone was leaving a trail right to our campsite." "Yeah, this is all really creepy," Steve agreed. "Any chance this is your idea of a prank, Mark?" Mark held up his hands. "You really think I'd sneak around carving spooky symbols on trees? This wasn't us." That only deepened the mystery. We were miles from any roads or trails. Was someone else out here in these remote woods? The whole atmosphere felt different now, charged with an unsettling energy. I wanted to pack up and leave, but at the same time, I was captivated by the strange symbols. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were clues to something bigger. Even if my rational mind resisted such thoughts, Mark pulled out his hatchet and tapped it against a tree trunk. "You know, I'd like to follow this trail a bit and see where it leads. Maybe we can figure out who's doing this." Steve looked like he was about to bolt.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
"Maybe we should just leave it alone." "I'm with Steve," Julie said, her face pale. "This feels wrong. Let's just go." Mark looked at Jake and me, his eyebrows raised. I understood Julie's fear, but the mystery was too tempting to ignore. "I say we see where the trail leads." I said, ignoring Julie's worried sigh. As long as we stick together and stay alert. But no splitting up, Mark grinned. You got it. We'll track this just a bit, and see if we can spot anyone else out here. With Jake and me on board, Steve reluctantly agreed to come along. Safety in numbers, I guess. I could tell Julie was nervous as we followed the trail deeper into the shadowy forest, but she stayed close to Mark, her jaw set in determination. The next day was clear and cold, but the chill I felt wasn't just from the weather. It was the lingering fear from the night before. Despite that, I decided to try and go about my normal routine. I needed to check on that tree I'd tried to cut down, maybe try to chop down a new one. With a determined stride, I headed out, axe in hand. As I approached the tree from yesterday, I saw that the dark red sap was still oozing from the cut, staining the ground beneath it. I couldn't help but touch it, half expecting it to have turned back to normal sap. But it was still warm, sticky, and metallic smelling. A rustle in the underbrush made me turn around. I expected to see a squirrel or a bird, but instead, I found myself staring into the eyes of a deer. Eyes that should have been brown were glowing bright red. Just like the entity from the night before, I froze. The deer didn't move. It just stared at me with those unnerving red eyes. And it wasn't alone. A rabbit hopped out from the bushes, its eyes glowing red too. A bird landed on a branch overhead, its eyes also burning red. The forest was silent, except for the pounding of my heart in my ears. I took a step back, dropping the axe. The animals didn't run away like they normally would. They just watched me, their red eyes unwavering. I felt a mix of fear and fascination as I slowly backed away and returned to the tower. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, had become something alien, something unknown. Back in the safety of the tower, my hands were shaking as I reached for the radio. I dialed the frequency for Sam. "Sam, you there?" I asked, my voice shaky. There was a pause, then Sam's gruff voice came over the static. "Yeah, Jake, I'm here. What's up?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Sam, I need you to listen, okay? I need you to really listen to what I'm about to say." There was another pause, and then Sam's voice, slightly amused, came back. "Okay, Jake, you've got my attention. What's going on?" I gripped the radio tighter, as if to give myself strength. "It started with the moon," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's been hanging low, lower than I've ever seen it before. And it's not its usual color. It's crimson, Sam. Like blood." Silence. For a moment, I thought the connection had been lost. Then Sam's voice crackled back. "A red moon, huh? Could be an atmospheric thing." I cut him off, urgency rising in my voice. "That's not all, Sam. The trees, they're bleeding." I tried to cut one down, and it oozed dark red sap. "And the animals, their eyes are red." Again, silence. I could practically hear Sam trying to make sense of what I was saying. "And then, there's something out there, Sam," I added, my voice dropping to a whisper. "It comes at night. Glowing red eyes in the dark. It's been watching me every night." Sam's voice came back, full of disbelief. "Jake, are you sure you're okay out there? You've been alone for weeks. It can play tricks on your mind, you know." "I'm not crazy, Sam," I said, a flicker of anger mixing with my fear. "Something's happening here. The forest, it's changing." Sam chuckled, a deep, warm sound that usually calmed me down. "But not today. Jake, you've been out there alone for a while now. It's normal to see things differently. I'm not imagining things, I insisted, but there was a tremor in my voice that betrayed my uncertainty. Sam was silent for a moment, then he spoke more gently. Look, Jake, why don't you take the rest of the day off? Get some rest. And remember, it's just a forest. Nothing more. With that, he signed off. I sat there, staring at the radio, his words echoing in my head. As the crimson moon rose again, casting its eerie glow over the landscape, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I couldn't shake off the disturbing encounters of the day. The entity was coming back tonight. I was sure of it. And just as the thought crossed my mind, I saw it. The familiar red glow at the edge of the forest. There they were, the pair of red eyes, glowing brighter against the blood-red backdrop of the moon. But tonight, they weren't alone. There was a shape accompanying the eyes, slowly materializing from the shadows. It was tall, at least 7 feet tall, and humanoid, but with distorted proportions. Its arms were too long, its body too thin. Its head turned upwards, towards the tower, and I instinctively stepped back. But I couldn't look away. I saw its face, or rather, the absence of one. There were no discernible features, just those glowing red eyes. It was like looking into a void. As I watched from the tower, the entity started moving. Its movements were unnervingly smooth and silent. It didn't walk, it glided, covering the ground between the forest and the tower with unnatural ease. For a brief moment, it stopped right underneath the tower, its gaze fixed upwards, piercing through the wooden floor and through me. It was as though it could see right into my soul. It stayed there for what felt like an eternity, watching, waiting. Then, as abruptly as it arrived, the entity retreated, its form dissolving into the darkness. The glowing eyes were the last to disappear, a haunting reminder of its presence. I was left alone once more, collapsing onto my cot, the image of the faceless entity seared into my mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I watched the vibrant colors of the day surrender to the crimson hues of the night. My heart raced, not with anticipation, but with fear. I knew what was coming, and for the first time since I started this job, I dreaded the night. But I had made up my mind. I couldn't live in fear, hiding in this tower every night. I needed answers. I needed to face whatever it was that lurked in the shadows. Inside the tower, I prepared myself. I picked up my flashlight, testing the beam against the floor. Then, I grabbed the flare gun. It was an old model, part of the emergency kit, never meant to be used against whatever that thing was. But it was the only weapon I had. I checked the flare gun, making sure it was loaded. I had a single shot. I didn't even know what I was hoping to achieve. As darkness finally enveloped the landscape, I watched the forest. I waited, my eyes scanning the edge of the trees for the familiar red glow. And sure enough, it appeared. The pair of red eyes, glowing brightly in the darkness, accompanied by the tall, ominous silhouette. But tonight, I wasn't going to hide. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and the flare gun, took a deep breath, and stepped out onto the tower's balcony. There it was, looking up at me, watching and waiting. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the fear that snaked its way up my spine. My heart pounded as I took one last look at the safety of the tower. Then, mustering every bit of courage I had, I descended the steps. Each step brought me closer to the entity. I could feel its gaze on me, an unsettling focus that seemed to pierce through the darkness. It was watching me approach, but it made no move to react. I was a few yards away now, the tower at my back, the entity before me. This was it. With a determined stride, I stepped onto the crimson, tinged ground. The entity was only a few paces away. I could see it clearly now, its faceless form, its elongated arms, and those haunting red eyes. Holding my breath, I raised my flashlight and shone the beam directly at it. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the entity. It didn't react, remaining eerily still even as the light washed over it. Up close, it was even more unnerving. Its form seemed to shift and ripple, like an illusion wavering at the edge of reality. Ignoring the chill of fear crawling up my spine, I raised my free hand, the one holding the flare gun. "Can you understand me?" I called out, my voice echoing through the silent forest. The entity didn't respond, but it didn't retreat either. "I don't want to hurt you," I continued, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I just want to understand. What are you? Why are you here?" Still no response, just the unblinking crimson eyes staring back at me. The silence stretched on, becoming a palpable presence between us. I clenched the flare gun tighter, my fingers trembling. I took one last breath, feeling the cold Alaskan air fill my lungs. There was a moment of hesitation, a split second, where I questioned if I was doing the right thing. But then the entity shifted, its form rippling in the harsh light. It felt like a silent provocation, a threat. It was enough to shatter my doubt. With a newfound resolve, I pulled the trigger of the flare gun. The gun kicked back with a roar, breaking the silence. The flare soared through the air, arcing towards the entity. The light from the flare illuminated the surrounding area, turning the forest into a surreal landscape of reds and blacks. As the light dimmed, I squinted through the dissipating smoke, my heart hammering in my chest. The entity stood there, seemingly unaffected. The flare had done nothing more than create a temporary light show. But there was something different now. The entity was no longer still. It stirred, a slow, deliberate movement that sent shivers down my spine. Its glowing eyes seemed to burn brighter, a piercing red gaze that locked onto me. In the silence of the aftermath, I realized that the entity hadn't retreated. Instead, it had begun to move towards me. I stood there, the spent flare gun in my hand, feeling suddenly vulnerable. Had I made a mistake? As the entity glided towards me, smooth and silent, a wave of terror washed over me. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Its movements were slow, almost methodical, drawing out the tension. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. It was close now, so close I could almost touch it. But it didn't attack. It just stopped, hovering a few feet away, its luminous gaze fixed on mine. Then, in a moment that made my heart skip a beat, it shifted again. Its form flickered and distorted, becoming even more indistinct. It was as if it was trying to communicate in a language I didn't understand. A chill ran down my spine as I waited for it to make the next move. But it didn't. It just watched me, a silent observer in the crimson night. After what felt like hours, the entity began to retreat. Its form slowly dissolved into the darkness until only the red eyes remained. And then they too faded away, leaving me alone in the crimson, lit forest. As I stood there, the adrenaline fading, I realized I was shaking. With a shuddering breath, I lowered the flashlight. The encounter had left me with more questions than answers. What was the entity? Why was it here? Why hadn't it harmed me? With dawn still hours away, I turned back towards the tower. My legs felt like jelly, and it took all my strength to climb the stairs. Once inside, I collapsed onto the cot, exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. Those glowing red eyes seared into my memory. For a moment, I considered calling Sam again, telling him about what had happened. But I stopped myself, knowing it would be useless. Sam hadn't believed me the first time. Why would he now? Besides, I couldn't find the words to describe what I had just experienced. Hours passed, and the adrenaline wore off, replaced by fatigue. But sleep remained elusive. Every sound from the forest below made me jump. The usual nighttime noises now seemed menacing. As the night deepened, I decided to step back out onto the balcony. A breeze rustled through the treetops, the sound eerily soothing. I gazed out into the forest, my flashlight casting a narrow beam into the darkness. I saw nothing unusual. The glowing red eyes were gone. The entity was absent. Was it truly gone? Or was it just lurking in the shadows, watching from a distance? Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a distant howl. I tensed, shining my flashlight towards the sound. But it was just a wolf, its eyes glowing in the beam. But they weren't red. They were their normal color. Was the forest returning to normal? Or was this just the calm before another storm? As the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had made it through the night. The forest, for now, seemed calm. The animals were behaving naturally, and the entity was nowhere to be seen. There was a sense of normalcy, and I clung to it, seeking comfort in the familiar sights and sounds. Despite what had happened, I had a job to do. With the coming of daylight, my fear subsided enough to let me focus on my work. I spent the day in the tower, scanning the forest for any signs of fire. But as the day progressed, I couldn't help but remember the bleeding trees. I decided to venture back into the forest, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. The axe felt heavy in my hand as I approached a small tree. My palms sweated as I remembered the dark red sap from the day before. I made a small cut, bracing myself for what might come. But instead of the eerie red sap, the tree bud clear, normal sap. Relief flooded me. It was as if the forest had returned to its natural state. The animals behaved normally, the trees bled clear sap, and the entity was nowhere to be seen. Yet, as the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The entity could return. I knew that. The quiet day might just be a deceptive pause. As darkness blanketed the forest, I watched with bated breath. I was bracing for the same crimson hue, the same menacing glow. But tonight, the moon looked normal. It hung high in the sky, bathing the forest in its soft, natural light. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their forms casting long, ordinary shadows. The forest was beautiful, calm, almost serene. Hours passed with no sign of the entity. No glowing red eyes, no ominous form. A sense of relief washed over me. Maybe it was over. Maybe the entity had moved on. Or maybe it was never really there at all. Could it have been a figment of my imagination? A trick of the light? The thought was comforting, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. Despite the tranquility, I couldn't shake off the lingering fear. The entity's absence didn't mean it was gone. It might return tonight, tomorrow, or any other night. The uncertainty kept me on edge, but for now, all I could do was appreciate the peace. For the first time since starting this job, I truly took in the beauty of the wilderness around me, the tranquil night, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, all wrapped in the soft, silver glow of the moon. The night passed without incident. No red sap, no glowing eyes, no mysterious entity, just a normal night in a remote fire watchtower in Alaska. I gotta tell, it's been eating at me for a decade, this memory that just won't let go. It's about this crazy trip I took with my friends to an abandoned logging camp in the Alaskan wilderness. It was the summer of 2005, and we were all fresh out of college, ready for adventure. My buddy Mark was obsessed with this old logging camp he'd found on some ancient maps. He was convinced it was this untouched piece of history, just waiting to be explored. It'll be epic, Mark kept saying, his eyes all lit up. Just us, the mountains, and a whole camp to ourselves. The camp was way out in the middle of nowhere, accessible only by this overgrown mining road that cut through miles of forest. The logging companies had given up on the place decades ago. The trees were too big, too remote, not worth the effort. They just left everything behind. Mark had found it while researching for his history degree, and he was determined to see it for himself. He'd already convinced his girlfriend, Julie, to go with him, and now he was trying to rope us in. "Come on, it'll be an adventure," he pleaded. "Think about it, we'll be the first people there in over 50 years. Julie looked a bit hesitant, but she was smiling at Mark like he was the only guy in the world. Our friend Steve, though, wasn't buying it. "You're crazy, man," he said, shaking his head. "Why would we hike all that way just to see some abandoned shed?" "It's more than a shed," Mark insisted. "There are bunkhouses, equipment, even an old steam locomotive." Steve still wasn't convinced, but Jakin and I were starting to get interested. As Julie and Mark debated, I looked up at the Alaskan night sky. The stars were incredible, brighter than I'd ever seen them before. Maybe it was the wilderness vibe, but suddenly, the idea didn't seem so crazy anymore. "Look, you really think it's still there?" Jake asked. "Couldn't it have collapsed or rotted away by now?" Mark shrugged. "Who knows? Even if the camp is gone, think of the hike. When's the last time any of us did something like this?" I felt this restlessness wash over me. We'd just graduated, and the future was looming: job hunting, rent payments, the whole 9 yards. "I don't know about you guys," I said, "but I'd rather try to find some abandoned locomotive than start filling out job applications." Jake laughed. "All right, I'm in. Let's do this," Steve groaned, but he finally gave in. "Fine," he said. "But if we get eaten by bears, I'm blaming you." Mark. We spent the next week planning and gathering gear. Mark was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. And the way he was looking at Julie, it was clear this trip was about more than just exploring some old camp. Early one Saturday morning, we loaded up Mark's SUV and headed for the mountains. As we left the paved roads behind, I felt a mix of excitement and doubt. Were we really cut out for this? The mining road was rough, but Mark's SUV handled it like a champ. We bumped along for miles, the forest getting denser and denser. "No turning back now," Jake said, and I could hear the nervousness in his voice. As the sun started to set, Julie asked, "Shouldn't we camp soon?" But Mark was determined to keep going. We drove on, headlights cutting through the darkness until we finally emerged into a clearing. And there it was, the abandoned logging camp. It was incredible. This huge barn-like structure, bathed in moonlight. We just sat there, speechless, taking it all in. We were the first people to see this place in decades. We reached the logging camp in the late afternoon. The shadows from the trees were already getting long, but we could still see the whole place clearly. Jake let out a low whistle as he took in the sight of the decaying buildings. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "It really is still here." There were 3 big bunkhouses, a massive barn, and a bunch of rusted machinery scattered around. At the far end, we could see the metal frame of a steam locomotive, half hidden by bushes and weeds. "Told you guys this would be epic," Mark said, grinning. "Now let's find a spot to set up camp before it gets dark." We drove to a flat area near the trees and unloaded our gear. The air was damp, and mosquitoes were swarming around us like crazy. "These things are vicious," Steve complained, swatting at his neck. "Mark, there better not be mosquitoes like this the whole time we're out here." Mark just laughed. "We're in their territory now. Just keep spraying that bug spray." Once the tents were up, we went to gather firewood. The woods were quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. It already felt different from any other place I'd been. Steve got a fire going in a stone fire pit, and we huddled around it as the sun went down. We ate our simple dinner of beans and hot dogs, feeling the warmth of the flames chase away the evening chill. "To adventure," Mark said, raising his tin cup of whiskey. We clinked our cups together and laughed. The whiskey warmed me up from the inside, and soon we were swapping stories and jokes. Mark kept scooting closer to Julie on the log they were sharing, and she was leaning into him with a smile. Seeing them like that made me miss my own girlfriend back home. "All right, I gotta know," Jake said, turning to Mark. "How'd you convince Julie to come out to this abandoned camp with you?" Julie blushed, and Mark grinned. "Let's just say I can be very persuasive. I just asked her to go on a crazy adventure with me," Mark said, giving Julie a quick kiss. Who could say no to that? "Well, I think Julie needs to be checked for insanity," Steve joked. We all laughed, but there was still this underlying tension. We were out in the middle of nowhere, after all. As the fire died down, I started to feel exhausted. We'd been driving and hiking all day, and my sleeping bag was calling my name. "Good night, guys," I said, yawning. I crawled into my tent and snuggled into my sleeping bag. The nylon walls of the tent crinkled in the breeze, and the voices of my friends faded away as I drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of laughter coming from the campfire. The woods were bathed in moonlight, and I could hear my friends still chatting and joking. I smiled to myself, feeling happy and comforted, and drifted back to sleep. The next morning was damp and grey. A thick mist hung between the trees, muffling all sound. I quickly pulled on my boots and jacket, eager to get to the fire. My friends were already up, huddled around a small fire Steve had rekindled. We drank our instant coffee, shivering in the morning chill. "So, what's the plan today?" Julie asked. Mark blew on his hands and looked towards the old buildings. "I want to check out those bunkhouses and see if there's any equipment left inside." Steve groaned. "You mean we have to move? Can't we just sit by the fire all day?" "Come on, we didn't come all this way just to sit around," Mark said. We finished our coffee and followed him across the clearing. Our boots crunched on the gravel and broken glass as we approached the dilapidated bunkhouse. The front door creaked open, revealing a large room filled with debris. "This must have been where the workers lived," Mark said, his voice echoing in the empty space. The bunk beds were falling apart, and there were no mattresses or blankets. An old wood stove stood against one wall, covered in dust and cobwebs. "No one's cleaned this place in a long time," I said, running my finger through the grime on a windowsill. Julie wandered over to a shelf filled with cracked dishes and cups. "Strange to think people used to wake up here every morning, make coffee, go to work," she said. "All these years later, just left exactly as it was," Steve added. He scratched at some peeling paint on the wall. Mark peered into a locker. "Wonder if these would still fit any of us," he said, grinning. Jake was looking at an old typewriter on a desk. Scattered around were weathered notebooks. "Looks like these were the loggers' daily reports," he said. "This one is dated August 13th, 1949. Says, cut down 25 spruce today, mostly young growth. Mosquitoes fierce near the ridge." He trailed off, carefully turning the pages. A strange silence fell over the room as we imagined the workers writing by lantern light, swatting mosquitoes. Their daily lives recorded in these crumbling notebooks. I noticed some old photos on the wall. They were black and white pictures of lumberjacks posing with huge logs. "Tough-looking bunch," I commented. Mark nodded. "They had to be. To work in these conditions every day." I stared at their weathered faces, trying to picture them sitting around at the end of a long day, playing cards and smoking. They were just ghosts now, captured in these fading photographs. "Crazy how this was all just left behind," Steve said. Julie shivered. "It does kind of feel like we're trespassing, seeing all this." We were quiet again, thinking about the people who had lived and worked here. A half-played chessboard on an overturned barrel, initials carved into a bedpost, stacks of old newspapers, echoes of lives long gone. "We should probably get moving," Mark said, breaking the silence. "Still more to explore out there." I took one last look around the gloomy room before following my friends back outside. As we walked, I glanced back at our tents. Something about the campsite looked different. I stopped and turned to get a better look. There, among the trees surrounding our tents, were strange markings carved into the trunks. "Hey guys, check this out," I said, pointing. "What is it?" Jake asked. "There's something carved on those trees near our tents. Can't really make it out from here, but it looks weird." We walked over to get a closer look. As we got nearer, the markings became clearer. They were definitely not natural. Intricate symbols and lines had been carved into several of the tree trunks. "Whoa, these are creepy looking," Steve said, leaning in to examine one. It looked vaguely Celtic, with loops and spirals gouged deep into the bark. Mark ran his hand over another symbol, a circle with a line through it. "These almost look like runes or something," he said, glancing around uneasily. "Were these here when we arrived yesterday?" I shook my head. "I don't remember seeing any strange markings. I think I would have noticed something like this near our tents." We exchanged nervous glances. The forest suddenly felt a lot more ominous. Who could have done this overnight? And what did the strange symbols mean? Maybe it was another camping group passing through, Julie suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. Mark examined a few more of the marked trunks. "I don't know. These look pretty deliberately carved. Not just some random vandalism." The symbols gave me an uneasy feeling, like we were being watched. I half expected to see someone peering out from behind the trees, but all was still and silent. "Fan out, guys," Mark said. "Let's see if there are any more around here." We spread out, searching for more markings. "Found another one over here," Jake called out. We gathered around the deeply etched symbol he was examining. It was a simple circle with a diagonal line through it, different from the Celtic-looking ones. "This is really strange," I muttered. "Who would come all the way out here just to do this?" Mark shook his head. "I know. I was excited to find this camp. But I can't imagine another group hiking all the way out here just to carve up trees." We kept searching and found more carved trunks, leading away from our campsite and into the dense forest. They seemed to follow a winding path. I felt a shiver run down my spine as we passed a birch tree etched with a symbol that looked like a spider. Something about these markings disturbed me, like a warning sign in an ancient language. "Guys, I don't like this," Julie said, her voice trembling. "It's like someone was leaving a trail right to our campsite." "Yeah, this is all really creepy," Steve agreed. "Any chance this is your idea of a prank, Mark?" Mark held up his hands. "You really think I'd sneak around carving spooky symbols on trees? This wasn't us." That only deepened the mystery. We were miles from any roads or trails. Was someone else out here in these remote woods? The whole atmosphere felt different now, charged with an unsettling energy. I wanted to pack up and leave, but at the same time, I was captivated by the strange symbols. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were clues to something bigger, even if my rational mind resisted such thoughts. Mark pulled out his hatchet and tapped it against a tree trunk. "You know, I'd like to follow this trail a bit and see where it leads. Maybe we can figure out who's doing this." Steve looked like he was about to bolt.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
"Maybe we should just leave it alone." "I'm with Steve," Julie said, her face pale. "This feels wrong. Let's just go." Mark looked at Jake and me, his eyebrows raised. I understood Julie's fear, but the mystery was too tempting to ignore. "I say we see where the trail leads," I said, ignoring Julie's worried sigh. "As long as we stick together and stay alert, but no splitting up," Mark grinned. "You got it. We'll track this just a bit and see if we can spot anyone else out here." With Jake and me on board, Steve reluctantly agreed to come along. Safety in numbers, I guess. I could tell Julie was nervous as we followed the trail deeper into the shadowy forest, but she stayed close to Mark, her jaw set in determination. The next day was clear and cold, but the chill I felt wasn't just from the weather. It was the lingering fear from the night before. Despite that, I decided to try and go about my normal routine. I needed to check on that tree I'd tried to cut down, maybe try to chop down a new one. With a determined stride, I headed out, axe in hand. As I approached the tree from yesterday, I saw that the dark red sap was still oozing from the cut, staining the ground beneath it. I couldn't help but touch it, half expecting it to have turned back to normal sap. But it was still warm, sticky, and metallic smelling. A rustle in the underbrush made me turn around. I expected to see a squirrel or a bird, but instead, I found myself staring into the eyes of a deer. Eyes that should have been brown were glowing bright red. Just like the entity from the night before, I froze. The deer didn't move. It just stared at me with those unnerving red eyes. And it wasn't alone. A rabbit hopped out from the bushes, its eyes glowing red too. A bird landed on a branch overhead, its eyes also burning red. The forest was silent, except for the pounding of my heart in my ears. I took a step back, dropping the axe. The animals didn't run away like they normally would. They just watched me, their red eyes unwavering. I felt a mix of fear and fascination as I slowly backed away and returned to the tower. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, had become something alien, something unknown. Back in the safety of the tower, my hands were shaking as I reached for the radio. I dialed the frequency for Sam. "Sam, you there?" I asked, my voice shaky. There was a pause, then Sam's gruff voice came over the static. "Yeah, Jake, I'm here. What's up?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Sam, I need you to listen, okay? I need you to really listen to what I'm about to say." There was another pause, and then Sam's voice, slightly amused, came back. "Okay, Jake, you've got my attention. What's going on?" I gripped the radio tighter, as if to give myself strength. "It started with the moon," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's been hanging low, lower than I've ever seen it before. And it's not its usual color. It's crimson, Sam. Like blood." Silence. For a moment, I thought the connection had been lost. Then Sam's voice crackled back. "A red moon, huh? Could be an atmospheric thing." I cut him off, urgency rising in my voice. "That's not all, Sam. The trees, they're bleeding." I tried to cut one down, and it oozed dark red sap. "And the animals, their eyes are red." Again, silence. I could practically hear Sam trying to make sense of what I was saying. "And then, there's something out there, Sam," I added, my voice dropping to a whisper. "It comes at night. Glowing red eyes in the dark. It's been watching me every night." Sam's voice came back, full of disbelief. "Jake, are you sure you're okay out there? You've been alone for weeks. It can play tricks on your mind, you know." "I'm not crazy, Sam," I said, a flicker of anger mixing with my fear. "Something's happening here. The forest, it's changing." Sam chuckled, a deep, warm sound that usually calmed me down. "But not today. Jake, you've been out there alone for a while now. It's normal to see things differently." "I'm not imagining things," I insisted, but there was a tremor in my voice that betrayed my uncertainty. Sam was silent for a moment, then he spoke more gently. "Look, Jake, why don't you take the rest of the day off? Get some rest. And remember, it's just a forest. Nothing more." With that, he signed off. I sat there, staring at the radio, his words echoing in my head. As the crimson moon rose again, casting its eerie glow over the landscape, I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I couldn't shake off the disturbing encounters of the day. The entity was coming back tonight. I was sure of it. And just as the thought crossed my mind, I saw it. The familiar red glow at the edge of the forest. There they were, the pair of red eyes, glowing brighter against the blood-red backdrop of the moon. But tonight, they weren't alone. There was a shape accompanying the eyes, slowly materializing from the shadows. It was tall, at least 7 feet tall, and humanoid, but with distorted proportions. Its arms were too long, its body too thin. Its head turned upwards, towards the tower, and I instinctively stepped back. But I couldn't look away. I saw its face, or rather, the absence of one. There were no discernible features, just those glowing red eyes. It was like looking into a void. As I watched from the tower, the entity started moving. Its movements were unnervingly smooth and silent. It didn't walk, it glided, covering the ground between the forest and the tower with unnatural ease. For a brief moment, it stopped right underneath the tower, its gaze fixed upwards, piercing through the wooden floor and through me. It was as though it could see right into my soul. It stayed there for what felt like an eternity, watching, waiting. Then, as abruptly as it arrived, the entity retreated, its form dissolving into the darkness. The glowing eyes were the last to disappear, a haunting reminder of its presence. I was left alone once more, collapsing onto my cot, the image of the faceless entity seared into my mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I watched the vibrant colors of the day surrender to the crimson hues of the night. My heart raced, not with anticipation, but with fear. I knew what was coming, and for the first time since I started this job, I dreaded the night. But I had made up my mind. I couldn't live in fear, hiding in this tower every night. I needed answers. I needed to face whatever it was that lurked in the shadows. Inside the tower, I prepared myself. I picked up my flashlight, testing the beam against the floor. Then, I grabbed the flare gun. It was an old model, part of the emergency kit, never meant to be used against whatever that thing was. But it was the only weapon I had. I checked the flare gun, making sure it was loaded. I had a single shot. I didn't even know what I was hoping to achieve. As darkness finally enveloped the landscape, I watched the forest. I waited, my eyes scanning the edge of the trees for the familiar red glow. And sure enough, it appeared. The pair of red eyes, glowing brightly in the darkness, accompanied by the tall, ominous silhouette. But tonight, I wasn't going to hide. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and the flare gun, took a deep breath, and stepped out onto the tower's balcony. There it was, looking up at me, watching and waiting. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the fear that snaked its way up my spine. My heart pounded as I took one last look at the safety of the tower. Then, mustering every bit of courage I had, I descended the steps. Each step brought me closer to the entity. I could feel its gaze on me, an unsettling focus that seemed to pierce through the darkness. It was watching me approach, but it made no move to react. I was a few yards away now, the tower at my back, the entity before me. This was it. With a determined stride, I stepped onto the crimson, tinged ground. The entity was only a few paces away. I could see it clearly now, its faceless form, its elongated arms, and those haunting red eyes. Holding my breath, I raised my flashlight and shone the beam directly at it. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the entity. It didn't react, remaining eerily still even as the light washed over it. Up close, it was even more unnerving. Its form seemed to shift and ripple, like an illusion wavering at the edge of reality. Ignoring the chill of fear crawling up my spine, I raised my free hand, the one holding the flare gun. "Can you understand me?" I called out, my voice echoing through the silent forest. The entity didn't respond, but it didn't retreat either. "I don't want to hurt you," I continued, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I just want to understand. What are you? Why are you here?" Still no response, just the unblinking crimson eyes staring back at me. The silence stretched on, becoming a palpable presence between us. I clenched the flare gun tighter, my fingers trembling. I took one last breath, feeling the cold Alaskan air fill my lungs. There was a moment of hesitation, a split second, where I questioned if I was doing the right thing. But then the entity shifted, its form rippling in the harsh light. It felt like a silent provocation, a threat. It was enough to shatter my doubt. With a newfound resolve, I pulled the trigger of the flare gun. The gun kicked back with a roar, breaking the silence. The flare soared through the air, arcing towards the entity. The light from the flare illuminated the surrounding area, turning the forest into a surreal landscape of reds and blacks. As the light dimmed, I squinted through the dissipating smoke, my heart hammering in my chest. The entity stood there, seemingly unaffected. The flare had done nothing more than create a temporary light show. But there was something different now. The entity was no longer still. It stirred, a slow, deliberate movement that sent shivers down my spine. Its glowing eyes seemed to burn brighter, a piercing red gaze that locked onto me. In the silence of the aftermath, I realized that the entity hadn't retreated. Instead, it had begun to move towards me. I stood there, the spent flare gun in my hand, feeling suddenly vulnerable. Had I made a mistake? As the entity glided towards me, smooth and silent, a wave of terror washed over me. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run. But something kept me rooted to the spot. Its movements were slow, almost methodical, drawing out the tension. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. It was close now, so close I could almost touch it. But it didn't attack. It just stopped, hovering a few feet away, its luminous gaze fixed on mine. Then, in a moment that made my heart skip a beat, it shifted again. Its form flickered and distorted, becoming even more indistinct. It was as if it was trying to communicate in a language I didn't understand. A chill ran down my spine as I waited for it to make the next move. But it didn't. It just watched me, a silent observer in the crimson night. After what felt like hours, the entity began to retreat. Its form slowly dissolved into the darkness until only the red eyes remained. And then they too faded away, leaving me alone in the crimson, lit forest. As I stood there, the adrenaline fading, I realized I was shaking. With a shuddering breath, I lowered the flashlight. The encounter had left me with more questions than answers. What was the entity? Why was it here? Why hadn't it harmed me? With dawn still hours away, I turned back towards the tower. My legs felt like jelly, and it took all my strength to climb the stairs. Once inside, I collapsed onto the cot, exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. Those glowing red eyes seared into my memory. For a moment, I considered calling Sam again, telling him about what had happened. But I stopped myself, knowing it would be useless. Sam hadn't believed me the first time. Why would he now? Besides, I couldn't find the words to describe what I had just experienced. Hours passed, and the adrenaline wore off, replaced by fatigue. But sleep remained elusive. Every sound from the forest below made me jump. The usual nighttime noises now seemed menacing. As the night deepened, I decided to step back out onto the balcony. A breeze rustled through the treetops, the sound eerily soothing. I gazed out into the forest, my flashlight casting a narrow beam into the darkness. I saw nothing unusual. The glowing red eyes were gone. The entity was absent. Was it truly gone? Or was it just lurking in the shadows, watching from a distance? Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a distant howl. I tensed, shining my flashlight towards the sound. But it was just a wolf, its eyes glowing in the beam. But they weren't red. They were their normal color. Was the forest returning to normal? Or was this just the calm before another storm? As the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had made it through the night. The forest, for now, seemed calm. The animals were behaving naturally, and the entity was nowhere to be seen. There was a sense of normalcy, and I clung to it, seeking comfort in the familiar sights and sounds. Despite what had happened, I had a job to do. With the coming of daylight, my fear subsided enough to let me focus on my work. I spent the day in the tower, scanning the forest for any signs of fire. But as the day progressed, I couldn't help but remember the bleeding trees. I decided to venture back into the forest, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity. The axe felt heavy in my hand as I approached a small tree. My palms sweated as I remembered the dark red sap from the day before. I made a small cut, bracing myself for what might come. But instead of the eerie red sap, the tree bud clear, normal sap. Relief flooded me. It was as if the forest had returned to its natural state. The animals behaved normally, the trees bled clear sap, and the entity was nowhere to be seen. Yet, as the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The entity could return. I knew that. The quiet day might just be a deceptive pause. As darkness blanketed the forest, I watched with bated breath. I was bracing for the same crimson hue, the same menacing glow. But tonight, the moon looked normal. It hung high in the sky, bathing the forest in its soft, natural light. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their forms casting long, ordinary shadows. The forest was beautiful, calm, almost serene. Hours passed with no sign of the entity. No glowing red eyes, no ominous form. A sense of relief washed over me. Maybe it was over. Maybe the entity had moved on. Or maybe it was never really there at all. Could it have been a figment of my imagination? A trick of the light? The thought was comforting, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. Despite the tranquility, I couldn't shake off the lingering fear. The entity's absence didn't mean it was gone. It might return tonight, tomorrow, or any other night. The uncertainty kept me on edge, but for now, all I could do was appreciate the peace. For the first time since starting this job, I truly took in the beauty of the wilderness around me, the tranquil night, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, all wrapped in the soft, silver glow of the moon. The night passed without incident. No red sap, no glowing eyes, no mysterious entity, just a normal night in a remote fire watchtower in Alaska. I never expected the biggest discovery of my career to start with some unmarked cave and a warning I totally ignored. My name's Ethan, and I'm a geologist, but also, like, a hardcore spelunker. While most of my colleagues were chilling, analyzing rock samples in their AC-controlled labs, I was out there, living for the thrill of venturing into the Earth's hidden depths. It wasn't just about the rocks for me, you know. It was the promise of something new, untouched, something unexplainable. I'd spent years mapping out these remote areas, chasing leads that usually ended up being nothing more than abandoned mines or just lame sinkholes. But this time, I thought I'd hit the freaking jackpot. The whole thing started during a routine survey of this secluded region, miles from the nearest town. This area wasn't even supposed to be on my radar. It was flagged as restricted. The kind of place where government notices talked vaguely about environmental hazards and protected ecosystems. Most people would have steered clear, but then I noticed this weird elevation anomaly on my mapping drone.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist checking that out. The cave entrance was hidden, like, really hidden. It was almost like someone tried to hide it on purpose. Overgrown vegetation and decades of natural erosion had pretty much obscured it. It was only when my drone's camera picked up this faint depression in the landscape that I decided to check it out on foot. And what I found wasn't just a hole in the ground. It was like a sealed portal to the unknown. There were remnants of a barrier surrounding the entrance. A rusted chain link fence lay tangled in the underbrush. Its "keep out" signs faded to the point where you could barely read them. Large concrete blocks had been stacked haphazardly, probably meant to cover the opening, but time and gravity had shifted them just enough to reveal a narrow gap. The air near the cave was weirdly still, and it carried this faint metallic tang that seriously made my teeth ache. This should have been my first clue to just walk away, but, curiosity is a bitch. I squeezed through the gap, my pack scraping against the jagged concrete. Once inside, the temperature dropped, noticeably, and this damp, musty smell filled my nostrils. It wasn't the natural coolness of a typical cave. This felt deliberate, oppressive. Like the earth itself was warning me to get the hell out. My flashlight swept across smooth limestone walls, revealing these faint markings etched into the surface, patterns that looked more like symbols than just natural formations. About 10 feet in, I nearly tripped over this metal box. It was old, dented, and covered in a layer of grime that hinted it had been there for decades. I knelt down to check it out, my gloved fingers prying open the latch. Inside were these papers, yellowed and brittle, covered in neat handwriting that was starting to smudge and fade. At the bottom of the stack was this small, leather-bound notebook. On the front, written in barely legible ink, were the words, "Property of Dr. Arthur Miller." "Leave this place," it said. Yeah. I really should have listened. The pages of the notebook were filled with fragmented notes and diagrams. Some sections detailed geological formations, but others were way more cryptic, with entries describing strange vibrations, whispers that seemed to come from the walls, and this sensation of being watched. One phrase was scrawled repeatedly across the margins. "Do not go past the red markings." The rational part of me thought it was just paranoia, some researcher succumbing to the psychological strain of isolation. The other part of me, the one that, thrives on adrenaline, saw it as a challenge. I packed the notebook into my bag and pressed on. The first 100 feet of the cave were pretty uneventful. Apart from this eerie silence, no dripping water, no scuttling insects, just the soft crunch of my boots against loose rock. The passage widened into this chamber, with a ceiling that loomed way above the reach of my flashlight. And in the center of the chamber was something that made my stomach drop, a steel gate, rusted and warped with age, stretched across the next passageway. It wasn't the presence of the gate that freaked me out. It was the fact that someone had gone to great lengths to weld it shut. The metal was scorched black, and heavy chains hung loosely from the bars, their locks corroded beyond recognition. The gate was no match for my bolt cutters, though. A few well-placed snips and a hard shove, and the gate groaned open just enough for me to slip through. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. The air was heavier, colder, and carried this almost imperceptible hum, that seemed to vibrate through the rock. My flashlight beam caught these scratches on the walls, thin and erratic, as if something had been clawing at the stone. I ran my hand over one of the marks. It was shallow, but the grooves were unnaturally smooth, almost polished. As I moved deeper, I began to notice the red markings Dr. Miller's notebook had warned about. Faded streaks of crimson paint, or was it something else, appeared sporadically along the walls. Some were simple lines, while others formed these crude shapes that resembled eyes or spirals. The further I went, the more intricate they became, converging into patterns that were almost hypnotic if you stared at them for too long. About an hour in, I reached what felt like the point of no return. The tunnel forked into two passages. One was dark and featureless. The other was marked with an ominous X painted in red. Logic told me to avoid the marked path, but something about the unmarked tunnel felt wrong, like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. So, naturally, I took the marked path. The tunnel narrowed, forcing me to crouch and shimmy through tight spaces. At one point, the ground gave way to a steep incline, and I had to lower myself carefully, my flashlight barely illuminating the bottom. The hum grew louder here, a steady vibration that seemed to resonate in my bones. It was here that I found the remnants of another expedition. Tattered backpacks, a broken flashlight, and a scatter of tools lay abandoned in a small alcove. The sight was unsettling, but what truly froze me was the writing on the wall above the debris. Scratched into the stone were the words, "It feeds on fear." A sudden movement caught my eye. I turned, shining my light down the tunnel, but saw nothing. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. My breaths came faster, fogging the cool air. For the first time, I considered turning back, but the rational part of me argued that fear was playing tricks on my mind. Then I saw the shadow. It was faint, just at the edge of my flashlight's range, but it moved too deliberately to be a trick of the light. It disappeared down the tunnel ahead, and despite every instinct screaming at me to turn around, I followed. The passage opened into another chamber, this one larger than the first. My light caught the glint of something metallic, a makeshift campsite. A rusted camp stove, an overturned chair, and a tattered tent sat in the center, untouched by time. Papers were scattered across the ground, many too faded to read, but one note stood out. Written in bold, panicked handwriting were the words, "We were wrong to open it. God help us." A sound broke the silence, a low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through the stone. My flashlight flickered, and for a heart-stopping moment, I was plunged into darkness. When the light returned, I was alone, but I knew, with absolute certainty, I wasn't the only one in the cave. I stood there frozen, in that damp, suffocating silence, gripping my flashlight so tight my knuckles ached. That guttural growl that had shattered the stillness moments ago echoed in my memory, sending shivers down my spine. My flashlight beam swept across the chamber again, trembling slightly as I scanned for any sign of movement. Nothing. The silence was oppressive, more alive than the noise had been, wrapping around me like some unseen force, daring me to take another step. The campsite in front of me told a story of desperation. Whoever had been here last had either left in a hurry or hadn't left at all. A rusted mess tin still held the remnants of some unidentifiable food, and a jacket was draped haphazardly over the back of a chair. It was all eerily untouched, like time had paused for this forgotten scene. Among the scattered papers, one caught my attention, a crude, hand-drawn map of the cave system. I knelt down, brushing away a layer of dust, and examined it closely. The map showed paths that branched off in all directions, but the one I was on was marked with a thick blacks. Beside it, written in shaky, frantic handwriting, were the words, "Don't go further, it's watching." My stomach churned, but I pushed the fear down. I had to keep moving. The cave seemed alive, almost sentient, and standing still felt like inviting it to close in on me. The air grew colder as I ventured deeper. The red markings on the walls became more frequent, their shapes more complex. They weren't random scrawls, they had purpose. Arrows pointed in conflicting directions, spirals twisted endlessly inward, and crude handprints dotted the surfaces like ghostly signatures. I tried to focus on the geological formations, to steady my nerves, the stalactites dripping from the ceiling, the glint of minerals in the rock, but the unease gnawed at me. Then the ground began to vibrate. It was subtle at first, like the faint hum of distant machinery, but as I stepped forward, the vibrations intensified, resonating through my boots and into my legs. It wasn't a natural tremor, it felt rhythmic, almost calculated, as though something deep within the cave was moving, and it wanted me to know. I paused to check my GPS, hoping it could provide some sense of direction. The screen blinked erratically, displaying gibberish characters before going completely dark. My watch followed suit, its hands spinning wildly before stopping dead. I tried to convince myself it was just electromagnetic interference, maybe something geological, but deep down I knew better. This place was wrong in ways that defied logic. The passage narrowed into a tunnel barely wide enough to squeeze through. My shoulders brushed against the damp walls, and the faint scent of decay filled my nose. I kept my flashlight trained ahead, every nerve in my body on edge. About 50 feet in, I stumbled across a new set of markings. These weren't painted. They were etched into the stone itself, deep grooves carved by something sharp, forming jagged, angular patterns that resembled claws. My breath caught as I ran my fingers over the cuts. They were smooth, unnaturally so, as if whatever had made them was far beyond human strength. A faint sound broke the silence, barely audible over my own breathing. It was a whisper, no, not a whisper, a hiss, soft, deliberate, and close. I swung my flashlight around, the beam slicing through the darkness, but I saw nothing. My heart pounded as I pressed forward, faster now, desperate to leave the tunnel behind. The passage opened into another chamber, and my flashlight flickered, the beam dimming before stabilizing. The air here was heavier, thicker, and I could feel the weight of it pressing against my chest. This chamber was different from the others. The walls were unnervingly smooth, polished to a sheen that reflected my light in strange, distorted patterns. In the center of the room stood a steel box, heavily corroded but intact. Its surface was covered in those same jagged claw marks, as though something had tried and failed to get inside. I approached cautiously, my flashlight illuminating a faded government insignia on the lid. Below it, stenciled in block letters, was the phrase, "Dion O Pen." I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, but my curiosity was, let's face it, insatiable. I reached out, my fingers grazing the cold metal, and a deafening crash reverberated through the chamber, shaking the ground beneath me. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, just in time to catch a fleeting glimpse of movement, a shadow darting across the wall, too quick and too large to be human. "Hello." My voice cracked as it echoed off the walls. It was a mistake. The echo seemed to multiply, reverberating back at me in a cacophony of distorted, mocking whispers. I backed away from the box, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and blending into a low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. And then, as quickly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence was worse. I stumbled back toward the tunnel, my mind racing, but as I turned, the tunnel I had come through was gone. In its place was a jagged wall of stone, as if the cave had sealed itself behind me. Panic clawed at my throat, and I swung my flashlight around, searching for another way out. That's when I noticed the markings on the walls. They were moving. The red spirals twisted and pulsed, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I blinked, hoping it was just a trick of the light, but the patterns continued to morph, rearranging themselves into new shapes that resembled faces, dozens of them. They stared at me with hollow, accusing eyes, their mouths open in silent screams. I pressed myself against the opposite wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The faces followed, their eyes locking onto mine. No matter where I moved, my flashlight flickered again, and I shook it violently, willing it to stay on. Then, from the far side of the chamber, I heard its footsteps, slow, deliberate, and impossibly heavy. They echoed through the cavern, each step sending vibrations through the ground. My flashlight beam darted toward the source of the sound, but all I could see was darkness, thick, impenetrable darkness that seemed to swallow the light. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice trembling. The footsteps paused, and for a moment, I thought whatever it was might retreat. Instead, it laughed. The sound was low and guttural, almost human, but not quite. It reverberated through the chamber, filling the space with an unnatural vibration that made my teeth ache. And then, it spoke. "Why are you here?" The voice was everywhere at once, a deep rumble that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I stumbled backward, my mind scrambling for an explanation. I'm just exploring," I stammered. "I didn't mean to disturb anything." The laughter returned, louder this time, and the ground shook with its intensity. "You came for answers, but you'll only find regret." The air grew colder, and the walls of the chamber seemed to close in, the faces on their surfaces twisting into grotesque shapes. I could feel the weight of the entity's presence pressing down on me, suffocating me with its malice. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. Clutching my flashlight like a lifeline, I sprinted toward the only visible passage, a narrow tunnel on the opposite side of the chamber. The laughter followed me, echoing in my ears as I plunged into the darkness. I didn't stop running. Not when the tunnel narrowed to the point where I had to crawl. Not when the vibrations in the ground turned into violent tremors. And not when the whispers returned, louder and more insistent than ever. "Turn back," they said. "You don't belong here." But I couldn't turn back. The way was sealed. And whatever was behind me was far worse than whatever lay ahead. I kept moving, the tunnel growing tighter with every inch, until finally, I saw a faint glimmer of light up ahead. Relief surged through me as I crawled toward it, desperate for even the smallest reprieve from the suffocating darkness. When I reached the light, I realized it wasn't an exit. It was an eye. The eye blinked. For a moment, I was paralyzed, not by fear, but by the sheer wrongness of it. It wasn't like any eye I'd ever seen before. It lacked iris or sclera, just an inky black pupil that seemed to ripple like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single drop. Its size was impossible, stretching nearly the full width of the tunnel. And when it blinked again, the sound wasn't the soft flutter of eyelids, but a wet, heavy slap that echoed through the stone. I didn't move. I couldn't. Then the eye began to retreat. It slid backward into the darkness with an eerie, liquid smoothness. The faint light that had lured me forward dimmed with it, leaving the tunnel shrouded in shadow. My flashlight flickered in response, its beam feeble against the oppressive darkness. I snapped out of my daze and scrambled backward, my boots slipping against the damp stone. My breathing was erratic, coming in short, panicked bursts that fogged the frigid air. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly behind me, and I had no idea how far I had come or how to find my way back. All I knew was that I needed to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever that thing was. The growl returned. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing second. The sound wasn't constant, it came in uneven bursts, like the labored breathing of a predator stalking its prey. I knew it wasn't far behind. I turned and ran. The passage twisted and turned, narrowing in some places and widening in others. My flashlight struggled to keep up, casting wild shadows that danced across the walls. The markings on the stone, those intricate red spirals and jagged claw marks, seemed to pulse in the dim light as though they were alive and reacting to my fear. The ground beneath me began to shift, the vibrations returning with a vengeance. At first, it felt like a mild tremor, but within moments, it became a violent quake that sent rocks tumbling from the ceiling. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing as the tunnel swayed around me like a living thing. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of something massive moving through the tunnel. It wasn't footsteps this time, it was a deep, resonant scraping, like claws dragging against stone. My flashlight flickered again, and I cursed under my breath, smacking it against my thigh in a desperate attempt to keep it on. The scraping grew louder, accompanied by a low, guttural rumble that I felt in my chest more than I heard. Whatever it was getting closer. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to think. Running blindly through the tunnels was only going to get me killed. I needed to find somewhere to hide, or at least figure out what I was dealing with. I spotted a narrow fissure in the wall ahead, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. Without hesitation, I ducked into it, my pack scraping against the stone as I pressed myself into the tight space. The walls were damp and cold, pressing against me like a vice, but I didn't care. I turned off my flashlight, plunging myself into complete darkness, and held my breath. The rumbling and scraping grew deafening, echoing off the walls with a force that made my bones vibrate. Whatever was in the tunnel was massive, far larger than anything that should have been able to move through such a confined space. The air grew colder, and I could feel the weight of its presence, a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Then it stopped. The tunnel fell silent, save for the faint sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I strained to hear anything, a shuffle, a growl, anything. But there was nothing. The oppressive silence stretched on, thick and heavy, until I began to wonder if the thing had moved on. And then it spoke. "I can see you." The voice was low and guttural, barely more than a whisper, but it resonated with an unnatural clarity that made it impossible to mistake. It wasn't just in my ears, it was in my head, threading through my thoughts like an invasive vine. I clamped my hands over my ears as though that would block it out, but it didn't help. "You can't hide." The fissure trembled around me, the stone walls groaning as though under immense pressure. The entity's voice grew louder, more insistent, and I felt a sharp pain in my temples, like a migraine on the verge of exploding. I couldn't stay there. If I did, it would find me. I slid out of the fissure as quietly as I could, my movements slow and deliberate. The tunnel was darker than ever, and I fumbled with my flashlight, desperate to get it working again. When the beam finally flickered to life, I aimed it down the passage ahead, praying for an escape route. Instead, I saw the shadows. They moved with a deliberate fluidity, coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes that seemed to ripple and shift with the light. They had no features, no discernible faces or limbs, but they radiated a palpable sense of malice. They hovered at the edges of the beam, just out of reach, waiting for me to move. "You're not supposed to be here," the voice said again, and this time it sounded closer. "You should have left when you had the chance." I didn't respond. I couldn't. My throat was dry, my chest tight with fear. All I could do was move, one slow, shaky step at a time, keeping my flashlight trained on the shadows. As I inched forward, the tunnel began to change. The walls, once jagged and natural, became smooth and unnervingly symmetrical, as though carved by human hands, or something far older. The red markings were gone, replaced by faintly glowing glyphs that pulsed with an eerie greenish light. The air grew heavier with each step, laden with the metallic tang of blood and something else, something foul and rotting. I stumbled into another chamber, larger than any I'd seen so far. The ceiling was lost in shadow, and the walls were lined with more of those glowing glyphs, their patterns intricate and incomprehensible. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it rested a book, large, leather-bound, and ancient. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight flickering as though protesting my decision. The book seemed to hum with energy, its surface etched with the same glowing symbols that adorned the walls. As I drew closer, the hum grew louder, resonating through the chamber like a heartbeat. Against my better judgment, I reached out and opened it. The pages were filled with dense, looping script that I couldn't begin to decipher. Some sections were accompanied by crude drawings, diagrams of the cave, depictions of the red markings, and sketches of something that looked disturbingly familiar, an eye surrounded by jagged, claw-like shapes. As I turned the pages, I found entries written in a language I could understand. They were fragmented, desperate, but they all pointed to the same conclusion. This place was a trap, a prison, and whatever was inside it was never meant to be disturbed. "The walls are alive," one entry read. "They watch, they listen, they remember, and if you stay too long, they consume." My hands trembled as I closed the book. The entity's voice returned, louder than ever. "You shouldn't have touched it." The glyphs on the walls flared brightly, bathing the chamber in an otherworldly green light. The shadows in the tunnel surged forward, their forms twisting and writhing as they flooded into the room. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight in my haste to escape. The last thing I saw before the light went out completely was the eye, larger and closer than ever, staring directly into my soul. The darkness swallowed me whole, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly insignificant. The eye had vanished, leaving only the oppressive silence and the vague awareness that I was no longer in control. My breaths came shallow and quick, fogging the icy air as I tried to piece together what had just happened. The cavern walls felt closer now, as if they were closing in, and every step forward echoed like a scream. I clutched the leather-bound book against my chest, its faint hum vibrating through my fingers. There was no logic to my decision to keep it. Perhaps it was a desperate grasp for understanding, or maybe I believed it held answers. Either way, the book felt heavier with every step I took deeper into the labyrinth. The tunnel ahead split into two paths. Both were narrow, suffocatingly tight, and led into pitch blackness. I consulted the map I'd found earlier, but it was as if the lines had shifted. What once looked like a clear path now resembled an incomprehensible web of dead ends. I tried to steady my shaking hands and pressed forward, choosing the left tunnel. It felt arbitrary, but staying still was no longer an option. The first sign that something was really wrong came almost immediately. As I crept along the narrow passage, the temperature began to fluctuate wildly. One moment the air was so cold that frost formed on the stone walls. The next it was unbearably hot, forcing me to shed my jacket. My flashlight flickered in protest, and every few steps I thought I heard faint footsteps behind me. When I stopped to listen, the sound stopped too. It wasn't just the footsteps. The tunnel itself seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. The smooth walls began to develop jagged edges, and the floor tilted at impossible angles. I tripped multiple times, the book slipping from my grasp and skidding across the stone. When I picked it up, the pages felt warm, almost alive. My mind raced with questions. Was I hallucinating? Was this the cave's natural state, or was something toying with me? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, an unrelenting gaze pressing against the back of my skull. I turned abruptly, shining my flashlight into the darkness, but there was nothing there. I don't know how long I wandered before I stumbled into the next chamber. The air here was heavy, almost liquid, and the room felt impossibly vast. My flashlight's beam barely reached the walls, which were lined with those same glowing glyphs I'd seen earlier. But these weren't just patterns, they were images. They depicted strange, angular shapes that resembled creatures, their forms too alien to describe. Some had multiple limbs, others countless eyes, and all seemed to be reaching toward a central figure, a tall, shadowy mass that loomed over them like a god. At the base of the wall was a scattering of objects, a broken lantern, a tattered notebook, and what looked like a camera. My hands trembled as I reached for the notebook. The pages were brittle and covered in smudged handwriting, but I managed to make out a few lines. "It knows your fears," it read. "It shows you what you want to see, but it's never real. Don't believe it. Don't trust your own mind." I set the notebook down and grabbed the camera, pressing the power button. To my surprise, the screen flickered to life and a grainy video began to play. It showed a man, middle-aged, gaunt, with hollow eyes, speaking directly into the lens. His voice was shaky, and his words were barely audible over the static. "We opened it," he said. "We thought we could control it, but we were wrong. It's not just in the cave. It's in us. It's in me. If you're watching this, it's already too late. Turn back before. The video cut off abruptly, the screen going dark. I stared at the camera, my pulse racing. The man's face was eerily familiar, though I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. The whispers started soon after. At first, they were faint, just a low murmur at the edge of my hearing. But as I moved deeper into the chamber, they grew louder, distinct voices blending into a cacophony of sound. They weren't random, though. They were calling my name. I spun around, shining my flashlight in every direction. The chamber was empty, but the voices persisted, growing more insistent. They spoke in fragments, half-formed sentences that made no sense, but still filled me with dread. You left us here. You can't save them. Why didn't you listen? I pressed my hands over my ears, but it was no use. The voices weren't coming from outside, they were in my head. My knees buckled, and I sank to the ground, clutching the book like a lifeline. The glyphs on the walls pulsed in time with my heartbeat, their glow intensifying until the chamber was bathed in a sickly green light. "Stop it," I shouted, my voice echoing back at me. "Just leave me alone." The voices fell silent, and for a brief moment, I thought I'd won. But then the laughter began. It wasn't human laughter. It was low, guttural, and filled with a malice that made my skin crawl. It echoed through the chamber, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My flashlight flickered, and I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the light, a shadow that shifted and stretched like liquid. "You can't escape," the voice said, deep and resonant. "You brought this on yourself." I scrambled to my feet, backing away from the shadow. My flashlight's beam was useless, the light swallowed by the encroaching darkness. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The laughter followed me, growing louder with every step. The tunnel head seemed endless, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. I had no sense of direction anymore, no way of knowing if I was heading deeper into the cave or closer to an exit. All I could do was run. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself in another chamber. This one was smaller, the walls lined with crude carvings that depicted the same eye I'd seen before. At the center of the room was a pedestal, and on it rested a small, metal key. The book hummed in my hands, its vibration growing stronger as I approached the pedestal. The key glinted in the dim light, its surface engraved with more of those strange glyphs. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to leave it alone. But the whispers returned, softer this time, almost pleading. "Take it," they said. "It's the only way. You can end this." I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. The moment I touched it, the room erupted in blinding light. The laughter returned, deafening now, and the ground beneath me began to shake violently. The walls cracked and crumbled, and I felt myself falling, the key slipping from my grasp. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was the eye, larger than ever, staring directly into my soul. The fall felt endless. Gravity pulled me into the depths of the void, as the world around me disintegrated into a blur of light and shadow. My fingers clawed at the air, grasping for something, anything, to stop my descent, but there was nothing. Only the deafening roar of the collapsing cavern and the heavy thud of my heartbeat. When I hit the ground, pain erupted through my body. My ribs screamed with each shallow breath, and my legs trembled as I struggled to move. Darkness enveloped me, thick and suffocating. But the faint hum of the book beneath me reassured me I was still alive, though for how long, I wasn't sure. I forced myself upright, ignoring the sharp protests of my muscles. The ground beneath me was cold, smooth, and unsettlingly damp. My flashlight had shattered in the fall, leaving only the faint glow of the glyphs on the walls to illuminate my surroundings. They pulsed rhythmically, their light eerily synchronized with the pounding of my heart. Then I heard it, the voice. "You shouldn't have come here." It was no longer a whisper or a guttural laugh. This time, it was clear, commanding, and terrifyingly close. My pulse quickened as I scanned the chamber, my eyes straining to see into the shadows. The voice surrounded me, vibrating through the walls, the floor, and even my bones. "You disturbed the balance," it continued. "You awakened what should have remained buried." I backed away, my hands brushing against the smooth stone. "I didn't mean to." I choked, my voice hoarse and trembling. "I just wanted to understand." "Understanding comes at a cost," it replied. "And now, the cost is you." The walls began to shift, their surfaces rippling like water. Shapes emerged from the shadows, figures, humanoid, but wrong. Their limbs were too long, and their movements unnaturally fluid. They circled me, their eyeless faces locked onto mine, as though they could see straight into my soul. I stumbled back, clutching the book to my chest like a shield. Its hum grew louder, more insistent, and I felt its warmth seep into my skin. The glyphs on its cover glowed brighter, casting faint green light across the chamber. The figures recoiled, hissing in unison, their forms flickering like static. The book, it was protecting me. I didn't know why or how, but I didn't have time to question it. I opened it, flipping through the pages as the light intensified. The text blurred and shifted, the glyphs rearranging themselves into patterns I could almost understand. One phrase stood out, etched into the paper in jagged, fiery strokes. "Return the key to seal the gate." The key, I remembered it slipping from my grasp as I fell. My eyes darted around the chamber, searching desperately. The figures shrieked, their movements growing more erratic as the book's light seared through the darkness. Then I saw it. The key lay a few feet away, half buried in the damp stone. The figures swarmed around it, their claw like limbs reaching toward me, as if daring me to come closer. I tightened my grip on the book and stepped forward. The figures lunged, their hisses turning into deafening roars, but the book's light flared, forcing them back. Each step felt like a battle, my legs trembling with the weight of their oppressive presence. When I reached the key, I dropped to my knees, my fingers closing around the cold metal. The instant I touched it, the chamber shook violently. The walls cracked and groaned, and a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The figures writhed and screeched, their forms dissolving into shadowy mist. The key pulsed in my hand, its glyphs glowing in harmony with the book. A path revealed itself, a narrow corridor lined with glowing markings that seemed to beckon me forward. I didn't hesitate. Clutching the key and the book, I staggered toward the passage, my breaths ragged and shallow. The ground trembled beneath me, and the air grew heavier with each step. But I pressed on. The corridor led to a circular chamber, its center dominated by an ornate pedestal. The walls were covered in carvings, depictions of the entity, the eye, and what I now realized was the gate. It stood at the far end of the chamber, a massive structure of jagged stone and swirling energy, its surface rippling like a pool disturbed by an unseen force. The pedestal bore an indentation, perfectly shaped to fit the key. This was it. This was the gate the book had warned about. The thing the government had sealed away for decades, maybe longer. And I had to close it before it was too late. As I approached the pedestal, the voice returned, louder and more desperate. "You don't understand," it pleaded. "If you seal the gate, you seal yourself." I froze, the key trembling in my hand. What do you mean?" "The gate is a tether," it said. "It binds the entity to this place, but it also binds you. You opened it. You awakened it. You're connected now." I stared at the gate, its energy pulsing with a malevolent rhythm. I wanted to believe it was lying, that this was just another trick to stop me. But deep down, I knew it was telling the truth. "There must be another way," I whispered, my voice cracking. "There is no other way," the voice replied. "You can leave, but it will follow. It will consume everything you love. Or you can stay and end it here." Tears blurred my vision as I stepped toward the pedestal. The weight of the decision crushed me, but there was no choice. I couldn't let this thing escape. I couldn't let it destroy the world above. With a trembling hand, I placed the key into the indentation. The moment the key clicked into place, the chamber erupted in blinding light. The gate roared, its swirling energy collapsing inward as the walls trembled and cracked. The book in my arms grew unbearably hot, its light merging with the key's glow. The voice screamed, a sound of pure rage and despair. "You can't escape this. It's inside you." As the gate sealed, the light consumed everything. The last thing I saw was the eye, staring at me with a mixture of fury and sorrow. And then, there was nothing. I woke up on the surface, lying on cold, hard ground beneath a pale morning sky. The cave entrance was gone, replaced by an unbroken expanse of stone and overgrown vegetation. My pack was beside me, the book and key nowhere to be found. For a moment, I thought it was over, that I had won. But as I sat up, I noticed the shadows. They were longer than they should have been, darker, and they moved when I wasn't looking. The hum was still there, faint but insistent, vibrating in my chest like a distant heartbeat. And when I turned my head, I saw it, the eye, watching from the shadows. You can escape the cave, but you can't escape what it leaves inside you. The first time I heard the noise, I thought it was just some critter moving around. You get used to that sort of thing when you've lived off the grid as long as I have. Name's Ben Jones, by the way, and I've been living out here near the Whetstone Mountains since 2016. You'd think 6 years of off the grid living would make you paranoid, always hearing something in the woods, but mostly I've learned to tune it out. In fact, the day this all happened, July 3rd, 2022, I was minding my own business, patching up my cabin roof. It was a bit of a joke among my friends that I'd end up with a house made of patches. Not original material, with the number of times I've repaired that thing. I had even considered making a game out of it. Sell roof patches as souvenirs maybe. Anyway, there I was, hammer in hand up on a ladder, when I heard a snap from the trees. Now, I'm no hunter, but I know what sounds the local critters make. This wasn't a deer or anything like that. It was heavier. When you live isolated in the woods, you get a sense for things. Maybe it's instinct, or maybe I've just watched too many survival shows, but I could tell right away something was wrong. Still, I didn't freak out. The ladder wobbled as I hopped down, and I headed toward the trees, hammer still in hand, like that was gonna do much good. I scanned the tree line, listening. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just that thick, unnatural silence. I didn't say anything out loud because, let's face it, talking to yourself like some kind of horror movie protagonist never ends well. There was a second sound, a low grunt, guttural almost. I moved closer, squinting into the tree line, when something darted between the trees. Not a deer, too fast, too low to the ground. Something was wrong with the way it moved. I'm no fool, though. I backed up and started walking toward the cabin. The last thing I wanted was to find myself between some weird creature and its dinner. Halfway back to the cabin, I heard a crash, followed by a scream. Now, here's where things get complicated. See, I'm not the only one living out here. My nearest neighbor, if you can call him that, is about a mile away. Old guy named Walter Pike. He's the paranoid type, always ranting about government cover-ups, hidden military bases, and alien experiments. Not the kind of guy you take seriously. But if someone was in trouble out there, I couldn't just walk away. I grabbed my rifle from inside the cabin, checked the chamber, loaded. Then I headed back toward where I heard the scream. As I moved through the underbrush, I kept thinking about how dumb this was. Most folks in the city would call 911, but out here, it's you, your neighbors, and whatever's lurking in the woods. The trees closed in around me as I pushed further into the forest. It was darker here, thicker, branches overhead blocking out the sunlight. The path narrowed, almost like the forest was closing in, and that's when I saw it, a torn up trail of blood streaked across the ground. I felt my stomach twist. Something bad had happened. Following the trail wasn't easy. The thick smell of iron hung in the air, and my boots crunched over dead leaves and sticks. The trail led me to a clearing where I found him. Walter Pike, or what was left of him. His body was mangled, like something had ripped him apart with bare hands. His head was barely attached, hanging on by just a thin strand of sinew and flesh. I'm not ashamed to admit I gagged. Hell, I almost puked right there. I might live off the grid, but this wasn't something I was prepared for. But before I could process it, I heard the sound again, the low grunt, followed by heavy breathing. My fingers tightened around the rifle, and I turned slowly, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. Standing at the edge of the clearing was something I can only describe as, well, imagine a bear mixed with a hyena, but bigger, nastier. It was hunched over, its mass of shoulders heaving with each breath. Its fur was matted, dark, and slick with blood, a Walter's blood, most likely. Its snout was elongated, sharp teeth jutting from its mouth, not a neat row like a wolf, but jagged, crooked, wrong. This thing wasn't natural. Back off, I shouted, though I knew it wouldn't understand. The creature cocked its head like it was curious. Then it let out a sound, more of a cough than a roar, and took a step forward. I pulled the trigger. The crack of the rifle echoed through the trees. The shot hit it square in the chest, but it barely flinched. It just stared at me, almost like it was annoyed. I racked the bolt and fired again, this time aiming for the head. That got a reaction. The thing stumbled back, its leg given out as it crashed into the ground. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I ran, full sprint, back toward my cabin, heart pounding, so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. But the thing wasn't done. Behind me, I could hear it getting up. And soon the sound of heavy footfalls was closing in. I didn't dare look back. I just kept running, leaping over roots, dodging branches. I burst out of the woods and made it to my cabin just as I heard it crash through the trees behind me. I slammed the door shut and locked it, backing up to grab my phone. No service, of course. I live off the grid for a reason. I should have known better. I cursed under my breath, grabbing more ammo and reloading the rifle. The creature slammed into the side of the cabin, shaking the walls. I backed into a corner, rifle raised, praying the walls would hold. Another slam, harder this time, and the wood creaked, groaning under the pressure. "Come on, you ugly son of a..." I muttered, more to myself than to it. Then, everything went quiet. I waited, rifle at the ready, barely daring to breathe. The only sound was the ticking of my old clock. I moved toward the window, slowly, trying to peer outside. Nothing. No movement. No sound. I lowered the rifle just an inch, thinking maybe, just maybe, it had given up. The cabin door exploded inward. The creature's massive bulk's machine threw like it was made of paper. I fired blindly, the shot going wide as the thing barreled into me. We hit the floor hard, the breath knocked from my lungs as its claws raked across my chest, ripping into my skin. I could feel its hot breath on my face, the stink of blood and death filling my nose. But then, just as quickly as it had attacked, it stopped. It stood there, staring down at me with those dark, unreadable eyes. For a moment, I thought it might finish me off, but instead, it let out that same low grunt, almost like a laugh, before it turned and lumbered out the door, disappearing back into the woods. I lay there for what felt like hours, bleeding and gasping for breath. I didn't understand. Why didn't it kill me? Why did it just leave? Eventually, I dragged myself up, patched up the worst of the wounds, and limped out to where Walter's body had been. It was still there, torn apart, but the creature had left one thing behind. Lying next to him was the rifle I had dropped, covered in blood and broken in half, as if to mock me. I don't know what that thing was, but I'm not sticking around to find out if it'll come back. There's proof enough in Walter's mangled body, but no one will ever believe me if I tell them. They'll just think it was a bear, or maybe even that I killed him. All I know is I'm leaving these woods for good. This place, it's not safe anymore. And whatever that thing was, it knows it won. And it's letting me know, too. My name's Ethan Hayes, standing smack dab in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking deep, dense forest, the kind where the trees are so thick you can barely see the sky, somewhere up in northern Idaho. Now, why was I there? Well, that's a whole story in itself. Let's just say city life and me didn't exactly see eye to eye. The crowds, the noise, the constant grind. It just wasn't my scene. So, 2 years before that little moment of zen in the woods, I packed up my bags, told the city, see ya never, and went full on off-grid. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't some survivalist nut or a doomsday prepper. I just wanted some peace, quiet, and maybe a decent view of the stars at night that wasn't blocked out by smog and skyscrapers. But that peace, yeah, it didn't exactly stick around. See, the thing about living off the grid is, you start to realize how little you actually need. And in that realization, you get a little too comfortable, you know. It's easy to forget the world exists when it forgets about you too. My little slice of heaven was this cabin I'd built myself. Not exactly HGTV worthy, but it was home. I bought the land off this old timer. Must have been in his 70s. He kept going on about the place having some kind of history. But, I figured it was just old man ramblings. Should have listened, maybe. But hey, hindsight's always 20/20, right? I wasn't exactly the best at keeping in touch with the neighbors. Mostly because the nearest one was about a 15-mile hike away. So when I say I didn't expect to see anyone for weeks, I mean it. My days were pretty simple. Fishing in the nearby creek, I caught some decent trout, not to brag, chopping firewood, I gotta keep warm, after all. And pretending I was a master carpenter by trying to fix the roof that was probably going to collapse in a year anyway. Living the simple life. Loving every minute of it. Until that day. It all started when I noticed something down by the creek. Now, I'd seen plenty of wildlife around. Deer, elk, even the occasional black bear. But this was different. There were these tracks near the water, way too big to be any animal I recognized. They were deep, clawed, and had this weird, almost unnatural shape. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was some prank, though who would trick all the way out there just to mess with me? Or maybe I was just overthinking it. I should have just gone back to the cabin, locked the doors, and waited it out. But curiosity, that damn cat killer, got the better of me. Stupid, right? I followed the tracks, figuring I'd find some logical explanation. Maybe a moose with some weird deformity or something. But what I found wasn't anything close to normal. The tracks led me deeper into the woods, further than I usually went. And that's when I saw it. At first, it was just a glimpse, a flash of movement between the trees. But then I saw it more clearly. It was big, way bigger than any bear or wolf I'd ever laid eyes on. This thing stood upright, like a man, but it was covered in thick, matted fur that hung off it in clumps. It moved fast, way faster than anything that size should have been able to. And then, it stopped. Just far enough away that I could make out its shape, but not all the details. And it was watching me. That's when I saw the blood. There was something in its hands, or paws, or whatever. At first, I couldn't make it out, but as it shifted, I saw enough. It was holding a deer carcass, its body mangled and torn in ways that made my stomach churn. The deer had been gutted, and I swear, it looked like this thing had done it with precision, almost like it was toying with its prey, before deciding to finish the job. And that's when it saw me. You ever get that feeling deep in your gut? The one where you know you've made a terrible mistake, but it's already way too late to fix it. Yeah, that was me right then. Its eyes, or what I think were its eyes, locked onto mine. And for a moment, neither of us moved. I don't know what I was waiting for. Maybe for it to just turn around and walk away. Maybe for me to wake up and realize I was having some crazy nightmare. But none of that happened. Instead, it dropped the deer carcass, and it took a step toward me. I can't tell you what it was thinking, and honestly, I didn't care. All I knew was that I needed to get back to my cabin, and I needed to get there fast. I'm not a runner, never have been. But that day, I moved faster than I ever thought possible. Adrenaline's one hell of a drug, I'll tell you that. I didn't look back. Didn't care if it was following me. My only thought was to reach my cabin and grab my shotgun. That's right, Ethan Hayes, the off-grid guy, didn't bring a gun when he went out wandering in the woods. What kind of idiot does that? This kind. I slammed the cabin door behind me, my heart pounding like a drum solo in my chest. I grabbed the shotgun from where it hung on the wall, checked to make sure it was loaded. It was, thankfully, and I waited, and waited, and waited some more. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, but I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no heavy breathing, nothing. Maybe it was just some wild animal after all. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, some weird hallucination brought on by too much time alone in the woods. I almost had myself convinced. Almost. Then I heard the scratching. It was faint at first, like something dragging across the side of the cabin. But then it grew louder, closer, like it was circling the building. I held the shotgun tighter, my finger trembling on the trigger. Every instinct I had told me to stay quiet. But that same damn curiosity that got me into this mess in the first place just kept nagging at me. Then, the windows shattered. Glass sprayed into the cabin, and before I even knew what was happening, the thing was inside. It moved so fast. Too fast for something its size. I barely had time to aim the shotgun before it was on me. Its claws, or hands, or whatever they were, swiped at me, and I felt this searing pain across my chest. I fired the shotgun. The blast was deafening in the small cabin, but I missed. The force of the recoil knocked me to the ground, and for a moment, I thought that was it. Game over. But something happened. The creature paused. It looked down at me, then around the room. It seemed confused, almost, like it hadn't expected this. And then, it turned away, heading for the door as quickly as it had come in. It didn't make any sense. Why attack me, only to just leave? Was it playing with me, like it had with that deer? I lay there on the floor, bleeding, too stunned to move. After a while, I managed to crawl to my feet and patch myself up with whatever first aid supplies I had on hand. The bleeding stopped, eventually, but the fear, that didn't go anywhere. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every little noise, every creak of the cabin had me on edge. Was it still out there? Would it come back? And why hadn't it killed me when it had the chance? Days passed, and I didn't see it again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Something about the way it looked at me before leaving, that confused look, it just didn't sit right. It was like it knew something I didn't, like it had bigger plans. And that's when I found the body. I was out near the creek again, this time armed to the teeth. No more going out unprepared, no sir. That's when I stumbled upon what was left of a hiker. Or at least, I think it was a hiker. The body was. It was torn apart. Limbs scattered. Flesh ripped to shreds. It was worse than the deer, way worse. And near the body, those same damn tracks I'd seen before. Whoever, or whatever, this thing was, it wasn't done. Not by a long shot. I ran back to the cabin faster than I'd ever run in my life, and I radioed for help. Living off grid didn't mean I was a total hermit. I kept a radio for emergencies, and this was definitely one of those. The local authorities were skeptical, of course. Who wouldn't be? Some guy in the middle of nowhere, claiming a monster was on the loose. Sounds like the start of a bad B movie, right? But when they found the body, their tune changed real quick. They combed the area for days, brought in dogs, the whole 9 yards. But they didn't find anything. No tracks, no signs of the creature, nothing. It was like it had vanished into thin air. But I know better. It didn't vanish. It's still out there, somewhere. Maybe it's waiting. Maybe it's moved on to someone else. Either way, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I packed up the next day, sold what I could, left the rest, said goodbye to my little slice of off-grid paradise. Living off the grid was supposed to give me peace, but all it gave me was a front row seat to something no one should ever have to see. And now, well, let's just say I'm back in the city. It might be noisy, it might be crowded, but at least here, the monsters have names. You can see them coming. You can deal with them, or at least try to. But out there in the woods, out there, you're on your own, and what's waiting for you? It's something else entirely. I never told the authorities the one thing that keeps gnawing at me, the one thing that still keeps me up at night. It's that look on the thing's face when it turned away from me in the cabin. It wasn't confused. Not really. It was bored. Like I wasn't even worth the effort. Like I was just insignificant. And that's the part that chills me to the bone. Because if I'm nothing to it, then what is it after? What's it capable of? And when will it decide that whatever game it's playing is worth finishing? Those are the questions that haunt me. Those are the questions that make me wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe again, no matter where I go. Because out there, in the wild, in the places we think we've tamed, something else is in charge, and we're just maybe not even that. Maybe we are just a fly you don't even swat away, and you still wonder what it wants. My name's Ethan Hayes, and I've always been a bit of a loner. Crowds, nope. City life, double nope. I've always craved that deep, in your bones kind of quiet that you can only find when you're miles from civilization, surrounded by nothing but trees and sky. In 2006, I finally made it happen. I bought a little chunk of land way up in the Montana wilderness, near a tiny town called Libby. Middle of nowhere, and I mean nowhere. No cell service, no internet. Just the kind of peace I'd been dreaming about. I wasn't one for Facebook, or any of that social media stuff anyway. The day I moved into my little cabin, it felt like I could finally breathe for the first time. Just me, my lazy old cat, Winston, and the solitude I'd been chasing my whole life. Now, when you're living off the grid like that, most folks worry about staying warm, finding food, and maybe running into a bear. Bears weren't my problem. See, bears are pretty straightforward. Big, furry, mean when they're hungry, but they play by nature's rules. You leave them alone, they leave you alone. Simple. But that wasn't what I was dealing with. What I had to face was something different. It didn't follow any rules, and it sure as hell didn't want to be left alone. My closest neighbor was a guy named Silas, about a 10-mile drive from my place. He was an old-timer who'd lived out there his entire life. I'd sometimes stop by his place when I went into town for supplies. He was a talker, and he'd tell me all sorts of stories. Weird things happen out in these woods, Ethan, he'd say. Stuff you wouldn't believe unless you saw it with your own two eyes. He was a bit of a rambler, so I usually just nodded along, chuckled, and told him I had more to worry about from my generator breaking down than some ghost story. But I wasn't laughing that night in late October. It started out like any other night. The wind was picking up like it always does out here, and I'd just finished chopping enough wood to last me through the night. I was about to settle in with a bowl of stew when I heard it. A faint, distant thumping, almost like a heartbeat. At first, I figured it was just a branch banging against the cabin in the wind, or a deer messing around outside. Still, something about the sound felt off. I tried to shake it off as paranoia and went back inside, but the noise didn't stop. It got louder, closer. By midnight, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I'm not easily spooked, but when you're out here alone, you develop a sixth sense about things. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see some raccoons raiding my woodpile. But there was nothing. Just the wind in the trees and that relentless thumping echoing through the forest. I turned to go back inside when something darted past the edge of my vision. Fast, way too fast for me to get a good look. My heart jumped into my throat. I swung the flashlight in that direction, but there was nothing there except the trees, swaying in the wind, casting these weird, dancing shadows on the ground. Damn raccoons, I muttered, trying to convince myself more than anything. I wasn't about to let some forest critter ruin my night. So, I went back inside, locked the door, and poured myself a drink. If I'd known what was coming, I would have had the whole damn bottle. I didn't sleep much that night. The noise faded after a while, but I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. It's not the kind of feeling you can easily shake off. By the time the sun came up, I was exhausted, but more annoyed than scared. I decided to head into town and talk to Silas, see if he'd heard anything strange. Maybe I was just working myself up over nothing. You heard it too, huh? Silas chuckled when I mentioned the noise. That's them. They're curious about newcomers. I raised an eyebrow. He leaned in close, like we were sharing some big secret. You'll know 'em when you see 'em. Just be careful, Ethan. They ain't like anything else out there. I laughed it off, but the old man's words stuck with me. I didn't believe in supernatural mumbo-jumbo, but I wasn't dumb enough to ignore the signs that something was off. That night, I heard it again. This time, the thumping was joined by something else, a scratching sound, not on the cabin walls, but close by, like claws digging into something hard. I grabbed the rifle I kept by the door, which I hadn't used in months. It felt heavy in my hands, but holding it gave me some small comfort. I figured it was probably just a wolf or a cougar. Montana's got its fair share of predators, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw when I stepped outside. About 50 feet from the cabin, right at the edge of the trees, something was crouching, digging in the dirt like it was looking for something. At first glance, it looked like a wolf, but something was wrong. Its limbs were too long, and it was hunched over, almost like a man on all fours. It didn't have fur like a wolf either, more like patches of something thick and matted, and it moved wrong, too fast, too jerky. My first instinct was to shoot, but I hesitated. I'm not a trigger, happy kind of guy, and I needed to be sure of what I was dealing with. Besides, I didn't want to waste a bullet on what might just be a messed up coyote. But as I watched it, a knot tightened in my stomach. It looked up, and even though I couldn't see its face clearly in the darkness, I could feel it watching me. That same unnerving feeling from the night before, like I was being watched, studied. I didn't stick around to see what happened next. I backed up into the cabin, locked the door, and prayed it would just go away. It didn't. For the next few hours, I could hear it circling the cabin. Every now and then, I'd catch glimpses of it darting between the trees. It wasn't just curious anymore. It was testing me. By 300 aim, I'd had enough. I loaded the rifle, took a deep breath, and stepped back outside, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other. The forest was silent, too silent. That's when I saw it again. It was standing upright now, closer than before. It was bigger than I thought, almost the size of a man, but still hunched, its back arched like it had too many bones crammed into too small a space. And its face, well, I don't even have words for what that was. It was like some messed up mix between a dog and a man, but not quite either. I didn't give it time to move. I pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot ripped through the stillness of the trees, and the thing fell to the ground, twitching. My hands were shaking as I approached, the rifle still aimed at its body. Up close, it looked even more unnatural. Its skin was rough, almost scaly in places, with patches of coarse hair, like a wild animal. It was dead. No doubt about that. I poked it with the barrel of the gun, just to be absolutely sure. But when I looked up, that wasn't the end of it. There were more of them, lurking in the trees, at least half a dozen, all staring, unmoving. I froze. What the hell were they waiting for? I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I bolted back into the cabin, locked the door, and sat with my back against it, rifle across my lap. I could hear them outside, scratching and thumping, but they didn't try to get in. I kept my eyes glued to the windows, half expecting them to smash through at any second. They never did. By morning, they were gone. The one I'd shot was still lying there, stiff as a board, but the rest of them had vanished into the forest. I wasn't about to stick around to see if they'd come back. I grabbed my keys, my gear, and whatever food I could carry, and I drove straight into town. Silas was waiting for me when I pulled up to his place. "So, you saw him, huh?" he asked, like this was just some casual chat about the weather. I didn't answer. I was too busy trying to catch my breath. "They don't like it when you kill one of theirs," Silas said, almost matter-of-factly. "You best stay in town for a while, let things cool down." I didn't argue. Hell, I wasn't even sure what I'd seen, or if I'd ever be able to explain it. But I wasn't going back to that cabin anytime soon. Maybe someday I'll head back there, see if that thing is still out there. Or maybe I'll just sell the land and move somewhere a little less wild. But one thing's for sure, whatever those things were, they weren't natural, and they sure as hell weren't finished with me yet. My name's Alex Ramsey, and back in '96, I was living the dream, or so I thought. I had a little patch of land in central Wyoming, right on the edge of the Shoshone National Forest. Most folks would have gone stir crazy out there, but I thrived on it. People always said I was better off away from the crowds anyway, what with my talent for avoiding small talk and all that jazz. I lived simply. Built my cabin myself with nothing fancier than a few hand tools, a whole lot of sweat, and enough curse words to make a sailor blush. My only neighbors were the towering pines and the occasional elk, which suited me just fine. I never owned a gun. Wasn't some moral high ground thing. I just didn't see the need. I wasn't a hunter, and the wildlife around here mostly kept to themselves. Besides, there was something about guns that felt, I don't know, unnecessary, lazy maybe. I figured if I needed to defend myself, I'd do it the old-fashioned way. Though, admittedly, I hadn't given much thought to what that actually meant. I had this buddy, Ben. We'd been tight since high school, the kind of friendship where you could just look at each other and know what the other was thinking. Ben lived a couple of hours away, closer to Lander. He'd drive up every now and then, check in on me, make sure I hadn't completely morphed into one of those hermit mountain men you hear stories about. One evening, Ben and I were sitting outside my cabin, nursing a couple of beers and shooting the breeze, reminiscing about all the dumb stuff we used to get into back in the day. "So, you still think living out here with only Bambi for company is the life?" he asked, that usual smirk playing on his lips. I snorted. "What? You worried I'm gonna lose it, Ben?" He chuckled, but it was that uneasy kind of chuckle. Just saying. It's easy to forget how to be around people when you're out here too long. Next thing you know, you'll be having full-blown conversations with the trees. "Hey, at least trees don't lie," I shot back. "Can't say the same for half the folks you deal with down in town." Ben laughed, then got up and stretched, his joints popping like bubble wrap. "Alright, I'm gonna hit the road. Got an early start tomorrow. You sure you don't want to come down for a while? Grab a drink at the Rusty Spur. Maybe, civilization." I shook my head. "Nah, I'll pass. You know me, crowds make me itch." He rolled his eyes, said his goodbyes, and left me to my solitude. And I was fine with that. The quiet wasn't something I feared. Hell, it was the whole reason I was out here in the first place. Later that night, I was sitting by the fire pit. The stars spread out above me like someone had poked a million holes in a giant black blanket. There wasn't much sound beyond the crackling of the fire, the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, and my own breathing. I felt good, relaxed, at peace. Then I heard it. Something different. It wasn't loud, just a slight disturbance in the usual symphony of night noises, like something moving through the brush. At first, I figured it was a deer or an elk, but then I noticed something was off. It wasn't the kind of steady, rhythmic movement you'd expect from a four-legged animal. This was uneven, jerky almost. I stood up, grabbing the closest thing I had to a weapon, a thick branch I'd been using to poke at the fire, and listened. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was so thick, I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a coyote or some other critter. But deep down, a little knot of unease was starting to form in my gut. Then it came again, closer this time, much closer. The rustling was followed by a low, guttural crunch, like something heavy was stepping through the underbrush. My grip on the branch tightened, and I started backing towards the cabin, my mind racing, trying to figure out what I was dealing with. Maybe a bear had wandered a little too close, or a mountain lion. But it didn't sound right for either of those. I caught a glimpse of movement between the trees. Whatever it was big. Bigger than anything I'd ever seen around these parts. My heart was hammering against my ribs now, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I kept backing up, my eyes locked on the shadows that were moving towards me. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark, hulking shape. Then, without warning, it charged. Fast. I swung the branch, pure instinct, but the thing swatted it aside like it was a toothpick. I stumbled back, hit the ground hard, and scrambled to get up. But it was on me before I could even register what was happening. And the smell. God, the smell. Like rotting meat left out in the sun too long. My stomach churned as I tried to make sense of what I was looking at. It had the general shape of a man, 2 arms, 2 legs, but its body was twisted and messed up, like something had gone horribly wrong in the making of it. The skin, if you could even call it that, looked patchy and raw, a bizarre mix of scales and matted fur. The face, though, that was the worst part. It had a snout, kind of, but with these jagged, uneven teeth sticking out at all angles, like a broken picket fence. I kicked at it hard, but it barely flinched. The thing grabbed my leg and started dragging me towards the tree line. I screamed, more out of desperation than anything else. But who was gonna hear me out here? I kicked again, this time landing a solid blow on what I guessed was its stomach. It let out this horrible, wheezing sound, something between a bark and a choke, and its grip loosened for a split second, just long enough for me to scramble away. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't even think. I just ran. I ran into the woods, deeper than I had any right to be going, tripping over roots and rocks in the pitch black. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't dare slow down. Whatever that thing was, it was fast, and it wasn't done with me yet. I could hear it behind me, snapping branches, shoving trees aside like they were nothing as it pursued me. Then, through the trees, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ben's truck, parked just ahead. Only Ben wasn't standing near it. He was sprawled on the ground next to the driver's door, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, an angle no human body should ever be forced into. I stopped dead in my tracks, frozen by the gruesome sight. His throat, it was torn open, so deep I could see bone. Blood was everywhere, soaking into the dirt like someone had spilled a bucket of crimson paint. I didn't have time to process it, though. The thing behind me was still coming, and I had no idea how much time I had left. I ran to Ben's truck, threw open the door, and practically dove inside, slamming it shut just as the creature lunged. The truck rocked violently as it smashed into the side, clawing at the windows, snarling in that awful, choking way. I fumbled for the keys, found them still in the ignition, and twisted. The engine roared to life, and I floored the gas pedal, speeding away from the cabin, away from Ben's mangled body, and away from whatever that thing was. I didn't stop until I reached town, where I practically threw myself out of the truck and ran into the nearest bar, the Grizzly Paw. I must have looked like a complete lunatic, covered in dirt and shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, because the bartender didn't even ask any questions. He just handed me the phone, and I called the sheriff. The investigation, if you could even call it that, didn't go the way I expected. Not even close. They found Ben's body, all right, but they didn't seem all that surprised by it. Sheriff Harding, a man whose gut hung over his belt like a deflated spare tire, chalked it up to a bear attack. Said it wasn't uncommon for predators to come down from the mountains this time of year, especially when food was scarce. I tried to explain, to make them understand that it wasn't a bear, that something else had killed Ben, something unnatural. But no one believed me, not one damn person. "You've been out there too long, Ramsey," Sheriff Harding said, shaking his head like he was dealing with a particularly slow child. "Sometimes living in isolation can mess with your head. You start seeing things, hearing things that aren't there." I wanted to punch him, to scream at him that I wasn't crazy, that I knew what I saw, that Ben's death wasn't some random animal attack. But I didn't. I just stood there, numb, while they zipped Ben's body into a black bag. The sound of the zipper final sickening punctuation mark on the whole ordeal. I never went back to that cabin. Couldn't bring myself to. Ben's death, and the way they just brushed it off, it left a bad taste in my mouth, like a mouthful of ashes. I moved into town after that. A cramped little apartment above the hardware store. Tried to pick up the pieces, find some semblance of a normal life. But things were never the same. Some nights, I'd be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and I'd hear something in the distance. Something that sounded way too familiar. A rustle in the alleyway. A low growl carried on the wind. And I'd wonder if that thing was still out there, if it was still hunting, still waiting. But it wasn't the waiting that scared me the most. It was the fact that whatever it was, it didn't care who or what got in its way. It took Ben, my best friend, without a second thought. And the authorities, the people who were supposed to protect us, they just shrugged it off like it was nothing. I started drinking more after that. Not enough to be a full-blown alcoholic, but enough to take the edge off, to dull the memories that clawed at the back of my mind. I'd sit at the grisly pool, nursing a whiskey, and watch the other patrons, laughing, talking, living their lives like nothing was wrong, like the world was still a safe place. Sometimes I'd catch the bartender, a guy named Earl who had a face like a crumpled paper bag, looking at me with a mixture of pity and concern. He never said anything, but I knew what he was thinking. He thought I was just another broken down loner who'd spent too much time in the wilderness, a man haunted by his own imagination. And maybe he was right. Maybe I was crazy. But then I'd remember the look on that thing's face, the way it moved, the sheer terror I felt in those woods. And I knew, deep down in my gut, that it was real. It was out there. The town held a small service for Ben. A handful of people showed up, mostly folks he knew from his construction jobs. His parents, bless their hearts, were too grief-stricken to even speak. They just stood there, clutching each other, their faces etched with a pain I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I delivered a short, clumsy eulogy, my voice cracking as I talked about the kind of man Ben was, the kind of friend he was. After the service, I found myself standing at the edge of town, looking back towards the mountains. The setting sun painted the peaks in hues of orange and purple, a beautiful backdrop to a scene of unspeakable horror. I took a long drag from my cigarette, the smoke filling my lungs, a small, insignificant act of defiance against the fear that still gnawed at me. I didn't know what to do, where to go. My life, the life I'd built out in the woods, was gone, destroyed in a single, terrifying night. All that was left was a hollow ache in my chest, and the chilling certainty that somewhere out there, in the vast, unforgiving wilderness, something monstrous was waiting, and it was only a matter of time before it came back. So, I stayed in town. I got a job at the lumberyard, stacking wood, doing odd jobs, trying to blend in, to disappear into the background noise of everyday life. But every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. Every strange sound in the night sent a jolt of fear through me. I was a ghost in my own life, haunted by the memory of that creature, and the knowledge that no one would ever believe me. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, I'd swear I could still hear it out there, a low growl carried on the breeze. A chilling reminder that the wilderness held secrets far darker and more terrifying than any man could ever comprehend. And all I could do was wait and wonder and try to forget the face of the thing that had stolen my friend, my life, and my peace of mind. But I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I never would. Not as long as I lived. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. You know, no one ever tells you that living off the grid comes with a set of neighbors you didn't ask for. That's usually how I start when someone asks why I packed it all up and left my little slice of heaven out in the Montana wilderness. See, it was back in Duvern 9, and I was nestled deep in the backcountry, a good 80 miles from anything that even resembled civilization. I wasn't hiding from the law or anything, just a guy needing a break from the rat race. Simple life, you know? Suited me just fine. Name's Jake. By the way, Jake Collins. Born and bred in the concrete jungle of Los Angeles, but that hustle and bustle never did sit right with me. I was a construction worker for years, busted my back on those sites. Then, when I was 34, I took a nasty tumble off a scaffold, fractured my spine in a couple of places. Figured that was the universe's way of telling me to slow the heck down. So, I did. Ended up in a cabin I built myself, board by board. No internet, no cell service, just me, my two mutts, Daisy and Duke, and the sounds of the forest. Sounded idyllic, right? Yeah, I thought so too. 6 years. 6 years of peace, quiet, fishing, hunting, chopping wood, the whole 9 yards. It was a kind of calm you just can't buy, a stillness that settles deep in your bones, that was disturbed by strange events. It all started one evening in the fall. This scratching sound, not like branches scraping against the cabin, this was different. Closer, sounded like fingernails on wood. Now, I'd spent enough time in the woods to know my animal sounds. This wasn't a bear, wasn't a deer, or a raccoon. This was intentional. Like something was trying to get my attention. Weird thing is, I didn't have a gun. Wasn't against them or anything, just never needed one. Out there, any real trouble was likely to come from a ticked-off moose. And honestly, I wasn't too worried. Daisy and Duke were my alarm system, and I trusted those two with my life. But that night a peep. Not a growl, nothing. So, like any guy who's a master of denial, I just ignored it. Chalked it up to some critter being curious. Days went by, and I pretty much forgot about it. Then came the smell. Ever smelled a dead animal in the woods? It's a smell you don't forget. Thick, nasty, like it coats the inside of your nostrils. I figured some poor creature had met its end nearby, and I'd find the carcass sooner or later. But I didn't. What I found was a whole lot worse. I was out checking my traps one morning, same as always. I set them about half a mile out from the cabin. Usually caught rabbits, the occasional fox. But that day, one of my traps was gone. Not just empty, gone. Like someone had yanked it out of the ground. I followed the drag marks, must have been for an hour, and there it was. The trap, twisted up like a damn pretzel, and next to it, buns. Now, I'd seen my share of bones. You hunt, you see bones. But these were different. Clean, too clean. Like they'd been gnawed on for hours. And they were human. Let me tell you, I've had my share of bad breaks, but this wasn't some poor hiker who'd taken a wrong turn. These bones, they weren't fresh, but they weren't ancient either. Still had bits of cloth clinging to them, looked like a jacket. I just stood there, staring, like my brain was refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. That's when I heard it again. The scratching. Only this time, it was close, real close. My instincts took over. I backed away slow, eyes glued to the trees, and then I ran. Ran back to the cabin like the devil himself was on my heels. And when I got there, the dogs were gone. Not just out of sight, gone. Leashes were still there, tied to the porch post, but no dogs. No sign of a struggle, just gone. That night was the longest of my life. The scratching came back, louder this time, more urgent, desperate even. I sat there, clutching a kitchen knife. Yeah, that's all I had, feeling like a cornered animal. It went on for hours, a constant, terrifying rhythm, until close to midnight. The door rattled. Not from the wind. Something was out there, and it wanted in. I didn't have time to think, to question. I threw the bolt on the door, grabbed the axe from beside the fireplace, and waited. There was a heavy thud, like something had thrown itself against the wall, and then silence. For a split second, I thought maybe, just maybe I'd scared it off. Whatever was. Then the smell hit me again, that rot. It was everywhere, seeping through the walls, choking me. Daisy and Duke. They should have been going nuts, barking their heads off, scratching at the door. But there was nothing. Just that silence, and that godawful smell. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to figure out where the thing was, what it was doing. And then I saw it. A shadow in the window. Not a human. Not even close. It was low to the ground, hunched over, and I could see its breath fogging up the glass. The scratching started again, this time on the window pane, the sound chilling me to my very core. I froze. Couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. It was like every nerve in my body was screaming at me, but I was paralyzed. It scratched again, long, slow strokes across the glass, like it was drawing something. The worst part, it wasn't trying to smash the window. It was toying with me, like it knew I was trapped inside, like it was enjoying my fear. I stood there, I don't know how long, 5 minutes, an hour. Time had lost all meaning. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The scratching, the shadow, the breath on the glass. Gone. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the one after that. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, had me jumping out of my skin. I was a wreck, fueled by stale coffee and pure, unadulterated terror. Whatever was out there, it wasn't leaving. A week crawled by. Every night, the scratching came back, each time a little louder, a little more aggressive. But it never broke in. It just stayed out there, a constant, menacing presence, driving me closer and closer to the edge. Then came the night I finally saw it, really saw it. I was out back, chopping wood, trying to keep busy, keep the fear at bay. Movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a wolf, maybe a mountain lion, but no, this was bigger, way bigger. It stood on 2 legs like a man, but hunched, distorted. Its arms were too long, dangling almost to its knees, thick with muscle. Its skin was this sickly grey color, like something that had been left out in the sun too long. It was dusk, the shadows were long and deep, so I couldn't make out all the details, but what I saw was enough. This wasn't any animal I'd ever encountered. This was something else. And here's the real kicker, it didn't attack. It just stood there, at the edge of the woods, staring at me, like it was sizing me up, trying to figure me out. I stared back, axe gripped tight in my hand, waiting for it to make a move. But it didn't. After a few agonizing moments, it just turned and melted back into the trees, like it was never even there. I should have left then, packed my bags, grabbed what little I had left, and hiked out of there. But I didn't. Stubborn, I guess. Or maybe just plain stupid. The next morning, I found my neighbor, or what was left of him. Old Man Hemlock. Lived about a mile down the trail. We weren't exactly best buds, but we'd share a drink or two when I went to his cabin. He was a good guy, in his own quiet way. Now he was dead. His body, it was torn apart. I mean, ripped open like a cheap pineatta. Blood everywhere, his insides. They were scattered around like party decorations. But the sickest part, his bones were gone. Every single one. Just like the ones in the trap. I finally used my emergency satellite phone to call the sheriff. Took me 2 hours to hike to a spot with a decent signal. They came out. A couple of deputies took one look at Hemlock's remains and declared it a bear attack. A bear. I almost laughed in their faces. Bears don't do that. They don't rip a man to shreds and then meticulously pick the bones clean. That night was it. I barricaded the door, axe by my side, just knowing that thing was coming back. The scratching started just before midnight, right on schedule. Only this time, it wasn't outside. It was inside, in the walls. I don't know how it got in, but it was in there, moving around. Like a rat in the walls, only 1,000 times bigger and 1,000,000 times more terrifying. I didn't even think. I just grabbed my pack, threw in a few essentials, and bolted. I ran like hell, not even looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the main road, miles away, and hitched a ride with the first trucker who passed by. I haven't been back since. You can think I'm crazy. You can say I was out there too long, that the solitude got to me, that I imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know what it did to Old Man Hemlock. Whatever that thing was, it's still out there, roaming those woods, waiting for its next victim. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still hear it. The scratching. Always the scratching. And I can't help but wonder what will cross the path of that abomination again. That thing is still out there, and that poor soul won't know what hit him or her, and I pity them. I truly do. Because I know the truth. And it is more terrifying than anyone can imagine. It was 1994, and I was holed up in this beat-up old cabin way out in the boonies of northern Michigan. I'm talking the kind of place that doesn't even show up on a map, you know. And honestly, that's how I liked it. My name's Jack Collins, and I ditched the whole city rat race years back. Guess you could say I was looking for some peace and quiet. Though I'm not sure that was ever really in the cards for me. Let me give you the lowdown, so you get why I chose to live so far out. I was a grease monkey most of my life, worked a solid 20 years on that Detroit grind. But the same old, day in and day out, made me feel like I was slowly rusting out, just like the junkers I was fixing. Then, after my wife, Sarah, up and left me, I figured, what the hell? Might as well leave everything else behind too. The cabin was a hand, me, down from some old uncle who kicked the bucket. Nobody else in the family wanted the damn thing, so I thought, why not? It came with 5 acres of thick ass forest, a decent-sized creek, and more deer than you could shake a stick at. Sounded like a freaking dream come true back then. Should have known better, right? There were always these stories going around about people going missing up in those woods. Hunters disappearing, animals acting all weird. But you know how these small towns are. nothing better to do than gossip. Anyway, I kept to myself mostly. I had enough tools and survival know how to get by, and besides, I wasn't the type to get spooked by a bunch of superstitious nonsense. Or so I thought. So, this particular evening in '94, I was chilling on my porch after a long day of chopping wood, nursing a cold one. The woods were unusually quiet, which, looking back on it, was the first sign something was seriously off. Usually, you'd hear crickets, owls, maybe a deer crashing around in the underbrush, but not that night. Just this heavy, unsettling silence. The kind that gets under your skin and makes the hair on your arms stand up. I tried to shake it off, but before I could head inside, I heard something. It was this low rustling, like something moving just beyond the tree limb. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark, but whatever it was stayed just out of sight. Then, the sound of a twig snapping. It didn't sound like an animal though. Too deliberate, too controlled. Now, I'm no idiot, so I grabbed my rifle and flashlight. But I'll admit, I wasn't exactly packing heat. I figured it was maybe some drifter or a lost hunter. I yelled out into the trees, telling whoever it was to speak up or get lost. No answer. Just more crunching of leaves, slower this time, like whatever it was had started to move toward me. I stepped off the porch, flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. The beam cut through the night, but barely. That thick Michigan forest just seemed to swallow up the light. I moved toward the tree line, trying to figure out if my imagination was just playing tricks on me. I wasn't armed to the teeth or anything, just an old .22 and a hunting knife I kept on my belt. Not exactly military-grade stuff, you know. Then I saw something, or rather, the absence of something. My flashlight caught this figure standing maybe 50 feet out, just inside the tree line. Tall, almost lanky, but not human. It moved like it was testing me, like it wasn't quite sure if it should make itself known yet. But then, it did. It stepped out into the clearing, and my stomach just dropped. Its body was covered in this coarse bristle, like fur. But it stood like a wolf on its hind legs, except its limbs were way too long, all out of proportion. And the face was like nothing I'd ever seen. Kind of like a deer's, but stretched out all wrong, with a jaw that hung open slightly, showing a set of teeth way too big for its mouth. The closest thing I can compare it to is one of those cryptid stories you hear about in dive bars late at night, when everyone's had a few too many and starts talking crazy. It didn't rush me though. It just stood there, watching, breathing, if you could call it that. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking like a damn leaf. Ever tried to aim at something when you're pretty sure you're about to die? Yeah, it's not as easy as they make it look in the movies. Then, it moved, but not toward me, toward my cabin. Now there was no way in hell I was gonna let this thing trap me in my own damn home. I fired a shot, hit it in the shoulder. It barely even flinched, but it sure as hell noticed. Its head snapped toward me, and its mouth twisted into something that might have been a grin. I don't know if that thing was capable of smiling, but that's what it looked like. Then it turned, way faster this time, and disappeared back into the woods. Now, I've seen some messed up stuff in my day. I've worked with people who've been through some rough times. But this was something else entirely. There was no way I was gonna chase after it, not in the dark, and definitely not alone. So I did the only thing I could think of. I booked it back inside, locked the door, boarded up the windows as best I could, and sat there by the door, rifle pointed at it, for hours. I could hear it circling the cabin. Every now and then, it would scratch at the walls, and once, it even tried the doorknob, testing it, like it knew what it was for. I wasn't scared, not exactly. More like pissed off. Pissed off that whatever this thing was, it thought it could just waltz into my life and start messing with me. Around midnight, the noises stopped. I figured maybe it had moved on. Stupid, right? I woke up around 3:00 a.m. to the sound of screaming. Not just any scream, either. This was blood-curdling, like someone was being torn apart, limb from limb. I grabbed my rifle again, threw open the door, and ran toward the sound. I didn't even stop to think about what I might find, just that someone else was out there, and they were in trouble. When I got to where the screaming was coming from, I saw what was left of a man, or what used to be a man, anyway. His body was just strewn across the forest floor, limbs twisted in ways that didn't make any sense. It looked like he'd been mauled, but not by any animal I knew. I don't know how I kept my dinner down, but I did. That's when I saw it again. The creature. It was standing just beyond the carnage, watching me. It didn't attack this time. It just stared, and then it took off. Faster than anything I'd ever seen. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to chase after it, but I knew better. That thing wasn't something I could handle on my own. I turned back to the remains of the poor bastard it had shredded. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't a local, and there was no gear nearby that would suggest he was a hunter or a hiker. Just some poor guy who was unlucky enough to cross paths with that thing. I grabbed what was left of his jacket, feeling around for anything that might tell me who he was. And that's when I found it to a small, beat-up notebook tucked into the inside pocket. What I read in that notebook made my blood run cold. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the damn thing. It was a series of entries, some of them months old, all talking about the same thing, a creature living in the woods, stalking anyone who wandered too deep into its territory. This guy, whoever he was hunting it, or trying to. But that wasn't the part that really got to me. No, the part that really chilled me to the bone was the last entry, written just a few hours before I found him. It was scribbled, almost illegible, like he was in a hurry, or scared out of his mind. It read, "Finally tracked it. Thought I was being smart, luring it out here, but I think it knows. If I don't make it out of here, burn this notebook. Don't let anyone find out what I found. Burn it. Like hell I was gonna burn it." I kept that notebook. It was the only proof I had that I wasn't going crazy, that what I'd seen was real. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I was getting the hell out of Dodge. There was no way I was sticking around to see what that thing was gonna do next. Whatever it was, it wasn't finished. It had unfinished business, and I sure as hell wasn't planning on being its next victim. The authorities came, eventually, found the body, or what was left of it. Asked me a million questions, of course. They didn't believe half of what I told them. And who could blame them? Sounded like the ramblings of a lunatic. But they couldn't explain what had happened to that poor guy in the woods, either. They ruled it an animal attack, but I knew better. No animal could do that. It took me 3 days to pack up everything I owned and get out of there. 3 days of looking over my shoulder, jumping at every little sound. sleeping with the rifle beside me. But I did it. I got out. I sold the cabin and the land for cheap. Didn't even haggle. Just wanted to be rid of it. Moved back downstate. Tried to get back to some semblance of a normal life. But it wasn't easy. I kept seeing that thing's face in my dreams, hearing those screams in the dead of night. I'm not the superstitious type, never have been. But every once in a while, when I think back on that night, I can't help but wonder if that thing is still out there, somewhere in those dark woods. Probably is. Whatever it is, whatever the hell it wants, it doesn't just vanish. It's not the kind of thing that just goes away. And the notebook, I still have it. It's tucked away in a box, hidden under a bunch of old junk. I never showed it to anyone, never told anyone the whole story, not like this. They'd think I was nuts. Maybe I am. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind is howling outside and the shadows start to dance, I think about that poor bastard in the woods, and I think about that creature, and I wonder if he was right. Maybe some things are better left unknown. Maybe some doors are better left unopened. But then I remember the look in that thing's eyes, the way it moved, the sheer terror I felt. And I know, deep down, that I can't just forget about it. I can't just pretend it didn't happen, because somewhere out there, in the dark, something is waiting, something is hunting, and I'm not so sure it's done with me yet. I didn't stick around those woods long enough to find out more, and, frankly, I don't ever want to. Some things you just can't unsee. Some things follow you, no matter how far you run. And that creature, that thing in the woods, it's a part of me now, whether I like it or not. It's a secret I'll carry to my grave. A secret that's probably best left buried. Like the poor soul who tried to warn the world about what's really out there. He learned the hard way, but maybe he saved me in return. I guess I'll never truly know. But I know I won't be going near those woods again. Not ever. You'd think after 20 years I'd be used to the quiet, but no, it still gets to me. I mumbled to myself, more to hear a voice than anything. My name's Ethan Hayes, and the year was 2016. I was living about as far off the grid as you can get, tucked deep in the Absaroka range of Wyoming. To be honest, I never really fit in with people, never saw the appeal of city life, or even small towns. Give me a cabin, a wood stove, and enough canned beans to last the winter, and I'm set. I built this place from scratch. Every beam, every plank of wood. It's nothing fancy, but it does the job, keeps me out of the wind. And most days, it keeps me sane. I don't need much more than that. But there's one thing that gets under your skin out here. And it's not the cold, not the isolation. It's the things you can't explain. And trust me, there's plenty of that out here in the wilderness. I've lived here long enough to know the sounds of the forest. Elk bugles, wolves howling in the distance, the wind rattling through the pines. But then there's the other stuff, the sounds that make no sense. Like when I heard something knocking on the side of my cabin one night. A sharp, rhythmic thud that didn't sound like wind or any animal I've ever encountered. It was about 8 at night, pitch black already, and cold enough that the inside of my windows was starting to frost over. I'd settled in for the night with a pot of soup when I heard it, 3 sharp knocks. Not the kind of thing you'd hear from wood creaking or a branch tapping against the side. This was deliberate. I stood up and reached for the shotgun I keep leaned by the door, but my hand stopped halfway there. It wasn't that I didn't want to grab it. I always do in these situations, but something felt off. I felt a pit in my stomach, like the kind you get when you know something's watching you, and there's no way you can hide from it. I walked to the door, stepping lightly. The knocks came again, same rhythm, same force. I gritted my teeth, threw the door open, and aimed the barrel at whatever was out there. Nothing. The wind picked up, swirling dead leaves around my boots, but there wasn't a soul in sight. No tracks in the fresh snow, no sign of movement, just me and the dark forest stretching out in front of me. Must have been my imagination, I muttered to myself, though I didn't really believe it. I turned back inside, shut the door, and locked it tight. My soup had gone cold by then, and I wasn't hungry anymore. I didn't sleep that night, either. Just sat by the window with my shotgun resting across my lap, staring out into the blackness. The next morning, I did what any rational person would do. I scouted the perimeter. I've been hunting out here long enough to read tracks like a book, but there was nothing. No prints, no signs of a struggle, nothing to suggest that anyone or anything had been near my cabin. Still, that knocking stuck with me. It wasn't just the sound, it was the way it happened. Too precise, too purposeful, like something was trying to get my attention. I shook it off, got back to work, and figured it was just one of those weird forest things I'd never figure out. But the knocking came back the next night. This time, though, it wasn't just 3 knocks. It was a full barrage. Bam, bam, bam. Over and over again, from all sides of the cabin, and it was louder. I bolted out of bed, grabbed the shotgun, and threw open the window, firing off a warning shot into the air. The noise stopped, and for a second, I thought that maybe I'd scared off whatever it was. But that's when I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the tree line, about 50 yards out. I couldn't make out the details. It was tall, I could tell that much. And it was moving, slowly swaying from side to side, like it wasn't used to walking on 2 legs. My heart started hammering in my chest as I raised the gun again, but I didn't shoot. Not yet. The figure stepped forward into the moonlight, and that's when I realized this thing was wrong. It was covered in fur, a dark fur, like a bear that had rolled in the mud. But it was too thin, too upright. Its head was elongated, like a wolf's, but its arms were long, unnaturally long, hanging down past its knees. I blinked, convinced I was seeing things, but the thing took another step toward me. I fired. The shot rang out through the woods, echoing off the trees. But the creature didn't react. It didn't run, didn't even flinch. It just kept moving forward, slow and steady, like it knew there wasn't anything I could do to stop it. I slammed the windows shut, backed away from the door, and tried to think. The knocking had stopped, but I knew it was still out there. I'd faced off against grizzlies before, wolves, mountain lions, you name it. But this was something else, something I couldn't fight with a gun or a knife. The next few hours felt like days. I sat there, waiting for it to come through the door, but it never did. The sun came up eventually, and when I finally worked up the courage to step outside, it was gone. No tracks, no blood, nothing to suggest it had ever been there. I tried to brush it off again, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But a few days later, I found something that made my blood run cold. About a mile from the cabin, I stumbled upon the remains of a deer, or what was left of it. Its body was torn apart, shredded in a way I'd never seen before. Whatever had done it wasn't hunting for food, it was just killing. And then I saw the tracks. Deep gouges in the ground, too wide for a bear, too erratic for a wolf. They trailed off into the woods, leading to a cave I hadn't noticed before. Now, I'm not a superstitious guy, but there's something about caves that just feels wrong, like stepping into a tomb. But I had to know. I had to see what was in there. The opening was narrow, barely big enough for me to squeeze through. Inside, the air was thick and damp, and the smell hit me like a punch to the gut. The stench of death, of rotting meat. I followed the tunnel deeper, my flashlight cutting through the gloom, until I came to a small chamber. And that's when I saw it. Bones. Dozens of them, scattered across the floor. Some were animals, but others weren't. Human bones, mixed in with the rest, cracked and broken, like someone had been gnawing on them. I froze, my mind racing. There hadn't been any missing persons reports in this area for years, at least not that I knew of. But the evidence was right there, staring me in the face. This thing, whatever it was, had been hunting, killing, for God knows how long, and now it had its sights set on me. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. A figure, crouched in the corner of the cave, watching me. Its body was twisted and contorted, limbs too long, face too narrow. It looked like a person, but not quite. And then it moved, crawling toward me on all fours at a speed that made my heart skip a beat. I bolted. I don't know how I managed to get out of that cave, but I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I didn't stop until I was back at the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me. My heart was pounding, my hands shaking, but I knew I couldn't stay here, not after what I'd seen. The thing was still out there, somewhere in those woods, and I had a feeling it wouldn't stop until it had me. I packed what I could, a sleeping bag, some food, my rifle, which suddenly felt inadequate, grabbed the shotgun, and left the cabin that night. I don't know where I'm going yet, but I sure as hell ain't staying here. Not with that thing roaming around, knocking on doors and killing for sport. You hear stories about creatures out in the wild, but you never believe them. Not until you see it for yourself. Trust me though, some things are better left unseen. Because once you do, there's no going back. You can't unsee it, and you're always waiting for the knock. Now, I am driving. Driving anywhere that's not here. Anywhere that thing might not follow. Maybe I'll head south. Maybe I'll keep going till I hit the ocean. All I know is, I can't be here anymore. The road's dark. The only sounds are the hum of the engine and the occasional howl of the wind. It still makes me jump, every snap of a branch, every gust that rattles the truck, and every time I see a pair of eyes reflected in the headlights, I grip the wheel a little tighter. I don't know what's out there, but I know it changed me. I'll never look at the woods the same way. I'll never feel safe in the quiet again, because now I know the quiet isn't empty. It's just waiting. Waiting for something to break the silence. And sometimes, I swear I can still hear it, that knocking. It's 1998, and I'm out in the boonies near Haines, Alaska. Now, this place, it's not for everyone. It's the kind of remote where you either fall in love with the peace and quiet, or it slowly drives you nuts. My name's Rick. By the way, Rick Mercer, and back then, I was one of those guys who thought he could handle anything. I'd moved out here to escape the city. All that noise and those people, it was grating on my nerves. Out here, I thought I'd found freedom, off the grid living, that was the dream. But let me tell you, freedom's got a price tag, and sometimes that price is pretty damn steep. Haynes, it's not some place you just accidentally find. It's wedged between these massive forests and the ocean, with roads that basically lead to nowhere. I mean, unless you're into logging trails, then maybe you're in luck. Anyway, the day this all went down, it started out like any other day out there. I was doing my usual chores, checking the generator, hauling firewood, basically just making sure I didn't freeze my butt off when night rolled around. The air, it had this heaviness to it, that kind of thick stillness that makes every little sound stand out. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a walk further into the woods. I'd done it a million times before, but that day something felt off. Not like, oh crap, something's watching me off, but more like the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting. I tried to shake it off, figured it was just my mind messing with me. I wasn't carrying, which, looking back, was dumb move number one. I had a shotgun back at the cabin, but I'd gotten a little too comfortable out there. After a few years, you start thinking you're part of the landscape. Most of the wildlife, they left you alone if you left them alone. I was comfortable, maybe too comfortable. So, I'd been walking for about an hour, maybe when I saw it, a couple of deer carcasses, half eaten and just tossed around like some sick buffet. Now deer, there are a dime a dozen out there, but this wasn't like any kill I'd ever seen. The wounds, they were ragged, torn up in a way that didn't make sense. No bear or wolf did this. For a second, I thought about turning back. But curiosity, man, it's a real pain in the backside. Besides, nothing much ever happens out here, so any little mystery is kind of a big deal. I kept going, pushing deeper into the woods. The further I went, the more this uneasy feeling settled in my gut. It wasn't paranoia, exactly, more like my instinct screaming at me that something was wrong. If you're going to kill me, I muttered to myself, at least wait until after dinner. I'm starving. Yeah, that's my go, to making dumb jokes when I'm stressed. It wasn't long after that when I heard it. This rustling sound behind me. You know the type, makes your heart leap into your throat. It was too deliberate to be the wind, but too quiet to be a regular animal. I stopped, straining my ears, trying to hear it again, nothing. I started walking again, faster this time. My little joke wasn't so funny anymore. And then, I saw it. Something moving, just beyond the trees, staying low to the ground. My first thought was, okay, maybe it's a cougar. But this thing was too big, and the way it moved, it was just wrong. It was kind of crawling, but way faster than anything that size should be able to crawl. It was maybe 50 yards away, but close enough that I could tell. This thing was massive. I'm no good at guessing sizes, but this was huge. Its fur, or whatever it was dark, all matted and clumped up, like it was diseased or something. I froze, and for a split second, it did too. We were locked in this weird standoff, neither of us moving. Then, it bolted straight at me. Instinct took over, and I did the only thing anyone would do, I ran. Now, running through a thick forest, it's not like running on a track. I was already at a disadvantage. Branches were whipping me in the face. and I tripped more times than I can count, but the adrenaline, it kept me going. I could hear it behind me, tearing through the trees like they were nothing. The sound was sickening, like flesh being dragged over gravel. I didn't dare look back. I made it back to the cabin, slammed the door, and locked it. I was panting, leaning against the door, when I heard it scratching. Not on the door, but on the outside walls of the cabin. Whatever it was circling me, like it knew I was trapped. I grabbed the shotgun from the corner, finally wishing I'd brought the damn thing with me. The scratching stopped, but I didn't move. I wasn't dumb enough to think it had just given up and gone home. The sun was starting to set, casting these long, creepy shadows through the cabin windows. I kept the shotgun trained on the door, waiting. Minutes ticked by. Nothing. No more scratching, no rustling, just silence. Then, a third. Something heavy hit the side of the cabin. Not hard enough to break through, but enough to make the whole place shake. I didn't have much time to think about what to do, because the next thing I knew, the window shattered. The thing was in. It happened so fast. 1 second the window was there, the next it was just gone. And this thing was coming through. It didn't so much as jump, but crawled through the broken window, its massive body squeezing through the frame, like it was way too big for the opening. I reacted purely on instinct. I shot it, point blank. The blast should have dropped anything, and I mean anything, but this thing, it barely even flinched. It staggered, yeah, but it kept coming. Up close, I could see it wasn't just fur. This thing was covered in patches of scales, like some kind of messed up hybrid. A bear mixed with a crocodile or something. I pumped the shotgun again and fired another round, this time hitting it square in the head. That's what finally brought it down. It collapsed in a heap, right there inside the cabin. I stood there, panting, still clutching the shotgun like it was my lifeline. I couldn't move, couldn't even think straight. I just stared at the thing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually, I had to know for sure, was it really dead? I inched closer, keeping the shotgun aimed at it, and nudged its body with the toe of my boot. It didn't move. I'm telling you, this thing, it wasn't natural. It was bigger than any animal I'd ever seen up here, and that mix of fur and scales, it just didn't make sense. Part of me wanted to just drag it outside right then and there, but I was exhausted, physically and mentally. I decided to board up the window as best as I could and just try to make it through the night. Morning finally came, and with it, a bit of clarity. I knew I had to get rid of the body, and fast. The last thing I needed was some local or a ranger coming by and asking questions I couldn't answer. I dragged it out into the woods, far enough away that it wouldn't be easily found. As I was pulling it, I noticed something really disturbing. The thing's body was lighter than it should have been, almost hollow. Like, whatever was inside it, it wasn't fully solid. I can't really explain it any other way. I dug a shallow grave, more out of necessity than any kind of respect, and buried the damn thing. I covered it with as much dirt and debris as I could, hoping that would be enough to keep it hidden. Then, I hiked back to the cabin, feeling like I'd just erased something that shouldn't have existed. I've told a few people about it since then. Surprisingly, most of them believed me. I guess when you live out in a place like this, you hear about and see some pretty strange things. but nobody's gone looking for it. They're smarter than I was, I guess. So, what was it? Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. Some kind of freak mutation. Maybe a government experiment that got loose. I don't know. But I'll tell you this, whatever it was, it wasn't natural. And the woods, they haven't felt the same since that day. It's like something shifted, something broke. And I don't think it's ever going back to the way it was. And that's my story. The whole messed up truth. You might not believe it, but I lived it, and I'll never forget it. Middle of nowhere, Montana. Specifically Melville. Ever heard of it? Probably not. It's the kind of town where you're more likely to make friends with a deer than a person. And that's exactly what I did, in a manner of speaking. Name's Jack Holden. It's 1998. And I've been living way off the grid in a cabin, about 20 miles north of the Absaroka, Bartooth Wilderness for the past 6 years. It's peaceful out here, quiet, just the way I like it. See, I left all the usual stuff behind a long time ago. No TV, no phone. No chatty neighbors. People in town probably think I'm nuts for choosing this life. And, you know what, maybe they're right. But after the whole mess with my ex-wife, Sarah, I needed space. Real space. The kind where you can actually hear yourself think without that constant buzz of society in the background. Out here I got that. Plus, I've always been good with my hands. Built this whole place myself. Figured if I could handle that, I could handle whatever nature threw my way. Or so I thought. Now, before you start picturing some epic, Manvis's wild kind of story, let me stop you right there. I've seen my fair share of what nature can dish out. We're talking blizzards that bury you alive, coyotes that stalk the property line, and this one time, a mountain lion tried to make off with one of my goats. But what happened that night? That wasn't anything I could have prepared for, and it sure as hell wasn't natural. It all started with my dog, Duke. He's this scruffy mutt, a kind of fuzzy shepherd mix, I guess. Picked him up about 4 years back. He's not much of a barker, Duke. Only gets going when something's really wrong. So, it's this Wednesday night, late March. Still chilly, but not freezing. I was finishing up some repairs on the chicken coop when I hear Duke start to growl. Low, steady. The kind that makes you stop what you're doing. I grabbed the flashlight from inside, half expecting to see a coyote sniffing around. It was their breeding season, and they tend to get bold around the cabin, looking for an easy meal. But when I stepped outside, Duke wasn't at the edge of the property. He was near the tree line, staring into the woods, stiff as a board. Duke, I called, walking over, my boots crunching on the gravel. He didn't move, didn't even flinch. Just kept his eyes glued to something beyond the reach of my flashlight. I followed his gaze, shining the beam into the woods. At first, nothing. Just the usual dark shapes of pine trees, swaying in the wind. But then, I saw it. This weird, shadowy figure, moving between the trunks, low to the ground. I couldn't make out its shape, but it was bigger than any coyote I'd ever seen. I shouted, trying to scare it off. The thing didn't run. It didn't even react. I remember thinking maybe it was a bear, but it was moving all wrong, not lumbering like bears do. This thing was fast, quick, like a predator stalking its prey. But it wasn't chasing anything, at least not yet. Then, Duke took off, barking and running toward it. Before I could even think to grab him, I cursed and ran after him, keeping the flashlight trained on the shape as best I could. The damn thing darted in and out of view, faster than I could keep up. I was about 30 feet from the tree line when Duke stopped dead in his tracks, his tail tucked between his legs. He started whining like I'd never heard him before. I called him back, my heart pounding in my chest. And that's when I saw it. It stepped out from behind the trees, maybe 40 feet away, huge, hunched over like a wolf on steroids. But its legs were all wrong. Too long, like a deer's, but with paws that ended in these wicked claws that dug into the earth. The fur was all matted, like it had been rolling in mud and blood. But the thing that really got me was the way it stood. It wasn't fully animal. It looked like it could stand on two legs if it wanted to. But right then, it was down on all fours, watching us, like it was deciding if we were worth the effort. Now, I've seen wolves before. We get them around here from time to time. But this wasn't a wolf. I'd never seen anything like it. I started backing up, slowly, calling Duke in a low voice. "Come on, boy, let's go." My fingers tightened around the shotgun I always kept slung over my shoulder. Normally, I wouldn't use it unless I had to. But this was different. It growled. Not loud, just deep enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Then, it started moving toward us. I'm not gonna lie, I panicked. I fired the shotgun once, hitting nothing but dirt and rocks. The blast echoed through the trees. The thing didn't even flinch. It just kept coming. Slow, deliberate, like it knew it didn't need to rush. That's when Duke bolted, the smart dog. I wasn't far behind him, running faster than I ever had in my life, not caring if I looked like a damn fool. That thing, whatever it was, wasn't something I wanted to mess with. I didn't stop until I was back at the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me, Duke barking his head off inside. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it was gonna burst out of my chest, and I couldn't think straight. I just grabbed my rifle, locked all the doors, and sat by the window, watching the tree line, waiting for that thing to show up again. But it didn't. Not at first. Anyway, hours passed. Midnight came and went. I started to convince myself that maybe it was just some kind of freak animal. Maybe a diseased wolf, or some other predator I hadn't seen before. But then, just as I was about to doze off, Duke started growling again. This time, it wasn't a warning growl. It was pure fear. I peered out the window, and there it was, standing just outside the chicken coop, close enough now that I could see it clearly. And it was worse than I thought. Bigger, taller. The front of its face was stretched out, like a wolf's, but not quite, and its teeth. God, its teeth were these massive, jagged things that looked more suited to ripping flesh than anything else. And its claws. They were dragging deep trenches into the ground as it circled the coop. I aimed the rifle through the window, trying to keep my hand steady. My mind was screaming at me to shoot, but something in me hesitated. Then, I saw it snap at one of the chickens through the fence. It wasn't hunting. It was playing with its food. This time, I fired. The shot hit it square in the side. It staggered, letting out a noise somewhere between a yelp and a snarl. I could see dark blood oozing from the wound, but it didn't go down. Instead, it looked up at me, straight at the cabin, then turned and bolted into the woods. For a second there, I thought it might be over, that I'd scared it off. But deep down, I knew better. I wasn't sure what that thing was, but I was damn sure it would be back. The rest of the night was a blur. I stayed up, rifle in hand, watching every shadow, every flicker of movement in the darkness. But the thing didn't return. Not that night, anyway. The next morning, I went out to inspect the chicken coop. The ground was all torn up around it, deep claw marks raking through the dirt and the last patches of snow. A few chickens were dead, ripped apart like they'd been mauled by something big. But what bothered me the most were the tracks. I followed them to the tree line, and then they just stopped, like the thing had vanished into thin air. But there was no mistaking the blood trail I'd left with the rifle shot. It had been hurt. Badly. I don't know what that thing was, or where it went. I haven't seen it since. Duke keeps a close eye on the woods now, and I've added more fortifications to the cabin. Stronger doors, reinforced windows, that sort of thing. But nothing's come back to test them. At least, not yet. Maybe it's dead. Maybe it bled out somewhere in the wilderness. Or maybe it's still out there, healing, waiting for the right time to strike again. Hell. For all I know, it could have been some kind of messed up government experiment gone wrong. Wouldn't surprise me. Out here in the middle of nowhere, you hear things, stories about things people aren't supposed to see. But me? I've seen it. Whatever it is, it's real. I keep going over it in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was it some kind of mutation? A new species? Or something else entirely? Something unnatural? The locals, the few I talk to, they whisper about things. Legends, mostly. Old Native American stories about creatures that walk the line between the spirit world and ours. They call it a Wendigo, or a skinwalker. I used to dismiss those stories as folklore, superstition. But now I'm not so sure. The thing is, that creature, it didn't just scare me, it changed me. I used to feel safe out here, in control. Now, I feel hunted, like I'm living on borrowed time. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves makes me jump. I find myself looking over my shoulder more often, my hand never far from my rifle. I keep telling myself it was just an animal, a freak of nature. But the way it moved, the way it looked at me, that wasn't the look of an animal. It was something else, something intelligent and malicious. If you ever find yourself out in these woods, near the Absaroka, Beartooth Wilderness, keep one thing in mind: not everything out here is afraid of you. Some things out here see you as prey, and they're a hell of a lot better at hunting than you are. I don't know if I'll ever really understand what I saw that night, but I know one thing for sure: I'll never forget it. And I'll always be watching the woods, waiting, wondering if it's out there, somewhere, watching me back. Because whatever that thing was, it's a reminder that there are still things in this world that we don't understand. Things that are far more terrifying than anything we can imagine. And sometimes, the only thing you can do is lock your doors, hold your breath, and pray you make it through the night. My name's Billy Ray, and back in '98, I was what you might call a fixer-upper. Not the house kind, though. I was more into tinkering with busted machines, things nobody else wanted to mess with. Wires and tools felt more natural in my hands than shaking hands with people, if you catch my drift. Used to work in a garage in town, but after a while I got sick of fixing everyone else's junk. So, I bought myself a little piece of nowhere near the Ocala National Forest in Florida. Built a cabin, off-grid. No power, no neighbors, just me, my tools, and the occasional raccoon trying to get into my scrap pile. Figured living off the land would be simple. Wake up, chop wood, fix what needed fixing, and spend the rest of the day messing with old radios and generators. That was the life, or so I thought. Now, I wasn't an idiot. I kept a shotgun under my bed and a .22 rifle by the door, just in case something bigger than a raccoon came sniffing around. Folks used to ask me why I didn't just stick with a regular job in town. Truth is, when you get tired of dealing with people's drama, the quiet starts to sound real nice. That day in '98 started like any other. I was elbow deep in an old generator I'd found at the junkyard the week before, trying to figure out how to get the darn thing running again. It was my kind of problem, something I could solve with my own two hands. Didn't even notice the sky getting dark. Clouds were rolling in fast, and not the friendly kind that brings a nice rain. The air got thick, heavy, like it does before a real bad storm. But something felt off. It was too quiet. Even the usual buzz of bugs seemed to have disappeared. Shrugged it off, thinking a storm was coming. Figured I'd better check the traps I'd set near the creek, about a mile from my cabin. Some extra food never hurts, especially when trips to town weren't exactly on my daily schedule. Slinging my rifle over my shoulder, I headed down the trail. Usually, the walk took about 20 minutes, but I wasn't in any hurry. The forest has this way of slowing things down, especially when you're by yourself. First trap was empty, but the second one had snagged something, a rabbit, dinner. Grabbed it and reset the trap. As I turned back towards the cabin, I saw it. Something was off. There were these deep gashes in one of the trees nearby. And I ain't talking about the kind a bear would make. These were too low to the ground and way too wide, like something huge had taken a swipe at it with claws as big as steak knives. I knelt down to get a closer look, running my thumb along the grooves. The bark was shredded, like wet paper. Now, I'm not the type to get spooked easily, but I've spent enough time in these woods to know when something ain't right. I scanned the area, the trees pressing in like a wall of green, but there was nothing. Just that heavy silence, heavier than it should have been. Great, I muttered to myself, trying to shake it off. Probably just some freaked out animal passing through. On the way back, I kept looking over my shoulder. I hadn't realized how thick the brush had gotten in that part of the forest. It felt like the woods were closing in on me. And still, not a sound. Not even the usual rustling of squirrels and birds. When I got back to the cabin, I checked the lock on the door, almost out of habit. Went inside and left the rabbit by the sink, waiting to be cleaned. But that feeling was still gnawing at me. I went to the window to get a better look at the tree line. Nothing there. The usual sight of pines swaying in the breeze was a little comforting. But still, something was off. As the day wore on, I heard it. A faint rustling outside, like something moving through the brush. Not the usual sound of a deer or even a bear. No, this was slower. Almost like it was thinking about each step. I peered through the window, half expecting to see some lost tourist stumbling around, but it was too quiet for that. Couldn't see a damn thing. I grabbed my shotgun, loading it up quick. Rifle still slung over my shoulder. It wasn't like me to be this jumpy, but I sure as hell wasn't taking any chances. The woods were dead still, and that silence felt like it was pressing down on me. I scanned the area, waiting for something, anything, to move. My heart was pounding, But I wasn't scared. Not yet. Just cautious. Then I saw it. At the edge of the tree line, maybe 30 yards out. Something big was moving. Not a bear. Too low to the ground, and bears don't move like that. This thing was fast, darting between the trees like it knew I was watching. I couldn't make out much, but the way it moved wasn't natural. It was too smooth, too purposeful. It reminded me of how wolves hunt in packs, moving with a plan. I raised the shotgun, aiming at the spot where I'd last seen it. For a second, I hesitated, wondering if maybe it was just some wild animal that had gotten too close to my cabin. But then it stepped into the open, and I saw it clear as day for the first time. It was like a wolf and a big cat mixed together, but all wrong. Its legs were long and muscled, with claws that looked like they could rip through steel. Its body was covered in patches of fur and leathery skin, like it had been through hell and back. But what really got me was its face, or what used to be a face. It didn't have a snout like a wolf, more like a flat, messed up shape, like it was halfway through changing into something else. I could feel it, just standing there. This thing was sizing me up, and I didn't wait. I fired. The shotgun blast echoed through the forest, but the creature barely flinched. It charged, faster than anything that size should have been able to move. I fired again, hitting it square in the chest. But it didn't stop. It was on me before I even knew what was happening, knocking me to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing the rifle from where it had fallen. My side was on fire from where that thing had hit me, but I didn't have time to think about the pain. That creature was on me again, snarling, if you could call it that. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard before. I managed to get a shot off with the rifle, hitting it in the leg. It stumbled, just long enough for me to get some distance. I knew running wouldn't do any good. There was nowhere to go. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I baited it. Limping toward the cabin, I could hear it behind me, moving faster now that it was hurt. I made it inside and slammed the door shut, barring it with the heavy beam I kept for emergencies, or, for when things like this happened. Then I went for the gas canisters by the generator. That thing slammed into the door, hard enough to make the whole cabin shake. I unscrewed the cap on one of the canisters and splashed gasoline all over the floor, making a trail from the door to the stove. Grabbed a match from the shelf, lit it, and tossed it onto the gas just as the door gave way. Flames erupted between me and the creature. It was like a wall of fire. The thing thrashed in the fire, trying to get across the room. I could see its skin blistering, its fur igniting, but it didn't stop. It kept coming, claws tearing at the floorboards, trying to get to me. I backed up, keeping the rifle steady, and fired my last round right into its head. This time, it stopped. I watched as it collapsed, its body twitching before finally going still. The fire was spreading fast. I didn't have much time before the whole cabin went up in smoke. Grabbing whatever I could, which wasn't much, just a few essentials, I bolted out the back door, leaving the burning wreck behind me. When I got to town the next morning, I told the sheriff what had happened. He didn't believe a word of it, of course. Said I probably got into a fight with a wild animal and panicked. I didn't even bother arguing. But when they went out to investigate, they found the cabin burned to ashes and the charred remains of whatever that thing was, still lying in the middle of it. They didn't know what to make of it. Hell, neither did I. But I'll tell you this much, it wasn't natural, and it wasn't just some animal. Whatever it was hunting, and I just happened to be in its path. As for why I'm still out here, well, it turns out the peace and quiet of the woods isn't all it's cracked up to be. But at least I know how to deal with whatever comes next. And these days, I keep a bigger gun and a whole lot more gasoline handy. You never know what's lurking out there in the dark. You never know when some other messed up thing is going to come knocking. And I'll be ready when it does. Always am now. You learn quick or you don't learn at all. It's the kind of silence you just feel in your bones, you know. The kind that settles in after everything around you has finally decided to shut up for the night. That eerie, thick quiet that just hangs there. I don't know why, but that's been my kind of peace since I was a little kid. The year was 1997, and I just moved into this beat up old cabin about 20 miles outside of Cody, Wyoming. Middle of nowhere, basically. The kind of place where, if you scream for help, the only thing that'll hear you is the damn wind. My name's Jack Riley, and I've always been a bit of a loner. Okay, maybe a lot of a loner. I grew up in the city, and let me tell you, that noise never stops. People yapping, dogs barking, horns honking, it's a 24,007 symphony of annoying. Maybe that's why, after 15 years busting my hump on construction jobs in Denver, I finally said, screw it, and packed my bags. Traded in the concrete jungle for, well, a real jungle. This place. No streetlights. No neighbors within shouting distance. Just enough land to make you feel like a forgotten speck on the map. For a guy who wanted to disappear, it was perfect. That night started out like any other. I just finished fixing a busted pipe under the cabin, always something breaking down in this old place. Had my dinner, which was a pretty sad excuse for chili, knocked back a whiskey, and settled into my beat-up recliner. Thing was older than me, probably, but it was comfortable. The kind of night where you don't expect anything more exciting than hearing an owl hooting in the distance. Peaceful, you know, but then came the scratching. It was faint at first. I thought it might be some critter messing around outside, maybe a raccoon trying to get under the porch. But it didn't stop. It kept going, getting louder, more deliberate, like someone or something was dragging its claws across the wood right outside my window. Long, slow scrapes. Now, any sane person would have gotten up, checked it out, right? Not me. I sat there, taking another swig of my whiskey, telling myself it was nothing. Wasn't armed, not that night. Never felt the need for a gun out here. Figured I was the only predator in these woods. Big mistake. Huge. The scratching stopped. Okay, that should have been a good thing, right? Wrong. Because that's when the smell hit me. Thick, rancid, like a deer carcass that's been baking in the sun for a week. It seeped through the cracks in the cabin walls, so thick I swear I could almost see it. Made my eyes water. I stood up, heart suddenly pounding like a drum, and grabbed the old flashlight I kept next to the recliner. Flipped it on. The beam of light trembling a little, just like my hands. I moved to the window, trying to peer out into the darkness. Outside, there was nothing but black. The wind had picked up, rustling the pine trees that surrounded the cabin, making them sway like spooky giants. But other than that, it was still. Too still. The kind of stillness that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The kind that makes you feel like you're not alone. I should have stayed inside, locked the doors, but I didn't. Something in me needed to know what was out there. What was making that sound, that god-awful smell? So, like an idiot, I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The flashlight beam cut through the night like a thin, shaky blade. The smell hit me even harder out there. I gagged, covering my mouth with my sleeve, trying not to puke. I shined the light around, sweeping it over the ground, expecting to see some dead animal. Maybe a mountain lion kill, something like that. But the beam of light didn't land on anything like that. Instead, there was a hand. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the shadows, the way the light was hitting the ground. But nope, it was a hand. Pale, dirty, the fingers all twisted up like they'd been broken. It was sticking out from under a pile of brush, maybe 20 feet from my cabin door. Every single instinct I had told me to turn around, get back inside. But no, curiosity's a real bitch, isn't it? I took a step closer, then another, my heart hammering in my chest like it was trying to escape. The flashlight was flickering now, like it was about to die on me. Of course, I reached down and tugged at the brush. It gave way easily, like it was barely covering anything. And that's when I saw it. A body. Or at least, what was left of one. The flesh was all torn up, ripped apart, like it had been mauled by something with claws. Claws far bigger than anything I'd ever seen in these woods. And the facer, or what was left of it, was unrecognizable. Half of it was just gone. Just raw meat and bone. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. I wanted to throw up, to scream, to just disappear. Then I heard it. A sound that was low, guttural, but unmistakable. Not quite a growl. More like the ragged breathing of something big. Something that was close. Something that was watching me. My flashlight flickered again, and just for a split second, I saw it. It was hunched over, its back arched like a wild animal ready to pounce. But this thing, it wasn't any animal I'd ever seen. Its limbs were too long, too thin. The skin stretched tight over muscle and bone like some kind of sick grey hide. And its head, it wasn't right. It reminded me of a deer's skull, all elongated and bony, with sharp ridges where the horns would have been. But this thing moved like no deer I'd ever seen. It was fluid, silent, like a wisp of smoke, almost. I turned to run. My legs felt like they were filled with concrete, but somehow, I made it back to the cabin, slammed the door behind me, and bolted it shut. My heart pounding so loud, I thought it was going to burst right out of my chest. I grabbed my phone, but of course no signal. Not out here. I'd have to drive at least 10 miles before getting a single bar. I cursed myself for being so damn unprepared. There was a rifle somewhere in the cabin, an old hunting thing, but it wasn't loaded. Not that I had time to find the damn thing anyway. Whatever was out there, it was fast. And it had killed someone. Whoever or whatever was left outside was a brutal reminder of that. Then, a loud teach-gee. The thing had thrown itself against the cabin door. The wood creaked, groaning under the force. This wasn't just some animal scratching anymore. It wasn't just testing the door. It was trying to break it down. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find. A butcher knife, mostly used for chopping vegetables. It wasn't much, but it was something. Another crash, louder this time. The door wouldn't hold for much longer. I backed up against the wall, the knife trembling in my hand, every nerve in my body screaming to get out, to run. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped. Then it went quiet again. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute, maybe two. I kept my eyes glued to the door, waiting for the next attack, muscles tense, ready to spring. But it never came. Instead, the window shattered. Glass rained down on the floor, a terrifying shower of sharp edges. And before I could even react, the thing was inside. It moved faster than anything I'd ever seen, darting into the room with a speed that made my head spin. I slashed out with the knife, a desperate, clumsy swing, but it was too quick. It grabbed me. Its grip was cold, inhumanly strong, and those claws, those damn claws, dug into my arm like steel hooks. I screamed, a raw, primal yell, and kicked, tried to fight it off, but it was too strong. It lifted me clean off the ground like I was a rag doll, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I was face to face with it. Its face, or what passed for one, was just inches from mine. The smell of rot and death was overpowering, like a punch to the gut. I swung the knife again, wild, desperate, and this time, I felt it sink in, deep into its shoulder. It howled, a sound that echoed through the cabin, a sound that I swear I still hear in my nightmares, and dropped me. I hit the floor hard, pain shooting up my spine, but I didn't stop. I scrambled to my feet, fueled by pure adrenaline, and ran towards the door. Somehow, it was still intact, though barely hanging on its hinges. I threw it open and ran. I ran like hell itself was chasing me. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, parked at the edge of the clearing. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming in protest, but I didn't dare slow down. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so bad I dropped them twice before finally getting the door open. I practically threw myself inside, slammed the door shut, and jammed the key in the ignition. The truck roared to life, a beautiful sound, the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, and the tires spun, spitting gravel as I tore down the dirt road, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest gas station, a good 20 miles down the highway. It was one of those old, run-down places, the kind with flickering fluorescent lights and a single, dusty gas pump out front. It was empty, save for an old man behind the counter, staring at me like I'd just crawled out of a war zone. And in a way I had. I never went back to that cabin. Called the sheriff's department the next day, told them what happened. Of course, they didn't believe me. Not really. Said it was probably a bear or a mountain lion. But they sent someone out there to check, a couple of deputies. They found the body, or what was left of it. Ruled it an animal attack, just like I knew they would. But I know what I saw. I saw it in the shadows. That split second in the flickering beam of the flashlight. And later, in the cabin, when it had me in its grip, I felt its cold breath on my skin, smelled its full stench. I saw the way it moved, too fast, too fluid, like smoke given form. This was no bear, no mountain lion. I'm still trying to figure out what that thing was. Maybe it was some kind of mutated creature. Something that crawled out of the mountains after years of hiding. Some kind of freak of nature. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something that doesn't belong in this world. Something unnatural. I moved back to Denver after that. Couldn't stand the thought of being out in the wilderness anymore. Traded the quiet for the noise, the solitude for the crowds. Ironic, isn't it? The thing I ran from, I ran right back to. But even here, in the middle of the city, surrounded by millions of people, I still feel it sometimes. That chilling silence. That feeling of being watched. I see things in the shadows, hear things in the dead of night. Sometimes late at night, when the city is finally quiet, I can almost hear that ragged breathing again. That guttural growl. And I remember the way it looked at me, its eyes, if you could call them that, burning with a cold, alien hunger. I sleep with a loaded gun under my pillow now. A big, heavy revolver. And every night, before I close my eyes, I pray that I never see that thing again. I pray that it stays out there, in the wilderness, far away from me. But I know, deep down, that it's not finished. Whatever that thing was, whatever it is, it's still out there waiting. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right, it sounds almost like a scream. A scream that's cut short. Like someone who just met the same fate as the poor soul I found outside my cabin. The silence never felt peaceful to me after that. Now it just feels hungry. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that one day, that hunger will come for me again. It is just a matter of time before I'm face to face with that nightmare in the woods once more. That thing in the woods will find me. It is only a matter of time. One day I will be the body under the brush, and someone else will stumble towards their own doom. It is just a matter of time. One day the thing in the woods will come for us all. That I am sure of. The thing in the woods is never finished. My name's Ethan, and I've always thought of myself as a guy who could handle his own. See, I grew up in the backwoods of Montana, near the Lolo National Forest. Up there, winters are brutal, but the folks, they're good people. You learn to be tough, rely on yourself, and keep things simple. That's just how it is. Back in '99, I'd been living off-grid for about 5 years. Built myself a little cabin deep in the forest, far from any trails. No hikers, no tourists, just me. Now, I ain't no Thoreau or some mountain man philosopher. I wasn't out there trying to find myself. Truth is, I was just plain tired of people. Tired of the rat race, the noise, and most of all, the damn red tape that seemed to choke the life out of everything. So, I packed up, said, screw it, and headed for the hills. Life was good. I had a little garden, hunted some, fished the streams. Every month, I'd make the 40-mile trek to Alberton, a tiny town to the east, to barter for supplies. I kept to myself, and nobody bothered me. It was perfect. Or so I thought. Things started getting weird that October. An early cold snap hit, way earlier than usual. I was out gathering firewood, stocking up for the long winter ahead. I had a dog then, a mutt named Buster. Picked him up on one of my supply runs. He was a scrappy thing, but loyal as they come. For a few days before everything went sideways, Buster had been acting strange. Real jumpy, barking at shadows, scratching at the door like he wanted out, even when there was nothing there. I figured he was just feeling the cold, or maybe a bear was sniffing around. I could handle a bear. But this was different. The night it all went down, Buster wouldn't settle, just paced and whined. I tried to calm him down, but it was like he sensed something I didn't. Eventually, I gave up, threw another log on the fire, and cracked open a bottle of bourbon. Figured I'd wait him out. A couple of hours crawled by. Me, sipping whiskey by the fire, Buster whimpering by the door, the wind screaming through the trees outside. Then I heard it. Something moving out there. Slow, deliberate. Like it didn't care if it was heard. Now, I'm not one to spook easily, but this was different. These footsteps were heavy, not like any animal I knew. They were almost purposeful. I grabbed my shotgun, an old pump action I kept above the mantel, creaked open the door just a crack to peek out. Nothing. Just darkness and the swirling wind. I stepped out onto the porch, my boots crunching on the frost-covered wood. Buster was right at my heels, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I scanned the trees, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing but shadows dancing in the wind. But there was something out there. I could feel it. The air felt thick, heavy. I tried to tell myself it was just nerves, a trick of the light, but deep down I knew better. Then I heard it again. Closer this time. Whatever it was circling the cabin, moving through the undergrowth like it was stalking us. I clicked off the safety, my heart hammering in my chest. Buster took off toward the sound, barking like crazy. I yelled after him, but he was gone, his barks fading into the night. Damn it, Buster. I cursed under my breath and took off after him, flashlight bouncing wildly. The forest was alive with sound now. Branches cracking, twigs snapping, Buster's frantic barks getting further away. Then, silence. Just like that. My breath hung in the air, a frosty cloud in the freezing night. I stopped, straining to hear anything. But all I could hear was the wind. And that's when I saw it. Something big and pale, moving between the trees. Too fast to make out properly. My first thought was a deer, but no deer moved like that. It was bigger, hunched over, almost like a man. But it wasn't. Not any man I'd ever seen. My mouth went dry. I took a step forward, shotgun raised. Buster's bark started up again, desperate, panic. Coming from somewhere up ahead. I ran toward him, a cold dread creeping into my gut with every step. When I reached him, Buster was on the ground, laying near some bushes, not moving. I called out to him. He didn't even twitch. The fur around his neck was soaked with blood, his body mangled. Like he'd been shaken by something huge, something with jaws stronger than any wolf or bear. I knelt beside him, hands shaking. He was still warm, but there was no life in his eyes. That's when I heard it, a deep, guttural snort right behind me, like something breathing heavy. I spun around, my flashlight catching a flash of something pale and massive moving between the trees again. This time, I got a better look. It was taller than any man, with long, spindly limbs and skin that looked almost translucent in the flashlight beam. It looked sort of like an elk, but hairless, and its body was twisted in a way that made my stomach churn. Its head was too high, too narrow, and it moved in these jerky motions, like it wasn't used to walking on two legs. The thing took a step toward me, and I didn't hesitate. I fired a shot right at its chest. The blast echoed through the forest. The creature let out a sound I'd never heard before, a kind of gurgling screech that chilled me to the bone. It stumbled back but didn't fall. I pumped another shell and fired again, aiming higher this time, toward what I thought was its head. The second shot hit it. It let out a wet, rasping noise and crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud. I didn't stick around to see if it was dead. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was back inside the cabin, the door bolted shut behind me. I barely slept a wink that night, clutching my shotgun, jumping at every creak and groan of the cabin. When morning finally came, a pale, weak light filtering through the cracks in the boarded windows, I forced myself to go back outside. Buster's body was still there, lying where he fell, but the creature, it was gone. There were drag marks in the dirt, leading off into the trees, like something had come back for it during the night. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed what little I had left, my shotgun, and a few essentials. I left that place, didn't even look back. I never went back. Never even spoke to anyone about what happened out there, not until now. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't natural. It wasn't something I could explain, not really. All I know is, it's still out there, somewhere in those woods, waiting. After I left the cabin, I hiked for days. Didn't follow any trails, just kept moving, putting as much distance as I could between me and that place. I ended up in some small town, far south of Alberton. Can't even remember the name of it now. Didn't matter. I was just another face, another drifter passing through. I sold my shotgun. Didn't need it anymore. Not out here, in civilization. Besides, every time I looked at it, I saw Buster, heard that awful screech. I took odd jobs, worked construction, anything to keep busy, to keep my mind off things. But the memory of that night, it stayed with me, haunted me. Sometimes, late at night, when it's quiet, I can still hear it. That breathing, that screech. I see those pale, vacant eyes in the darkness. I tried to forget, to move on. Told myself it was just a bad dream, a story I made up to scare myself. But deep down, I know it wasn't. I saw what I saw. And I know, as sure as I'm sitting here telling you this, that thing is still out there. It changed me, that night. I used to think I was tough, invincible, that I could handle anything the wilderness threw at me. But that thing, it showed me how wrong I was. It showed me that there are things out there, in the dark corners of the world, that we can't understand, things that we can't fight. Now, I live a different life. I stay away from the woods. I keep to myself, mostly. Don't talk much about my past. People think I'm just some quiet, maybe a little strange. They don't know. They don't know what's out there, in the darkness. And honestly, I hope they never do. And that's all I have to say about it. I'm not interested in theories or explanations about skin, walkers or wendigos. Like I said before, some backwards cryptid. I just know what happened to me. It's over and done with. I just needed to tell someone, to finally say the words out loud. Maybe now, I can finally get some damn peace. Maybe now Buster can finally rest. I sure as hell hope so. I've lived with this for too long. Time to lay it down, for good. I just hope whatever it is stays where it is, away from people, away from me. My name's Rick Hayes. And let me tell you, I thought I knew the meaning of off the grid. For 7 years, I lived way out in the Hoh rainforest in Washington state, a place so remote most folks couldn't even find it on a map. But me, I knew that place like the lines on my own palm. I was a hermit, a recluse, whatever you want to call it. People weren't exactly my thing. I was all about solitude, thriving in it. That's why what happened back in '99 still messes with my head. It made me question the one thing I was sure of, that I could stay hidden, untouched. See, I was as self-sufficient as they come. I built my own cabin from salvaged wood, had a little solar setup that gave me enough juice to keep a CB radio going. Just in case, you know. Never owned a gun. Didn't see the need. The knife on my belt was good enough for most things. I wasn't looking to shoot anything. Just wanted to live quietly, with the moss and trees as my only company. My days were simpler: chop wood, hunt small game, forage for whatever the forest offered. It was a routine, and I liked it. Then, one afternoon, that routine got blown to hell. It started normal enough. I was a few miles north of my cabin, tracking a buck I'd seen the day before. It was quiet, almost too quiet. But in that way nature gets when it's sizing you up, deciding if you're a threat. I was alone, or so I thought. About an hour in, I caught a glimpse of something through the trees, a flicker of movement. Too big for a deer, too fast for anything else I'd seen out there. My first thought was, bear, maybe. But I didn't get that gut punch you feel when you're near one of those things. No low rumble of distant growls, no sense of dread. And bears, they don't move like that. I kept going, curiosity winning out over caution. Dumb, right? You'd think after all those years, I'd know better than to stick my nose where it didn't belong. But here's the thing. When you're out there alone, you get used to being top dog. Stupid confidence, I guess. That's where I really messed up. I picked up the pace, heading toward where I saw the thing. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down. I couldn't hear any birds, no squirrels rustling, not even flies buzzing. It was eerie, but I shrugged it off. That is, until I reached the clearing. There, lying in a broken heap, was the buck I was tracking. It was ripped open, like someone had taken a machete to it. Its guts were spilled out on the ground, steam rising from the exposed flesh in the cool air. But it wasn't the gore that freaked me out, it was how clean the kill was. Something had gutted that animal in one smooth motion, not the messy tear you'd expect from a predator. I stood there, staring at the carcass, trying to figure out what could have done it. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from behind me. The trees felt like they were closing in as the sound grew louder. I turned around and finally saw it. This thing was massive, easily 7 feet tall, and it had this hunched over walk, like a wolf that learned to stand upright, but never quite got the hang of it. Its face was long, with a snout like a boar, and its skin, if you could call it that, was mottled, patchy, like it had been skinned alive but just didn't care. Its limbs were long and muscular, with claws that looked more like sharpened bone. It didn't move right, like it was calculating, waiting to see what I'd do. And as much as I hate to admit it, I froze. The knife in my hand felt like a joke. I muttered under my breath, damn it. I wasn't going to outrun it. I wasn't going to fight it. But maybe, just maybe, I could make it hesitate long enough to do something incredibly stupid. Run. The thing cocked its head, like it was amused by the thought. Then it lunged. I darted to the side, barely avoiding the swipe of its claws, and bolted for the thickest part of the forest. My lungs burned as I wove between trees, dodging roots and branches. The heavy thud of its footsteps close behind. Every instinct told me I wouldn't make it back to the cabin in time. But instinct was all I had left. I dove into a narrow gap between 2 trees, scrambling through the underbrush like a cornered animal. This thing was fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be. I could hear it closing in, snarling under its breath. No time to think, just move. Then I heard it, a scream, not mine. Someone else's. I stumbled into another clearing, panting, and spotted 2 guys standing near a beat-up jeep. They had rifles slung over their shoulders, and their jaws were hanging open, staring past me, eyes wide with terror. "Run!" I shouted at them. They didn't need telling twice. One of the guys, a lanky dude with a shaved head, who I later learned was called Jerry, started scrambling into the Jeep. His hands shaking so bad he could barely get the key in the ignition. The other one, a stockier guy named Frank, leveled his rifle toward the trees behind me, and then that thing burst into the clearing. It was a blur of muscle and bone. Barreling toward us, Frank fired off a shot, hitting it square in the chest. The thing staggered, but it didn't go down. It barely even reacted. "That's it. That's all you've got?" I yelled, ducking behind a fallen log as the creature kept coming. Jerry finally got the engine going, and the Jeep sputtered to life.
Get in!
He screamed. I wasn't about to argue. I vaulted into the back just as Frank let off another shot. This time, it caught the thing in the leg, and it buckled, letting out a sound that was like a mix between a snarl and a cuff. For a second, it just sat there on its haunches, staring at us. Then, without warning, it leaped into the trees, vanishing into the canopy. The three of us just sat there, stunned, as the Jeep tore down the dirt road. "What the hell was that?" Frank finally muttered, lowering his rifle. "I don't know," I admitted, still trying to catch my breath. "But I think it killed that buck I was tracking." Jerry gave me a sideways glance in the rearview mirror. "Buck. Dude, it killed more than that. We found a whole pile of them about a mile back, and they weren't the only bodies." I blinked. "What do you mean? Not the only ones?" He didn't answer. Instead, he handed me a blood-smeared map. "We were camping near here, found this. There's a hunting party, 3 guys, been missing for 2 days. Sheriff sent us out to check it, but..." He trailed off, shaking his head. That's when I noticed the smell. Something had been smeared across the back seat, a thick, coppery stench that clung to my throat. "You didn't kill it," I muttered, staring back at the forest as we sped away. "Doesn't matter," Jerry replied grimly. "It's not following us." When we reached town an hour later, the sheriff took one look at us, one look at the map, and decided we were better off not talking about it. The search party was called off, but no one ever found those hunters, or whatever was left of them. A week later, I packed up my cabin. I cleared out everything I owned and I left. I couldn't stay there. Not after that. That thing, whatever it was, it took more than just those hunters' lives. It took my peace of mind, my sense of safety. The forest, my sanctuary, had become something else entirely. A place of nightmares. I ended up drifting for a while, never really settling down. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there, lurking just beyond the tree line. I tried to tell myself it was just paranoia, that I was being irrational. But deep down, I knew. I knew that whatever I saw in the Hoh rainforest that day, it wasn't just some animal. It was something else, something unnatural. And the worst part is, I know it's still out there, waiting, hunting, and sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I can almost hear it. That guttural snarl, carried on the breeze, a reminder that some things are better left undisturbed. Some places are better left unexplored. And some secrets, well, they're better left buried deep in the woods. Because the truth is, some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be feared. And me, I fear that I will never forget that forest. It will be in my nightmares for the rest of my days. It's 1998, and my name is Billy Tanner. I've been living off the grid for about 5 years now, out here in the Oahe Desert, deep in the heart of Idaho, about as far from civilization as you can get. No neighbors, no paved roads, nothing but me, my trusty dog Hunk, and the wide, open wilderness. It wasn't some glamorous life, believe me. Living off the land, trapping, hunting, just keeping to myself. That's how I liked it. Or at least, that's how I liked it until recently. Things started getting weird. Not just quiet, but too quiet. You know how sometimes silence is peaceful? This wasn't like that. This was the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. I'd heard stories from the Fuchs I dealt with in town when I went for supplies every couple of months. Odd things. People going missing, never to be seen again. And the old-timers, they always warned newcomers about staying out in the Badlands at night. Said the desert had a way of swallowing people whole. I always brushed it off. People out here like to spin yarns, and besides, the desert's a huge place. If someone went missing, it was probably because they were unprepared, wandered off, and got lost. Dehydration or heat stroke will get you quick if you don't know what you are doing out here. But then, last week, I found something that made me rethink everything. It all started with Hank. My dog, he's a good boy, usually itches to be outside, sniffing around, chasing rabbits. But he started refusing to go out at night, just sat on the porch, head down, letting out this low whine I'd never heard from him before. I thought maybe he'd tangled with a porcupine or something, hurt himself. But I checked him over, and he was fine. He just wouldn't budge from the porch. That was the first sign. The second sign came 3 days later. I went to check my traps, and they were all empty, which was strange in itself, but what was even stranger were the tracks around the traps. Tracks that weren't from anything I'd ever seen in the desert before. They were big, really big, and deep, with these claw marks trailing behind each print. Now, I've seen mountain lion tracks plenty of times. These weren't that. These were too big. And the claws. They looked like they were dragging through the dirt, not digging in for traction like a cat's would. Whatever made those prints wasn't hunting, it was stalking. Now, I didn't panic. Not yet, anyway. I figured maybe it was some kind of injured bear. It was rare for them to be out this far, but not impossible. I decided I'd scout around the next day, see if I could figure out where the tracks led. Maybe it was nothing. Big mistake. Number 1 rule of the wilderness, always be armed. I grabbed my knife, but I left my rifle inside the cabin. Figured I'd just be back before dark. Another big mistake. Hank was trailing behind me, sniffing the air more than usual, almost like he was on high alert, which in hindsight, he definitely was. After a few hours of walking, the tracks veered off toward this old mine shaft. Been abandoned for years. The locals said it was cursed.
Yeah.
The typical campfire story. I wasn't one to buy into that kind of talk. Still, there was something about that mine that always gave me the creeps. It was quiet around there, too quiet. The kind of quiet where even the wind seems to hold its breath, and you realize just how alone you really are. I don't know what possessed me to keep going. Curiosity maybe, stupidity more likely, but I did. I followed those tracks straight up to the shaft's entrance. It was like a gaping hole in the side of the earth, a wound that never healed. Hunk stopped about 10 feet back, whimpering again, that same low whine from before. I told him to stay put, And like the fool I was, I walked a few steps closer, peering into the darkness. That's when I saw it. Bones. Human bones. They were scattered near the entrance, gnawed on and broken. No animal does that, not like this. I'm no expert. But even I could tell something was seriously wrong with how clean those bones looked. Picked clean. Like whatever had killed this person, or persons, wasn't interested in the meat, just the act of killing. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I just turn around and get the hell out of there? Why didn't I run back to the cabin, grab my rifle, and hole up until whatever this was passed through? I wish I could tell you. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was fear. That primal fear that freezes you in place. Maybe I just didn't want to believe what I was seeing. I leaned in closer, looking for any sign of what might have done this. The air inside the shaft smelled off, like rotting meat mixed with damp earth. My stomach churned. Just as I was about to turn back, I heard it, a sound, like dragging. Not footsteps, not an animal scurrying, but something heavy being pulled through the dirt. Slow, deliberate, and then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a bear. It had that hunched shape, that lumbering way of moving. But as it came closer to the light spilling in from the entrance, I realized this thing wasn't any bear I'd ever seen, or ever wanted to see. This thing was massive, maybe 8 feet tall, easy. But that wasn't the worst part. It had skin, but it looked stretched. Too tight over its frame, sagging in some places, pulling in others, like it didn't fit right. And the claws, those were the worst. Long and curved, dragging behind it, almost too big for its limbs. They were the things that had made those marks in the dirt. I didn't stay to get a better look. I ran. Hank was already ahead of me, barking like crazy as I sprinted back toward the cabin. I could hear it behind me, moving faster than something that size should be able to. The ground shook with every step it took, and that awful dragging sound. It kept getting louder. I barely made it to the porch when I heard something crash through the trees behind me. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut, grabbed my rifle, and aimed it at the door, waiting. For a moment, everything went quiet again. That heavy, suffocating silence settled in like a thick fog. Then came the scratching, slow, methodical, like it knew I was inside and was just waiting, biding its time. It didn't pound on the door or try to break it down. It just kept scratching, like it had all the time in the world. I stayed like that, back against the wall, rifle aimed at the door, for what felt like hours. Hank was curled up in the corner, shaking like a leaf. The scratching would stop, then start again, like the thing outside was playing some kind of sick game. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The scratching had stopped. The door was still in place. No damage, no signs that anything had been there. If it weren't for the bones I'd found, and the tracks leading up to the cabin, I would have thought it was just some horrible nightmare. But the bones were real, and so were the tracks. They were everywhere, surrounding the cabin, circling it like whatever that thing was had been waiting all night, just outside. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed what I could carry, some food, water, extra ammo, my bidroll. Didn't even bother with a suitcase. Just stuffed everything into my backpack. I didn't care where I was going, as long as it was far away from that cabin, far away from that thing. I wasn't sticking around to find out what it wanted. or why it hadn't come crashing through the door. And I sure as hell wasn't going to wait for it to come back. As I was pulling out of the driveway, if you could even call it a driveway, in my beat-up old truck, I kept thinking about those bones. How long had they been there? Who did they belong to? Some poor hiker who stumbled onto the wrong place. A hunter who got lost. And the biggest question of all, why had I been spared? Why had that thing let me go? A few days later, I stopped by the nearest town, a little one-horse place called Havenwood, to grab some more supplies before heading out again. Anywhere but here. I was still pretty shaken up, and I guess it showed. I mentioned what I'd seen to a few of the locals, kind of testing the waters, you know. See if they thought I was crazy. But they didn't laugh, didn't call me crazy. In fact, they didn't say much at all. Just got these grim looks on their faces. One of the old-timers, a guy named Earl, with a face like weathered leather and eyes that had seen too much. He just nodded slowly and said, "Yay. Sounds like you met the Skinner, Paul. The Skinner." That's what they called it. Apparently, I wasn't the first to come across this thing. Some folks said it was a curse, an old Indian legend. Others said it was something much older. A creature that had been here long before the first settlers, long before the Native Americans even. Something that belonged to the land, in the most terrifying way possible. According to Earl, the Skinner had a way of picking its victims. Some it killed, others it just let go. Like it was testing them, seeing if they were worth the effort. Like it was playing some twisted game only it understood. He didn't have an answer for why I was still breathing, why the Skinner had let me run. But he gave me one piece of advice before I left, an advice that's been burned into my brain ever since. He leaned in close, his voice low and raspy, and said, "If you ever see those tracks again, don't follow them. Doesn't matter what you think you'll find. Just keep moving. And don't look back. It hates being watched, hates being followed. Just get as far away as you can, as fast as you can." I've been following that advice ever since. I left Havenwood that same day, and haven't stopped driving for long since. I keep moving, staying off the main roads, sticking to the backwoods and forgotten highways. I sleep in my truck most nights, always with one eye open, always listening for that dragging sound. The locals back in Havenwood, they said the Skinner doesn't hunt for food. Doesn't even need to kill, it just does it. For the thrill, maybe. For the power. Or maybe it's something so ancient, so fundamentally different, that it's forgotten why it even exists. Maybe it's been waiting for something, or someone, to come along and give it a reason to stop. Or a reason to start again, but on a bigger scale. All I know is this: I'm not planning on sticking around to find out. And neither should you. If you're ever out in the Oahe Desert, or any desert for that matter, and you see tracks that don't make sense, tracks that look like they were made by something dragging its claws, don't follow them. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to figure it out. Just remember what Earl told me. Keep moving, and don't look back. Because whatever the Skinner is, whatever it wants, it's not something you want to meet. Trust me on that. You don't want to end up like those bones in the mine shaft. Another forgotten victim of the desert's oldest, darkest secret. You just want to get away, and pray that it chooses to let you go. Because sometimes, the greatest act of courage is simply knowing when to run. And sometimes, the things you can't outrun, you just have to keep running from forever. My name's Ethan Reed, living the quiet life. I had this little cabin tucked way back in the woods of northern Montana. And I'm not talking about your fancy cabin with the cute little porch swing. This was a rough, no frills kind of place. The road was basically a muddy ditch most of the year, and if you weren't careful, you'd meet a wolf way before you met another human being. Why was I out there? No big, dramatic reason. I wasn't running from the law or anything. I was just done with people. You know, the whole world felt like it was screaming 24/7, and I just wanted some peace. I liked the solitude, living off the land. I had to hunt, chop wood, build things, the whole 9 yards. Now, Montana's gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but she's a harsh mistress. You can't just waltz into those woods thinking you're all that. You gotta respect it. Nature doesn't play nice with knave folks with their fancy gadgets. I liked it rough. I liked the quiet. The real kind of quiet where you can almost hear it humming. It's peaceful, you know, knowing there's nobody for miles. But, yeah, there's always that little voice in the back of your head saying, one wrong step, one bad fall and you're done for. So, 96. Springtime. Things started getting weird. It was subtle at first. I had some chickens, yeah. I know, chickens aren't exactly roughing it, but a guy's gotta have his eggs. Anyway, I noticed they were acting jumpy, clucking and carrying on, especially at night. My coop was solid. I built it myself, and I hadn't had a problem with raccoons or coyotes in years. One afternoon, I was out there patching up the coop, hammering away, when I saw it. Just a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, at the very edge of the woods. Something big. Too big to be a deer, and it was moving too low to the ground to be a person. It vanished behind the trees quick, silent as a ghost. Now, my first thought was, bear. But here's the thing, bears in those parts don't exactly sneak around. They're loud. They let you know they're coming. It's like their way of saying, this is my turf. This thing was different. It was slinking. I grabbed my trusty 30-06, gave the coop one last once over, and headed towards the trees. Look, I wasn't an idiot. If there was a bear, I needed to know what kind. This was my home, and I wasn't about to let some overgrown dog with claws tear it apart. I stepped into the woods, and the quiet hit me like a wall. The birds had stopped singing. That happens sometimes when a predator's nearby, but this felt off, too quiet. The only sound was the wind whispering through the branches, and then I smelled it. At first, I couldn't place it. It was faint, but nasty, like roadkill that's been baking in the sun for a week. Bears don't usually stink that bad unless they've been rolling around in something seriously foul. This was worse, way worse, than anything I'd smelled in all my years out there. The smell got stronger the deeper I went. And then I saw it, a clearing up ahead. One I hadn't been to in a while. It looked wrong, like the trees had been pushed outwards, like something big had forced its way through recently. And in the middle of the clearing, something that made my stomach clench. It was a carcass, but not like any I'd seen before. This thing was ripped to shreds. I mean torn apart, pieces scattered everywhere like some kind of sick joke. It was brutal, like something had been playing with it. Hours it must have taken, and the worst part, the thing didn't look like any animal I knew. It was kind of deer-shaped, maybe an elk, but twisted. Its legs were too long, and the hooves were all wrong, jagged and crooked. Now, I've hunted my whole life. I've tracked deer, even wolves. I've seen what a mountain lion can do to a calf, and I've seen wolves tear through livestock. This was not that. This was something else. Like it had enjoyed the kill, taken pleasure in it. Whatever killed that thing wasn't interested in eating. It was toying with it. I stood there for a minute, trying to make sense of it. I should go, that much was clear. I turned to head back when I heard it again. Not footsteps, exactly. More like movement. Fast, low to the ground, brushing through the undergrowth. I whipped around, rifle up, but there was nothing there. My heart was hammering now, and I could feel the sweat dripping down my back. Something was out there, something I couldn't see, and it was watching me. I'm not ashamed to say it. I ran. Not far. Just enough to get out of that clearing and back into the thicker part of the woods. I crouched down behind a big, fallen tree, trying to catch my breath, trying to listen. And then I saw it. Just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. A shape, moving between the trees, low to the ground, almost slithering but fast. So fast I couldn't get a good look, but I saw flashes. A thick, black body that moved like it didn't have any bones, almost fluid. But it wasn't silent. I could hear its weight crushing the underbrush, snapping small branches, and those hooves, those messed up hooves I saw on the carcass. I saw them again as it passed by another tree, for just a second, lit up by a sunbeam. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. I'd seen enough to know that this thing, whatever it was, wasn't something I wanted to mess with. I stayed there, frozen, and then it stopped, dead still. I felt it before I saw it. It was behind me. The first thing I noticed was the sound. Not a growl, not a roar. It was this low, almost clicking sound. Rhythmic, slow, and the smell. It was like the clearing all over again, only worse. Like death itself had wrapped its arms around me. I turned, real slow, as quiet as I could, and there it was, not 5 feet away. This was huge. I mean, maybe the size of a big bull elk, but built different. Its skin, if you could even call it that, was all thick and leathery, stretched tight over these thick, corded muscles. It kind of reminded me of a bison, but leaner, meaner, and way more agile. And its mouth, that mouth was a nightmare, full of these sharp, crooked teeth, way too many for an animal that size. And the worst part, it was grinning. At least, that's the best way I can describe it. Like it was enjoying this, enjoying my fear. I raised the rifle, my hands shaking, and aimed right for its head. I fired. The sound was deafening in the quiet woods. The thing jerked back, but not enough. I'd hit it, but it wasn't down. It stumbled a bit, this low, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. And then, faster than I could even process, it was on me. I dropped the rifle, barely managing to roll out of the way as its hooves, those twisted, jagged things, slammed into the ground where I'd been standing. I scrambled back, grabbing a thick fallen branch as I did. Not much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing. For a second, it just stood there, watching me. Those weird, unblinking eyes. Then it lunged again. I swung the branch, connected with its side. But it was like hitting a boulder. The thing didn't even flinch. Didn't react. It was like it was toying with me, like it knew I was no threat. Then I heard something else. Something distant, but getting closer. The sound of voices shouting. I wasn't alone out here after all. I don't know if that thing heard it too, or if it just decided I wasn't worth the trouble. but it backed off. Slowly, it turned and just melted back into the trees, moving with that same freaky speed and grace that seemed impossible for something so big. I collapsed onto the ground, chest heaving, gasping for air like I'd just run a marathon. A few seconds later, two guys came bursting through the trees. Rangers, by the looks of their uniforms. They must have heard the gunshot. One of them helped me up, asking me what happened, what I'd seen. But I couldn't answer. I was still in shock, shaking like a leaf. We went back to the clearing together. The carcass was gone, vanished. No sign of the thing that had killed it either. Just a patch of trampled grass and broken branches where that creature had stood. I don't know what I saw that day. I really don't. Maybe it was some kind of freak animal, some genetic mutation. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something unnatural. The Rangers, they didn't push me for answers. They didn't laugh, didn't call me crazy. Maybe they'd seen something like it before. Or maybe they just knew better than to ask too many questions out there in the woods. That was the last spring I spent in Montana. I packed up what little I had and left. I couldn't stay there, not after that. That thing, whatever it was, it took something from me. It took the quiet, the peace I'd found out there. It replaced it with this dread, this feeling that something was wrong with the world. I still think about it sometimes, you know, that creature, those eyes, that smell, and I wonder what it was and where it went. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right and the shadows get long, I think I hear it. That low, clicking sound out there in the darkness. And I know, deep down, that it's still out there, waiting. I'm out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada, like way out there. 30 miles outside of Ely, in a little cabin I call home. I'm talking about the kind of place where folks think it's a knee slapper to ask if you've got running water. Name's Jack Stratton, by the way. And before your imagination runs wild, I didn't go off grid to become some kind of mountain man. It ain't like that. See, I was a mechanical engineer for a solid 12 years, living it up in the concrete jungle. Got burned out on the constant noise, the crowds, and just the general messiness of city life. Figured I'd trade in those soul-crushing deadlines for something a bit more peaceful. That is, until things got loud in a way I never saw coming. It was the kind of lazy day where nothing much happens, which out here is pretty much every day. You'd think I'd be bored out of my skull, but honestly, when you're in the high desert, boredom's a luxury you learn to appreciate. My closest neighbors were some ranchers about 10 miles up the road, but I hardly ever saw them. Just the occasional rattlesnake, coyote, or jackrabbit crossing my path. The air was so dry it'd crack your lips, and the wind, that never shut up. But hey, for a guy who wanted nothing to do with people, it was perfect. So, there I was, messing around with this generator I'd rigged up to run off an old car battery, fighting with some stubborn wiring. That's when I started to get this weird feeling, like someone was watching me. It was subtle, you know. Nothing you can put your finger on. Just a gut feeling. Except, out here, there wasn't a soul around to be doing the watching. I tried to shake it off, but after an hour or so, I figured a break was in order. Grabbed a beer, went out on the deck, and that's when I saw it. Or rather, what was left of it. There were birds, ravens maybe, circling near a ridge about half a mile out. Now, when you live in the desert, you learn to pay attention to the sky, especially when the birds start acting up. At first, I figured it was probably a dead deer. Maybe something the local predators had gotten to. But these birds, they just kept circling, never landing, and after 20 minutes, my curiosity got the best of me. I grabbed my binoculars, and when I looked through them, the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. It wasn't a deer, it was a man. Or at least, what used to be a man. His body was mangled, twisted up in a way that shouldn't even be possible. Half buried in the dirt like he'd been tossed there. It's not the kind of thing you just stumble across, not ever. And to make matters creepier, there wasn't another human being for miles. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to call the cops, but my head was telling me to stay out of it. You ever hear those stories about hikers who vanish, only to be found weeks later, all torn up, with no explanation? Yeah, that's what I was staring at. I hopped in my beat up old pickup and drove out there faster than I should have, considering the rough terrain. Dust was kicking up behind me as I got closer to the ridge, and the smell. Oh man, the smell. It hit me like a wall when I finally got out of the truck. Rotting flesh mixed with something else, something sharp and metallic, like sulfur. Look, I've seen death before. Wild animals, even a few unlucky souls during my city days. But this was different. This guy wasn't just dead, he was ravaged. His face was frozen in a silent scream, his jaw hanging slack like he'd been caught mid-yell. His limbs were twisted, broken, with these huge gashes torn into his torso. And that smell, I could barely breathe. There were claw marks, deep ones, like something huge had gotten a hold of him. I'm no crime scene investigator, but those wounds, they didn't look like anything a bear or a mountain lion could do. Whatever killed this guy, it had taken its sweet time. I reached for my phone, but no signal. Of course not. I had a satellite phone back at the cabin. But there was no way I was leaving this scene without a closer look. I started poking around, hoping maybe I'd find a wallet or some kind of clue as to who this poor guy was. That's when I heard it, a rustling in the brush behind me. I turned around, and for a split second, I thought I was hallucinating. The thing that stepped out of the brush wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. At first, it almost looked like a big wolf, but then it stood up on its hind legs, and I realized just how wrong I was. This thing was nearly 7 feet tall, covered in coarse, dark fur. Its limbs were too long, stretched out in a way that just looked wrong, and its hands, yeah, hands, not paws, had these long, curling claws. Its head was kind of wolf-like, but the snout was too narrow, too sharp, and the teeth, well, let's just say they didn't belong in any normal animal's mouth. I froze. You hear that saying about fight or flight? Let me tell you, when you're staring at something like that, neither of those options seems like it's gonna work out too well. It tilted its head, almost like it was curious, and then it snarled, this low, guttural growl that sent chills down my spine. I don't carry a gun. Never liked them. Never needed one out here. Until now. My hands were shaking as I reached for anything I could use as a weapon. All I had was a wrench from the truck, and that wasn't going to do much against this thing. And it moved fast, way too fast. 1 second it was standing there, and the next it was on me. I barely had time to swing the wrench before its claws ripped through my arm. Pain shot through me like a lightning bolt, and I stumbled back, trying to stay on my feet. Somehow, I managed to scramble back to the truck, but that creature was right behind me. I could hear its breath, hot and ragged, as it closed the distance. My heart was pounding. My vision was blurring, but I wasn't about to die out here, not without a fight. I swung the wrench again, this time catching it on the side of its head. It let out a high-pitched screech and recoiled for just a second, but that was enough. I dove into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. I fumbled for the keys, my hands slick with sweat and blood. As that thing slammed against the side of the truck, claws screeching against the metal, the engine roared to life, and I floored it, kicking up gravel as I sped back towards the cabin. My arm was throbbing, blood soaking through my shirt, but I couldn't stop. I had no idea if that thing was following me, but I sure as hell wasn't going to slow down to find out. When I finally made it back to the cabin, I jumped out, rushed inside, and slammed the door. My heart was still racing, but I was safe, for now. I grabbed the satellite phone and dialed the sheriff's office. The line crackled to life, and I stammered out what had happened. The whole crazy story. The deputy on the other end sounded skeptical, like I was some nut job rambling about monsters. But he promised to send someone out. They wouldn't be here until morning though, so I was on my own for the night. I barricaded the door with anything I could find, furniture, tools, anything that might slow that creature down. My arm was still bleeding, and I knew I needed to patch it up, but I couldn't stop glancing at the windows, half expecting to see those long, twisted limbs creeping towards the cabin. Hours crawled by, each one longer than the last. The air was thick with tension, every creak of the cabin sending a jolt of fear through me. But nothing came. When the sun finally rose, I was exhausted, barely able to keep my eyes open. Then I heard the sheriff's truck pulling up outside. I stumbled to the door and tore down my makeshift barricade. The deputy gave me this look, somewhere between disbelief and pity, when I told him about the creature. But when he saw the body out near the ridge, his face went pale. They called in more deputies, even a couple of state troopers, and for a while, it was like a scene out of some crime show. Guys in uniforms combing the area, taking pictures, marking off the scene. But they never found that thing. And the sheriff, he just told me to get some rest and not to leave town. Later that day, one of the deputies came by the cabin. He sat down with me, asked a few more questions. He didn't seem to think I was crazy, but he didn't exactly believe me either. Could have been a wild dog, he said. Maybe a bear. I didn't argue, but we both knew that whatever did that to that poor guy wasn't something you'd find in any textbook. A few days later, they sent a crew out to clean up the mess. The body was taken away, and I never heard another word about it. No news reports, no updates from the sheriff, nothing. It was like it never even happened. Except it did. So, life was supposed to go back to normal. After that, whatever normal is when you've seen something that defies all logic and reason. But let me tell you, things were different. I was different. For a while, every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the bushes outside, had me jumping out of my skin, sleep. Forget about it. I'd doze off for maybe an hour or two, only to be jolted awake by nightmares, seeing those glowing eyes, those razor-sharp claws. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was I going crazy? Had the isolation finally gotten to me? But then I'd look at the scars on my arm, still healing. Still a stark reminder that it wasn't some hallucination. That thing was real. And it was still out there, somewhere in the vast emptiness of the desert. The locals, they had their theories, of course. Whispers in the general store in Ely, hushed conversations at the gas station. Some said it was a skinwalker, a shapeshifter from Navajo legend. Others talked about a government experiment gone wrong, some kind of mutated animal that had escaped from a secret lab. Crazy stuff, right? But out here, where the line between reality and myth gets a little blurry, you start to wonder. I tried to go back to my routine, fixing things, tending to my little patch of land, but the peace I'd found out here was gone. I was always looking over my shoulder, always listening for any sound out of the ordinary. I even started carrying a rifle, something I'd always sworn against. It felt strange, heavy in my hands, but it was a small comfort, a thin layer of protection against the unknown. Weeks turned into months, and the initial shock started to wear off, replaced by a kind of dull, lingering fear. I never saw the creature again, but I knew, deep down, that it was still out there. And I knew that what happened to that poor guy, it could happen to me too. I thought about leaving, packing up and heading back to the city, back to the noise and the crowds. But something kept me rooted here. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was a refusal to be driven out by fear. Or maybe it was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. One day, I was driving back from Ely after picking up some supplies. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert, turning the landscape into a sea of reds and oranges. It was beautiful, in a haunting sort of way. And that's when I saw it, a figure in the distance, silhouetted against the dying light. It was too far away to make out any details, but I knew, instinctively, what it was. My heart started pounding, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. I wanted to floor it, to get back to the cabin as fast as possible, but I couldn't. I was frozen, just like that night on the ridge. The figure stood there for a long moment, just watching me, and then it turned and vanished into the darkness. I don't know why it didn't come after me. Maybe it was just curious. Maybe it was toying with me. Or maybe, just maybe, it was a reminder. A reminder that I was living in its territory now, that I was a guest in a world I didn't fully understand. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the window, rifle in my lap, staring out into the darkness. And as the sun began to rise, I knew one thing for sure. My life out here would never be the same. I'd found the solitude I'd been searching for, but it came at a price. A price I was still paying, every single day. The peace was gone, replaced by a constant awareness, a knowledge that I was sharing this land with something else, something ancient and powerful, something that was always watching, always waiting, and all I could do was wait too. Wait and wonder when, or if, it would ever show itself again. I knew in my heart if it did, I probably would not survive a second encounter. I was living on borrowed time in a place where I didn't belong, and I had no one to blame but myself. My food was running dangerously low, and that's the kind of thing that'll drag a guy back to civilization faster than any boogeyman story. Not that I was scared, initially anyway. It's 1998. and I've been living off the grid in northern Montana for a full year. My name's Jack Reed, and yeah, I probably sound like one of those hardcore survivalist types, but trust me, I'm not. I just got fed up with all the noise and the drama of people. Figured it'd be quieter out here, and it was, until it wasn't. I built a cabin out of scrap wood, fished in the streams, and even learned how to can my own food. There's something ironic about it, you know. The moment you stop giving a damn about people is the exact moment they start showing up at your doorstep. A few weeks ago, a couple of hikers stumbled across my cabin. They were lost, but they had all this fancy gear: GPS, water purifiers, even a satellite phone. Lost, my ass, more like nosy. They were curious about the recluse living up in the mountains. I gave them some of my fish, we chatted for a bit, and I sent them on their way. Big mistake, as it turns out. About a week later, a ranger comes up, asking if I'd seen those two. Apparently, they never made it back to their car. I hadn't seen or heard anything since they left my place, so I told the ranger the truth. She thanked me and left, but I could tell she was shaken up. I mean, people get lost all the time in these mountains, but not with gear like that. These weren't amateurs. Now, I've always been a practical guy. I don't believe in ghosts, aliens, or any of that hocus pocus. But when I woke up one night to a weird noise outside the cabin, something that sounded like a coyote crossed with a squealing pig, I grabbed my rifle. I figured it was some wounded animal, maybe a mountain lion, and I went out to check it out. What I found, I still don't have a good explanation for it. The night was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. There's a lot of wildlife out here, but everything was still. Too still. It didn't take long before I saw something moving between the trees. It was big, hunched over, but moving fast. At first, I thought it was a bear, but bears don't move like that. They don't slink, for one thing. This thing had fur, but it wasn't the kind you'd expect. It was patchy, like it had been rubbed off in places, and the parts that still had fur were matted and wet. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I could see how it moved, low to the ground, like it was ready to pounce. Here's the kicker: when I shined my flashlight on it, it didn't run away like most animals would. It just stopped, turned toward me and started walking, slowly. I raised my rifle, but there's something unsettling about pointing a gun at something that isn't afraid of it. My hands were steady, but my mind was racing. I didn't know what I was looking at. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I ran. I sprinted back into the cabin, slammed the door, and bolted it shut. For the next hour I sat there, rifle trained on the door, waiting. I didn't sleep that night. Hell, I barely breathed. But the thing didn't come any closer. Or at least, I didn't hear it if it did. The next morning, I decided I'd head into town. I needed supplies anyway, and if those hikers were still missing, maybe I could help track them down. Plus, I needed a break. The woods were starting to get to me. As I hiked toward my truck, I found something in the dirt that made me stop dead in my tracks. A boot print. Not mine, not the ranger's, not recent either. It was partially buried, but it was there, clear as day. Whoever left it hadn't been in a rush. They'd been standing there, watching. The print was deep, which meant they'd stood there for a while. By the time I got to the truck, I was seriously thinking about just packing up and leaving for good. The thought of being out here alone, with that thing roaming around. Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it rattled me. But I'm stubborn, so I headed into town for supplies, figuring maybe a day or two away would clear my head. Town wasn't much better. I picked up my groceries, checked in with the ranger station, and heard the same thing, no sign of the hikers. The ranger, a different one this time, asked if I'd be willing to help with the search. Now, I'm not heartless, but I also didn't want to go trekking back into those woods just to find 2 dead bodies. So, I politely declined. I got back to the cabin just before dark, and that's when things went from bad to worse. There was something off about the cabin when I got back. The door was slightly open, even though I knew I'd locked it. Inside, everything looked fine at first glance, but then I noticed the food. The bags I'd packed were torn open. The contents spilled all over the floor. Some of it had been eaten, but not in a way that made sense. It wasn't like a person had come through and rummaged. It was like something had gnawed through it. My rifle, still hanging by the door, was untouched. That's when I heard it again. The same sound from the night before. This time it was closer, coming from just outside the cabin. It was like a low screech, followed by a series of clicking noises, like claws tapping on wood. And then came the smell. Rot. Something was rotting nearby, and it was close enough that I could taste it in the air. I grabbed the rifle, not caring anymore if the thing was scared of it or not, and slowly opened the door. Nothing. Just the trees swaying slightly in the wind. But I knew it was there. I could feel it. That's when I heard a noise behind me, inside the cabin, spinning around. I saw it standing in the doorway, half hidden in the shadows. Its shape was vaguely human, but there was nothing human about the way it stood. Hunched over, limbs too long for its body, one arm dragging on the floor, like it didn't know how to use it properly. The fur I'd seen before was even patchier up close, and its skin underneath was grey and cracked, like something that had been dead for a long time but didn't know it yet. I didn't think, I shot. The bullet hit it square in the chest, but it barely flinched. Instead, it lurched forward, its head twitching unnaturally, like it was trying to understand what had just happened. Panic set in. I fired again, this time aiming for its leg. That seemed to work, and it staggered, collapsing onto the floor with a wet thud. But the sound it made when it hit the ground wasn't right. It was like a bag of bones hitting the dirt, not a solid body. I stood over it, breathing hard, waiting for it to move again. It didn't. Slowly, I approached, keeping the rifle trained on it. Its chest wasn't moving, no breathing, dead. I waited for another hour, gun in hand, watching it, expecting it to get up again. When it didn't, I finally moved closer. There was no blood, but the thing was definitely dead. Or whatever you'd call something like that. Its skin was cold and stiff, like it had been dead for days. And yet, there it was, still warm to the touch when I first shot it. Now, I'm not an idiot. I wasn't going to stay in the cabin with a dead thing on the floor. So, I grabbed my bag, packed up what I could, and left. But before I did, I noticed something sticking out of its mouth, a strip of fabric. The same kind those hikers had been wearing. I left it there. Let the rangers deal with it. They'd find the hikers, or what was left of them, soon enough. I just wasn't sticking around to find out how much was left. As for the thing, well, it's still in my cabin. Or at least, it was when I left. I drove straight through the night. not stopping until I was well clear of those mountains. I don't know what it was, and honestly, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. Maybe it was some kind of genetic freak, a mutation, or maybe it was something else entirely, something unnatural. All I know is, I'm not going back there, not ever. I'll find somewhere else to disappear, somewhere far away from the deep woods and the things that live in them. I'll get a regular job, maybe even try to blend in with normal folks for a while. It'll be a change, that's for sure. But after what I saw, what I experienced, I think I'm ready for a little bit of normal, a little bit of noise. I left my old life behind in that cabin, along with that creature, whatever it was. Maybe the rangers will find it. Maybe they'll figure out what happened to those hikers. Or maybe it'll just become another unsolved mystery, another story whispered around campfires in the Montana wilderness. A cautionary tale about the things that go bump in the night, and the dangers of straying too far from the well-worn path. As for me, I'll be somewhere else, trying to forget the way it looked at me, the way it moved, the way it smelled. Trying to forget the chilling sound of its screech echoing through the silent woods. But I know I won't. You don't just forget something like that. It stays with you, buried deep down inside, a dark secret you carry with you, always. A constant reminder that the world is a much stranger, much more terrifying place than most people could ever imagine. And sometimes, the quietest places hold the deadliest secrets. The kind of secrets that can change a man forever. My name's Alex, and I'm about to tell you how I ended up trading my 9 to 5 for a one-way ticket to Crazy Town. It all started back in '98. I was 32, living in the city, and completely burnt out. Picture this, the whole shebang: traffic, deadlines, and that soul-crushing feeling of being just another cog in the machine. You know, the usual grind. I was drowning in a sea of noise, both literally and figuratively. Every day felt the same, and I was itching for something different. People always talk about dropping everything and moving to the middle of nowhere. Escape the rat race, they say. Find yourself. Well, I did more than just talk. I actually did it. Sold my stuff, packed a bag, and bought a piece of land outside this tiny little speck on the map called Stanley, Idaho. Building my escape. This wasn't some prefab cabin. Mind you, I built this place from the ground up with my own 2 hands. No power lines, no phone service, no nosy neighbors. Just me, the mountains, and a whole lot of trees. It was exactly the kind of escape I craved. My only company was a stack of old paperback novels I'd picked up at a garage sale. At first, it felt like a dream. Fresh air, stunning views, and the kind of quiet that makes you realize how loud the city really is. I was living the simple life, chopping my own wood, getting water from a nearby stream, and setting traps for small game. It was the ultimate off-the-grid experience. Like I said, a dream. Or so I thought. The reality of roughing it. Let me tell you, living off the grid isn't exactly like the movies. It's not all picturesque sunsets and singing birds. Half the time, you're just trying not to freeze your butt off or starve to death. I had this little joke I'd tell myself every time I was out chopping wood. 2 things you don't mess with: an axe and a man who's had to poop in the woods during a snowstorm. It was rough, it was raw, but it was simple. And for a while, I was okay with that. The first signs of trouble now I never considered myself a gun guy. Never trusted myself around them, to be honest. And out there, I figured, what was I going to need a gun for? It wasn't like the squirrels were planning an armed uprising. But boy, was I wrong. I should have had a backup plan, some way to defend myself. That was a mistake, a big one. It started with my traps. I'd set them out to catch rabbits, mostly just to mix things up a bit. One morning I go out, and every single trap is sprung. Empty. Not a single rabbit. Not a scrap of fur, not a footprint, nothing. Like they just vanished into thin air. Well, there goes breakfast. I muttered, figuring it was just some weird fluke. But then it happened again, and again. 3 mornings in a row. All my traps were empty. That's when I started getting this uneasy feeling, like someone was messing with me. Someone or something. I looked for footprints, but couldn't find any. It didn't make sense. Who would hike all the way out here just to steal my rabbits? Stanley wasn't exactly a booming metropolis. The nearest town was miles away, and the folks who lived there weren't exactly the type to go traipsing through the woods for kicks. The thought did cross my mind that maybe it was some kind of animal. But what kind of animal could work those traps so cleanly, without leaving a trace? And why take the whole animal? Most predators would have just eaten their fill right there. A glimpse of horror a few days later, I found something that sent a chill down my spine. About a quarter-mile from my cabin, I stumbled across what was left of a deer, or at least I think it was a deer. Its body was mangled, torn apart in ways that just didn't seem natural. The head was twisted all the way around, like someone had just snapped it like a twig, and the legs, they were gone, ripped clean off. No bite marks, no claw marks, just gone. I'm not easily spooked, but that did it for me. I turned around and started heading back to the cabin, walking a lot faster than I usually do. The woods were dead silent. No birds, no wind. Just the sound of my boots on the dead leaves. I kept telling myself it was just a freak occurrence. Some weird animal attack. I'd get back to the cabin, lock the door, and everything would be back to normal by morning. But it wasn't. It was far from normal. The night visitor, that night, something tapped on my window. At first, I thought it was just a tree branch. But then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me not to look. But you know how it is, curiosity killed the cat, and all that. So, against my better judgment, I crept over to the window, holding my breath like a kid trying to sneak a cookie. And that's when I saw it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The closest thing I could compare it to was a wolf. But a wolf that stood on 2 legs like a man, and had arms that were way too long. It was covered in this coarse, bristly fur. And its hands, they ended in these long, sharp claws. But the face, that's what really got me. It was twisted, almost like it was trying to mimic a human face, but failing miserably. And it was grinning. I swear to God, it was grinning at me through the window. My mind went blank. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. My legs wouldn't work. I tripped and hit the floor hard, and that's when the thing's grin got wider. It started tapping again, slower this time. Tap, tap. I scrambled up, grabbed the poker from beside the fireplace, and backed myself into a corner. It didn't try to break the window. It didn't try to force its way in. It just stood there, watching me. Like it was playing with me. I stayed in that corner all night, clutching that poker like it was some kind of magic wand that could protect me from whatever that thing was. By morning, it was gone. I didn't leave the cabin for 3 days. Not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. Every time I even thought about going outside, I'd see that thing standing there, grinning at me like it knew something I didn't. It was like being trapped in a bad dream, only I couldn't wake up. Weirdly enough, my traps remained untouched after that night, and the whole area around my cabin went completely silent. No deer, no rabbits, not even the birds were singing. It was like the entire forest knew something bad had moved in, something it was afraid of. Eventually, though, hunger won out. I had to get food. I still didn't have a gun, but I grabbed the sharpest hatchet I owned and headed out. Every step feeling like it might be my last. Hunted the woods were unnervingly quiet, but I could feel it. Something was out there, moving just beyond my sight. It was keeping pace with me, circling. I was being hunted. I was maybe half a mile from the cabin when I saw it again. This time, it wasn't hiding in the shadows. It was standing right in the middle of the trail, hunched over, its face twisted into that same sickening grin. It moved like something broken, jerky and unnatural. But it was fast, so fast. I didn't even have time to react before it was on me. It swiped at me with those long arms, and I ducked just in time, feeling the wind from its claws pass over my head. My hatchet was out of my hand before I even realized I'd dropped it. The chase I ran. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life, but it was right behind me. I could hear its ragged breathing, smell its rancid, rotting stench. It was like being chased by death itself. I made it back to the cabin and slammed the door shut just as it lunged for me, its claws scraping against the wood. There was no time to think. I bolted the door and ran to the back, looking for something, anything, that could protect me. That's when I heard the door crack. It was trying to get in. Fight or flight, the next few moments are a blur. I don't know if it was survival instinct or just plain desperation, but I grabbed the biggest log from the fireplace and jammed it against the door, bracing it as best I could. For a moment, there was silence. I thought maybe, just maybe, it had given up. Then, with a crash, it smashed through the window. It was inside. It loomed over me, that grin wider now, like it knew this was the end. And I thought, so this is it. This is how I die. Out here, alone. And no one will ever even find me. The thing raised its claws, and I closed my eyes, bracing for the worst. A shot in the dark then. A gunshot rang out. My eyes flew open. The thing staggered backward, a fresh hole blown clean through its chest. I turned around, half expecting to see a park ranger or some hunter standing in the doorway, a smoking gun in hand. But there was no one. Just me and the thing, which had collapsed on the floor, twitching and gasping. I want to be clear about this. It didn't disappear. It didn't vanish into thin air like some cheesy horror movie monster. That thing lay there, bleeding out on my cabin floor. It was real. Gone. I don't know who fired that shot. I don't know if I was hallucinating from fear, or if someone, or something, out there actually saved my life. All I know is, I wasn't alone in those woods that night. I left Stanley the next morning, packed up what little I could carry and hiked out. Didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me anyway? They'd say I was crazy, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know I'll never forget that grin, that feeling of being hunted, and the sound of that gunshot that saved my life. Sometimes, when the wind is just right and the trees are rustling in a certain way, I can almost hear it again. That tap, tap, tapping on the window. And I remember that there are things out there in the darkness, things we can't explain, things we don't understand. And sometimes, the only thing standing between us and them is a single, solitary gunshot in the dark. And I'm left wondering if the person who fired that shot even knows that they saved a life. Or if it was even a person at all. It was back in 98, and let me tell you, I was about as far removed from my old life as a guy could get. Deep in the heart of central Montana, swallowed up by those rugged forests. People always talk about needing a break, needing to get away from it all, right? But most of them, they never actually do it. They're all talk, me. I guess I was the one who actually followed through. Name's Finnegan, Finn Riley, by the way. And I was living off the grid before it was cool. Before it was even a hashtag, if you know what I mean. See, I'd spent years stuck in some office, staring at the clock, counting down the minutes until I could escape. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and desperation. One day, I just snapped, said screw this, and walked away. Bought a chunk of land outside of Lincoln, Montana, a speck on the map, really. Built myself a little cabin. Life became real simple hunt. Fish, read the same beat up paperbacks over and over, and breathe the air that didn't smell like car exhaust and broken dreams. Now, I wasn't some crazy hermit, okay? I wasn't unfriendly or anything. Just a guy who liked his peace and quiet. But even peace and quiet can get old after a while. So, about once a month, I'd drive into town for supplies. Maybe grab a beer with the locals at the Timber Hitch, the only bar worth mentioning in Lincoln. My buddy, alias Ely Thorne, a retired park ranger, would sometimes swing by the cabin, especially if he'd had a few too many. Ely always had some wild stories, full of colorful language. But we never really talked about the weird stuff out in the woods. That was just understood. You didn't need to talk about it. You felt it. This particular year, though, things felt off. It's hard to put into words, but when you spend enough time out here, you get attuned to the land. You notice when things aren't right. The animals, for one. They weren't acting like they usually did. Deer that used to wander right up near my place just stopped showing up. And the birds, it was like someone hit the mute button on the whole forest. Ever been in a forest that's dead silent? It's creepy as hell, eerie. One night, I was out near the edge of my property, maybe a mile from the cabin, setting some rabbit snares. It was getting dark, and my lantern was flickering in the wind, making these weird, dancing shadows on the trees. I thought I heard something, a crunch, like twigs snapping, but way heavier than a fox or something small. I figured it was probably just a bear, so I started heading back to the cabin. And that's when I saw it. Now, I've seen bears. Hell, I've chased them out of my trash more times than I can count. But this thing, this wasn't a bear. It was standing on two legs, like a person, but it was huge, at least 8 feet tall, maybe even bigger. And its arms, Jesus, its arms were long, hanging down almost to its knees. And they ended in these things I can only describe as claws. The whole thing was covered in this thick, matted fur, but its face wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. Almost like a dog's, but wrong, too long stretched out. My gut told me to run, but I couldn't. Not because I was scared stiff, no. I've always been pretty level-headed, even in a tight spot. This thing, it just stared at me. It was like it was sizing me up, trying to decide if I was worth the trouble. And then it let out this sound, not a howl, not a growl, just this low, humming noise that seemed to vibrate right through my bones. I felt it in my teeth. I didn't stick around to find out what it wanted. I took off, sprinting through the trees towards my cabin. The underbrush was like claws, tearing at my legs. You'd think after years out here, I'd know these woods like the back of my hand. But in the dark, everything looked different. I tripped more than once, stumbling over roots and rocks. And I could hear it behind me, moving fast. Too fast for something that big. When I finally burst into the clearing, I could feel it right on my tail. I didn't even look back. Just slammed the cabin door shut, threw the bolt across, and grabbed the old shotgun I kept by the fireplace. My heart was hammering in my chest like a drum, but I tried to steady my breathing. I wasn't going down without a fight. That thing wasn't going to get me. Not here. Not in my own damn cabin. The walls weren't thick, but they were solid wood. I stood in the middle of the room, back to the fireplace, gun aimed at the door. The only sound was my own ragged breath. Then came the scratching. Slow at first, like it was testing the wood. Then it got more insistent. It was trying to get in. I didn't say a word. I don't even know if I could have. My mind was racing, going through every worst-case scenario. Should I make a run for the truck? It was parked about 30 yards from the cabin, but with that thing out there, no way I'd make it. The scratching stopped, and for a second, a stupid, brief second, I thought maybe had given up. Maybe it was gone. I let out a breath, a little too loud, and the next thing I knew, the front window shattered. Glass exploded inwards. It reached inside with that long, messed up arm. Fingers like talons scraping against the wood, trying to find me. I fired the shotgun, more out of instinct than anything else. The blast tore through its arm, and it let out this awful shriek, like a dog's yelp mixed with something metallic. It pulled back, leaving dark, thick blood smeared all over the window frame. For a split second, I thought I'd killed it. But then I heard it again, circling the cabin, low grunts and those heavy footsteps. It was pissed now. I braced myself, reloading the shotgun, my hands shaking. I wasn't armed enough for this. Hell, nobody would be. That thing was unnatural. It wasn't just some freak of nature, or some mutant bear like people talked about sometimes. This was something else. Something that didn't belong here. Something evil. It slammed into the side of the cabin, hard enough to make the whole place creak. I could feel the vibrations under my feet. I fired another shot, this time through the wall, just hoping to scare the damn thing off. Then, silence. Minutes crawled by, but they felt like hours. I didn't hear anything. No movement, no scraping. Just the crackling of the fire dying behind me. I stayed put, gripping the shotgun, listening, waiting for whatever was going to happen next. And then, from outside, there was a thud, followed by a low groan. And then, nothing. The next morning, I found what was left of the thing just outside the cabin, half hidden in the bushes. It was lying there, lifeless. That massive body twisted at an unnatural angle, dark blood pooling underneath it. I didn't get too close. Its face was still contorted, a grotesque snarl frozen in death. It looked part wolf, part man, part something else entirely. Something I couldn't even begin to understand. A few hours later, Ellie showed up. I'd called him that morning, told him I'd shot something strange. When he saw the body, he didn't say much. Just stared at it for a long time, his face pale. "You weren't making this up, were you, Finn?" he muttered, more to himself than to me. "We didn't call the cops. We both knew what they'd say. Crazy hermit living out in the woods. Probably shot a bear and panicked. That's what they'd call it. And Ely, well, he had his own reasons for keeping quiet. I think he'd seen things out here before, things he didn't like to talk about. Things he couldn't explain. But if he had, he sure as hell wasn't about to open up about it now. We buried it, out in the woods, far from the cabin. Covered it up with dirt and stones. Better to keep this out of sight," Ailey had said, his voice low. I wasn't about to argue. To this day, I've never spoken about it to anyone else. People wouldn't believe me, anyway. They'd laugh it off, call it a tall tale. But Ely and I, we know what's out there. I still live in that cabin, though I'm a hell of a lot more cautious now. Haven't seen anything like that creature since, and I don't plan on going looking for it, either. But sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear that low hum. It doesn't scare me anymore, not like it used to. It just reminds me that this world is a lot stranger than most people will ever know. A lot more dangerous too. Sometimes, late at night. When the fire's dying down and the shadows start to creep in, I find myself thinking about what Ely said, about keeping it out of sight. And I wonder if we did the right thing. Maybe we should have told someone. Maybe there's someone out there who would have understood, who could have explained what that thing was. But then again, maybe some things are better left buried. Some secrets are too heavy to carry, too dangerous to share. Ellie never did tell me what he knew about those woods, about the things that moved in the darkness. But I saw it in his eyes, that day we buried the creature. A kind of haunted look, like he'd seen too much, lived through things he wished he could forget. We never talked about again, not directly, but every now and then, when we'd be sitting on the porch, sharing a beer, he'd say something cryptic, that made me think he knew more than he was letting on. He'd talk about old Native American legends, stories passed down through generations, about creatures that walk between worlds. He never said it outright, but I think he believed those stories. I think he'd seen proof. And sometimes, when I look out at those woods, at the deep shadows and the silent trees, I think maybe he was right. Maybe there are things out there that we can't explain, things that defy logic and reason, things that are best left undisturbed. I guess some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries. Some doors are meant to stay closed. And some things are just better left buried deep in the woods, where they belong, and the memory of them left to fade, like footprints in the snow. And out here, in the silence of the Montana wilderness, I keep my secrets close. I keep my shotgun loaded, and I listen to the wind, always listening for that low, unsettling hum. Because I know, deep down, that it's still out there, somewhere, waiting. The only bar in town is still the Timber Hitch. I still see Ely from time to time, but we don't talk about that night. We don't talk about what we buried in the woods. But we both know it's always there, just beneath the surface, waiting, like a bad dream you can't quite shake. That's the thing about the wilderness, it keeps its secrets. And sometimes it shares them with you, whether you want it to or not. My name's Mike Johnson, and let me tell you, I thought I'd seen it all. 2 messy divorces, a construction business that went belly up, and enough speeding tickets to wallpaper my bathroom. I figured the only way to live was off the grid. Way out in the sticks of northern Montana, somewhere between civilization and nowhere. You know, the kind of place where nobody could find me. Nobody to nag me, nobody to judge me, and definitely no one to tell me how bad I was at picking wives. My little slice of heaven was a cabin about a 2-hour drive from Kalispell, but good luck finding it if you didn't know where to look. A dirt trail, barely more than a goat path, wound its way up into the mountains. I built the cabin myself. Sure, it was rough around the edges, nothing fancy, just wood nails and a whole lot of sweat. But it was mine, and more importantly, it was quiet. That's all I cared about. I'd been there 3 years without a hitch, except for the occasional raccoon rummaging through my trash. That morning, it had to be around 6 a.m., I heard something outside. I'm not one for sleeping in, thanks to years of early morning construction jobs. But this was different. It wasn't the usual sounds of branches swaying or critters scurrying. Nope. This was more like a thud, like someone had dropped a bag of concrete on my porch. I grabbed my boots, threw on my jacket, and stepped outside. The morning air hit me like a slap in the face, crisp and cold. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No birds chirping, no leaves rustling, just dead quiet. Not even the wind was making a sound. It was unnatural. "Come on, Mike," I muttered to myself. Probably just a deer or something. But as I walked toward where the sound came from, my mind started playing tricks on me. You hear stories up here, local legends about strange things in these woods, but I always figured they were just that. Stories. Then I saw the prints. They were huge, easily the size of my head, and like nothing I'd ever seen before. The claws had dug deep into the soil, leaving marks that couldn't have come from a bear. Too long, too sharp. I crouched down, studying them, my breath fogging up in the cold air. I could smell something, too, something foul, like rotting meat mixed with wet fur. I backed up slowly, my instinct screaming at me. Whatever made those prints wasn't anything I wanted to meet, not out here alone. Of course, I'd left my rifle inside. Great move, Mike. But the knife strapped to my leg would have to do. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I followed the prints. They led away from my cabin, heading toward the thicker part of the woods, where the trees grew close together. Their branches tangled up like old friends holding hands. The deeper I went, the darker it got, even though the sun was coming up. My gut was telling me to turn back, but curiosity has always been my weakness. I kept going. About 100 yards in, I saw something hanging from a tree. At first, I thought it was just some twisted branches, but as I got closer, I realized it was way worse. It was a deer, or what was left of it, ripped open, its guts hanging out like some kind of sick decoration. The stench hit me hard, and I had to cover my mouth to keep from gagging. The body looked like it had been torn apart, but not by wolves or mountain lions. No, this was different, savage, deliberate. And then I heard it. A low rumbling from behind me. It wasn't like an animal growl, more like something from deep within the earth. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Nothing except the sound of something moving through the brush. Fast, too fast. I started backing up, trying to keep my eyes on the trees, on the shadows that seemed to be moving between them. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. I wanted to believe it was just some predator, maybe a weird wolf, something natural. But deep down, I knew better. This thing was hunting me. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a bear, but no bear I'd ever seen moved like that. It was hunched over, its body covered in matted fur, but its limbs were all wrong. Too long, too thin. Its back legs were bent like a dog's, but the front ones were more like arms, ending in claws that could tear through anything. And the smell, that sickening stench from before, was even stronger now. It was like the air itself had gone rotten. It didn't roar or snore. It didn't need to. The way it moved, the way it stalked toward me, was enough. I knew I was in deep trouble. I took off running, the adrenaline finally kicking in. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the trees like a freight train, its breath heavy and uneven, like it was enjoying the chase. I don't know how long I ran, but I ended up near the creek that bordered my property. The water was icy cold, cutting through the land like a jagged scar. I stumbled over the rocks, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. And that's when I saw it, not the creature. A body. It wasn't an animal. It was a man, his clothes shredded, his face mangled beyond recognition. His torso had been torn open, and his insides were scattered along the creek bed, like someone had just tossed them there. I froze, staring at the corpse, trying to process what I was seeing. That's when the creature appeared again. This time it didn't charge. It just stood there, watching me. And I could see it now, clearly. It was tall, maybe 8 feet, and its fur was patchy, revealing pale, almost translucent skin underneath. It was thin, gaunt, like it hadn't eaten in days, but its muscles rippled beneath its skin. It reminded me of a hyena, the way it hunched over, but far worse, far more deliberate. I couldn't outrun it. I couldn't fight it. So I did the only thing I could think of. I dove into the creek. The freezing water stole my breath, but I didn't stop. I swam, letting the current pull me downstream. My lungs burned, my muscles axed, but I kept going, refusing to look back. When I finally crawled out of that creek, I was soaked to the bone and shivering like a leaf. I was about a mile from my cabin, downstream. I dragged myself through the mud, collapsing at the edge of the trees. I lay there for what felt like hours, expecting that thing to come after me, to finish what it had started. But it never came. Eventually, I forced myself to move. I made my way back to the cabin, grabbed my truck keys, and drove straight to the nearest town. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just drove. I don't know what that thing was, and frankly, I don't want to know. But I'm not going back there. Not ever. Let someone else figure it out. Let the authorities deal with it. I heard later from some locals that a few hikers had gone missing in the area recently. They said it was probably a mountain lion or maybe a bear. But I knew better. There's something out there, something that doesn't belong, and it's hungry. The town I ended up in was called Thompson Falls, a small place, nothing special. I found a cheap motel, the kind where you pay by the hour and don't ask questions. I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the grime, the fear, the memory of what I'd seen. It didn't work. I couldn't get the image of that creature out of my head, the way it moved, the way it looked at me, and the body by the creek, the poor guy who'd been ripped apart. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was next, that it was just a matter of time before that thing found me again. I spent the next few days holed up in that motel room, jumping at every noise. I barely slept, and when I did, I had nightmares. I kept replaying the whole ordeal in my mind, wondering what I could have done differently. Should I have stayed and fought? Should I have tried to reason with it?
Yeah, right.
Like that would have worked. After a week, I knew I couldn't stay there forever. I was running out of money, and besides, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to head south, to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I sold my truck, got enough cash for a bus ticket and a few meals. I ended up in Nevada, a small town outside of Las Vegas. It was hot, dry, and the complete opposite of Montana. It was different, but I needed different. Maybe find some work, maybe try to forget. The desert felt like a different world, and that's exactly what I needed. I found a job at a construction site, ironically enough. The work was hard, but it kept me busy, kept my mind off things, at least during the day. But at night, the fear always came back. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the desert. Every rustle of wind, every distant coyote howl, sounded like that creature from the woods. I started having panic attacks, waking up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. I knew I needed help, but I was too scared to talk to anyone. What would I say? Hey, I saw a monster in the woods, and now I think it's following me. They'd lock me up. One day, at the construction site, I was talking to one of the other guys, an old-timer named Earl. He'd been working construction for 40 years, seen it all, or so he said. We were on break, sitting in the shade of a half-built wall, and I don't know what came over me, but I started talking. I told him about the cabin, about the prints, about the thing in the woods. I expected him to laugh, to tell me I was crazy, but he didn't. He just listened, his eyes fixed on mine. When I was finished, he took a long drag from his cigarette and said, "You saw a skinwalker, son. A skinwalker." I'd heard the term before, whispered in hushed tones by the locals back in Montana. Native American legend, a shapeshifter, a creature of pure evil. I always thought it was just a myth, a story to scare kids. They're real, Earl said, his voice low. And they're dangerous. You're lucky to be alive. He told me stories he'd heard, tales of encounters with these creatures, of people who disappeared in the desert, never to be seen again. It was like listening to a horror movie, except it was real. What do I do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. You keep moving, Earl said. You don't stay in one place too long, and you never, ever go back to where you saw it. That night, I packed my bags. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not even Earl. I just left. I took a bus to California, then another to Arizona. I kept moving, always looking over my shoulder, always expecting to see that creature again. It's been a few years now, and I'm still on the run. I don't know if I'll ever be able to stop. But I know one thing, I'll never forget what I saw in those woods. And I'll never go back to Montana. Some things are best left alone. Some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And some places, once you leave, you can never go back. Not if you want to stay alive. Not if you don't want that thing to find you. Because it's still out there. I know it is. Waiting. Hunting. And I'm just waiting for it to catch up. You know how some people talk about getting back to nature, like it's some kind of peaceful, happy-go-lucky retreat. They picture themselves living off the grid, becoming one with the wilderness. Yeah, well, they're usually the same folks who lose their minds when they can't get cell service. Me. I say it's the only way to find your damn mind. My name's Jake Collins, and I've been living in a tiny shack out in the Salmon River Mountains of Idaho since 2008. I was 32 when I decided to ditch all those modern conveniences. I like to joke that modern life is just a slow, well-decorated death trap. So, why not face the real dangers instead, right? Guess I got what I asked for. I built my place myself. Nothing fancy. Just timber and metal sheets held together by what I can only assume was sheer willpower and a healthy dose of stubbornness. I wasn't looking for comfort. I was looking for peace and quiet. A way to escape the noise that had become my constant companion back in town. Turns out, the wilderness can get pretty noisy too, but it's the kind of noise you can't tune out. Because it wants your attention, badly. One night, around late August, I was out back fixing a busted rain barrel. It was the kind of chore that keeps you grounded. Keeps your mind off the fact that the nearest person was about a 2-day hike away. No phone signal, no neighbors, no backup. Just me and whatever was out there. Then I heard something. A low sound barely registered at first, like a branch snapping, but with more weight behind it. I stood up, wiped my hands on my jeans, and looked around. The forest was thick here, but I knew every inch of it, or at least I thought I did. Now, I'm not armed, stupid, I know. Normally, I'd have my rifle leaning against the shed door. But I hadn't seen a bear or mountain lion in weeks. So I figured, why bother? Big mistake. The noise came again, louder this time. Something big was moving through the underbrush. I walked slowly to the edge of the clearing, trying to get a better look. The moon wasn't out, so visibility was crap. All I had was my flashlight, and even that felt like a candle in a hurricane. The beam caught something. A shape darting between the trees, too fast to make out. My first thought was, okay, maybe a moose. Moose are huge, clumsy as hell, but they don't usually creep around like that. Whatever this was, it was deliberate. Hunting, maybe. I shout into the darkness, thinking maybe the noise would scare it off.
Go on, get out of here! I yelled.
More for my own nerves than anything. But it didn't leave. It got closer. That's when I saw it. A shadowy mass, just beyond the tree line. It wasn't a moose. It wasn't a bear either. This thing had a hunch to its back, like it was crawling. But it was way too big for any animal I knew. It reminded me of a mountain lion, if someone had stretched it out like a piece of taffy. The way it moved was unsettling, like it didn't have bones, just muscles and skin, sliding over the ground without a sound.
Now,
I froze. My mind was scrambling for an explanation. Maybe some kind of mutated animal. The government always denied weird stuff happening out in these woods, but I wasn't buying that anymore. Suddenly, the thing lunged. Yeah, I know. Lunged is a strong word, but damn it, that's what it did. It came at me fast, closing the distance in seconds. I barely had time to react. It was all instinct. I rolled to the side and grabbed a shovel I had leaning against the shed. That was all I had. A freaking shovel. The creature barreled into the rain barrel, sending it crashing into the side of the cabin with a loud bang. For a split second, I thought it might retreat. But no, it recovered faster than anything I'd ever seen and turned toward me again. This time, I got a better look. Its skin, or whatever the hell you'd call it, looked like wet leather, stretched too thin over its body. It had these long, sinewy limbs that didn't seem to belong in nature. And its face, well, it wasn't a face, not really. It was more like a snout, like a wolf or a big cat, but horribly elongated, twisted into something monstrous. I swung the shovel hard, aiming for its head. The metal connected with a sickening thud. But it didn't stop the thing. It staggered back, more surprised than hurt, I think. But I knew I couldn't risk another swing. It was too fast, too strong. I bolted for the cabin, slamming the door behind me and throwing the deadbolt. My heart was pounding in my ears. I could hear it scratching at the door, testing the wood, like it knew it could get in eventually. There was no phone, no way to call for help. I was trapped. I grabbed the closest thing I had to a weapon, an old hunting knife I kept for skinning deer. The creature's scratching grew louder, more frantic. Then, silence. I held my breath, waiting, listening. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. And my body was tense, too, coiled tight, ready for whatever was next. After a few minutes, which felt like hours, I dared to peek out the window. There was nothing there, just the stillness of the forest. But I knew better than to assume it was gone. That thing was patient. It was waiting. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the corner of my cabin, knife in hand, waiting for the sun to rise. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every little sound had me on edge, thinking it was back, thinking it would break through the walls at any moment. When dawn finally came, I ventured outside cautiously, knife still in hand. There was no sign of the creature. No blood, no tracks, nothing, like it had vanished. But I knew it hadn't, not really. I could still feel its presence out there, lurking, waiting for the right moment. That day, I made the decision to leave. Living off the grid wasn't worth becoming a meal for whatever that thing was. I packed up what I could carry, and by midday, I was hiking out of the mountains, heading back to civilization. It took 2 days to reach the nearest road, and I didn't see or hear the creature again during that time. But every moment, I felt like it was watching me, stalking me, waiting for the right time to strike. I reached a small ranger station on the edge of the forest. The ranger, an older guy named Leonard, looked at me like I was crazy when I told him what had happened. "You've been out there too long, pal," he said with a chuckle. "These woods will mess with your head." But when I described the creature in detail, his face changed. He didn't laugh anymore. He got quiet, real quiet. "I've heard stories," he muttered, almost to himself, more than to me. Then he added, a little louder, "They say it comes and goes, takes what it wants." He didn't ask me any more questions. He just nodded and told me it was probably a good idea to stay out of the mountains for a while. I didn't need convincing. I never went back to that cabin. I never even came close to those mountains again. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there. It hadn't disappeared, not like in the stories where the monster just vanishes without a trace. It was real, and it was waiting. But not for me. Not anymore. I was done with the wilderness. And as far as I was concerned, the wilderness could keep its secrets and its monsters. I was sticking to paved roads and streetlights from now on. They might be a slow death trap, but at least they didn't have teeth and claws that could slice you open like a ripe melon, or whatever that thing would do to you if it caught you again. No thanks. I'd had enough of nature to last me a lifetime. Alright, so let me tell you about 1995. That was the year I realized that living alone, off the grid, wasn't some badge of honor like those survivalist magazines make it out to be. It could get you killed. My name's Billy Ray, and for the past 7 years, I've been calling the southern Utah desert my home, about an hour outside Escalante, if you know the area. Now, most people figure that kind of isolation messes with your head, makes you go a little cuckoo, but honestly, I always felt more at ease out there than I ever did in a crowd. I'm not antisocial, not exactly. I'm just selective, you know. Some folks just rub you the wrong way. And with a face like mine, let's just say I'm better suited for radio. I figured I'd save people the trouble of pretending to enjoy my company. Besides, I didn't need much. I built my own cabin from scavenged wood and some old corrugated steel. It wasn't pretty, but it was solid enough to keep out the wind and the rain. I trapped my own food, grew a little patch of veggies, and had a nearby creek for water. It wasn't the Ritz, but it was freedom, and that's all I cared about. One thing you learn real quick out there is that nature is indifferent. It doesn't care about you one way or the other. I've seen rattlesnakes slither across my porch like they own the place, coyotes bold enough to sniff around my shed at night, and a mountain lion once gave me a look that suggested I was on the menu. But that was just nature being nature. You expect that. What you don't expect is something that doesn't fit. Something that looks like it clawed its way out of a nightmare. It was mid-morning when I first heard it. I was working on fixing a section of my chicken coop that had taken a beating during a recent storm. The desert can be harsh like that. Then, this sound broke the usual quiet. Almost like a scream, but not human. At first, I thought it might be a cougar again. I kept to 12 gauge Remington propped up by the door for critters like that, but for some dumb reason, I hadn't felt the need to keep it on me that morning. Then, another scream came. Louder this time, from the hills to the west. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. You ever hear something so strange that your brain just stalls out for a second? Like it's trying to match the sound with something familiar and coming up short. That's what happened to me. I couldn't place it, but whatever it was, I knew it was big. Bigger than anything I'd want to meet without a loaded shotgun. Now, curiosity might kill the cat, but it makes idiots out of men. And I guess I was feeling like an idiot that day. I grabbed an old machete I kept in the shed and headed in the direction of the sound. I figured I'd take a quick look, see what was making all that racket, and come back. If it was a cougar or a coyote, I'd run back for the shotgun. I kept telling myself it was just some animal, but the moment I got within sight of the western ridge, I knew it wasn't. The land out here is rough. Sharp rocks, dry dirt, the kind of place even lizards give a wide berth. Up on that ridge, I spotted movement. Not much, just a quick flash of something pale. Could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I knew better. I climbed up as quietly as I could, and when I reached the top, I saw it. Imagine a wolf, but wrong. Too big, too lanky. like someone took the skeleton of a bear and shoved it inside a wolf's body. It was hunched over something, tearing at it with these long, narrow jaws. The thing it was eating was dead deer, I guess, though it was hard to tell with most of its insides spread across the dirt like some gruesome art project. The creature paused for a second, its back still to me, and sniffed the air. I froze. I've never been much for prayer, but right then, I started negotiating with every deity I could think of. Then, it turned. It didn't have fur, not really. Just patches of wary hair sprouting from leathery skin the color of sun-bleached bone. The legs were too long, the joints all wrong, bending in directions they shouldn't. But its head was the worst part. Its jaws were elongated, like a crocodile's, filled with jagged teeth, and its nose was almost non-existent, just slits. It stood there for a moment, staring right past me. Then it let out another one of those horrible screams. I don't know if it saw me or just smelled me, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I bolted, and to my credit, I made it back to the cabin in record time. The machete, gone. I must have dropped it at some point, but I wasn't planning to turn around for it. My legs burned, my heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest, and for the first time since I'd moved out there, I genuinely regretted it. Back at the cabin, I slammed the door shut and grabbed the Remington. I sat there in the middle of the room, gun across my lap, waiting. The silence was thick, but I could feel something coming. I don't know how to explain it, just that gut feeling you get when you know you're not alone. I must have sat there for hours. The sun started to dip behind the mountains, and that's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, right outside. Whatever it was circling the cabin, testing it. Then it stopped, dead quiet. My finger tightened on the trigger. A heavy thud shook the door. I've heard people talk about fear, as if it's this paralyzing thing, but let me tell you, it's not. Fear is an accelerator. It makes you sharp, gives you a kind of clarity you never get when your mind's at peace. I stood up, aimed the shotgun at the door, and waited. Another thud, harder this time. The wood groaned under the weight. Then, silence again. That was somehow worse. My breath felt too loud, the sound of my own heartbeat annoying me more than anything else. I don't know why I did it, maybe because I was too scared to stay still, but I crept to the window and peeked outside. The thing was crouched near the back of the cabin, its grotesque form half hidden by the shadows. It didn't move like a predator. It moved like it was curious, like it wanted to see what would happen if it got inside. For a moment, I swear it looked right at me. Then, it turned its attention to the window. Glass shattered, and I stumbled back, firing off a shot without aiming. I wasn't thinking straight. The room filled with the stink of gunpowder, and my ears rang. The creature didn't scream this time. It just let out this low, guttural noise, a growl, almost like a chuckle. I fumbled for another shell and loaded it as fast as I could. But by the time I raised the shotgun again, it had vanished into the darkness. I don't know how long I stood there, listening. It could have been minutes, it could have been hours, but it never came back. By morning, I decided I wasn't sticking around to see if it would. I packed what little I had into my truck and got the hell out of there. I didn't bother calling the authorities. What was I going to tell them? Hey, I saw a prehistoric monster, wolf thing in the middle of nowhere, and it tried to kill me.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd be real quick to investigate that. Before I left, though, I drove back to the ridge where I'd first seen the creature. Maybe I was looking for proof that it was real, or maybe I was hoping it wasn't. I don't know. What I found, though, was worse than either. There were more bones scattered across the ground. Some animal, some not. I found scraps of old flannel shirts, tattered sneakers, things no animal would care about, but a person might. And that's when it hit me. This thing, whatever it was, had been around a lot longer than I thought. It wasn't just hunting deer or rabbits. It had been hunting people. People who came out here thinking they could escape the world, just like me. I got back in the truck and didn't stop driving until I hit the highway. I didn't look back, not once. As for the creature, I doubt it's gone. I'm guessing it's out there somewhere, waiting for the next fool who thinks they can live off the land without consequence. And that, my friend, is a lesson I learned the hard way. You can try to run from your problems or from the world, but some things will always find you. I hope that was a satisfying conclusion to Billy Ray's terrifying ordeal. This story is all fictional, but what do you think made it so scary? My name's Ethan Reed, and for 2 years, I lived way off the grid. Way off, like in the boonies of Idaho. A place where you'd be lucky to even find a deer track, let alone a cell signal. It was 2005. And I wasn't running from the law, or anything dramatic like that. Just from the usual grind, you know. I'd spent over 10 years hunched over a computer, doing IT work for people who couldn't tell their mouse from their monitor. I was totally fried. So, I cashed out. Sold my condo, bought a little patch of land by the St. Joe River, and built myself a cabin. No running water, no electricity, just me, the woods, and a few tools. And look, I loved it out there. More than I ever loved city life. It was quiet, well, quieter than the constant hum of servers and those awful flickering fluorescent lights. I spent most days fishing, chopping wood, and trying to get good at hunting. Not that I was some kind of mountain man, though. I'd drive into town, maybe once a month, to grab supplies and shoot the breeze with a couple of the locals. There was always plenty to chew on when you live in a place where half the folks are either doomsday preppers or think the government's putting controlled drugs in the water. Thing is, those conspiracy theories always sound nuts until you find yourself smack dab in the middle of something so bizarre that nothing else makes sense. I used to chuckle at the guys in the general store, the ones who talk about weird lights in the sky, or these things they swore lived deep in the forest. I figured they were just hitting the moonshine a little too hard. One night changed all that. It was late October, getting colder every day. I'd spent most of the afternoon chopping firewood and was just about ready to call it quits. I had a kerosene lantern on the table, a pot of beans warming on the stove, and an old shortwave radio spitting out static, nothing out of the ordinary. Just another night in the middle of nowhere. Then I heard it. At first, it was just a rustling, like the wind kicking up in the trees. But it didn't stop. It got louder, closer. This wasn't the wind. It was something else, something moving through the bushes around my cabin. Now, I'm not one to get spooked easy, but this didn't sound like any deer or elk. It sounded heavy, like whatever it was had some serious weight to it. I grabbed my shotgun from the rack by the door.
Yeah?
I wasn't dumb enough to live out there without a gun. Bears weren't the only thing you had to worry about. Sometimes you'd get mountain lions, or worse, people who figured a remote cabin was easy pickings. I stepped out onto the porch, scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Nothing, just a bunch of shadows and that biting October wind. But then I saw it, no more than 50 yards from my cabin. Something was moving between the trees. I couldn't make it out clearly at first, just a shape, big and hunched over, with this weird, slinky way of moving. It wasn't walking, it was more like it was gliding, weaving through the underbrush like it owned the place. I raised the shotgun, pointing the barrel in its direction, but I didn't shoot. Not yet. It stopped. And that's when I got my first real good look at it. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, but it wasn't built like anything I'd ever seen. This thing was lean, covered in matted fur that clung to its skin like it was wet. Except there wasn't any water around. Its arms were hanging down low, unnaturally so, ending in these claws, long, jagged claws. But the worst part was its face. I swear, I've never seen anything like it. It wasn't like a bear or a wolf. The closest thing I could compare it to would be a hyena, but even that wasn't quite right. Its jaws were too wide, and it had these lips that curled back, showing rows of crooked, nasty-looking teeth. I didn't waste any more time staring. I fired. The blast echoed through the trees, scattering birds and sending the thing stumbling backward. It let out this sound, a sound that made my skin crawl. But it didn't stop. It just staggered for a second, and then it charged. I fired again, hitting it in the shoulder. The impact knocked it off balance, but it didn't go down. I scrambled back inside the cabin, slamming the door behind me and bolting it shut. My heart was hammering in my chest, and for the first time in years, I was scared. Not just nervous or uneasy, I was terrified. The thing hit the door hard. Wood splintered, and I heard it clawing at the walls. It was strong, way too strong. The door wasn't going to hold for long. I shoved the table against it, grabbing anything I could to barricade myself in. There wasn't much else I could do. For a solid hour, I sat there, clutching my shotgun, staring at the door, waiting for it to give. But it never did. The thing pounded and scraped for what felt like forever, and then it just stopped. No more thudding, no more clawing, just silence. I stayed up all night, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. But I wasn't an idiot. At first light, I packed up what little I had, threw it in my truck, and drove to town. I wasn't about to stick around and wait for that thing to try again. When I got to the general store, old George, one of the regulars, took one look at me and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost, son." Something like that. I muttered, not really in the mood for small talk. "You gonna tell me what happened, or do I gotta guess?" So, I told him. Everything. About the noise. The thing I saw, how it nearly broke down my door. I half expected him to laugh, but he didn't. He just nodded, like he'd heard it all before. "That's the Blackwood creeper," George said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Some folks say it's a skinwalker. Others say it's just an animal, something nobody's ever really classified. But it's been around these parts for as long as anyone can remember." I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. "And you didn't think to maybe mention this before?" George shrugged. "People don't believe in what they don't see. Figured you were one of them." I didn't know what to say to that, so I didn't. I just bought a couple more boxes of shells for the shotgun and got the hell out of there. I didn't go back to the cabin, not for weeks. I wasn't ready to face whatever the hell that thing was again. But here's the kicker, a month later. After I finally worked up the nerve to go back to the cabin, I found something. Something near the cabin that made my blood run cold. Bones. Not animal bones, human bones. They were scattered around the tree line, like something had been gnawing on them. I didn't touch them. Didn't even get close. I just turned around and drove straight to the sheriff's office. They sent a couple of deputies out to check, but when they came back, they told me there was nothing there. No bones, no sign of anything. They chalked it up to me being cover-stressed, whatever that means. But I know what I saw. There were bones, I'm not an idiot. I wasn't making it up. I didn't stick around after that. I packed up my cabin for good and moved back into town. I was done with the off-grid life. Let someone else deal with the Blackwood creeper. It's funny, isn't it? I used to laugh at conspiracy theories. Now, not so much. After that whole mess, I ended up renting a little place above the hardware store. It wasn't much, but it had 4 solid walls, a decent roof, and most importantly, neighbors. Load. Gossipy neighbors who would definitely hear me scream if that thing ever came to town. I tried to get back to some kind of normal routine. I even picked up a part-time job at the general store, stocking shelves and helping George ring up customers. It wasn't exactly thrilling, but it kept me busy, and it gave me a front row seat to all the local gossip, which, let me tell you, was way more entertaining than anything on TV. But even with the distractions, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I'd find myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see that damn creeper staring back at me. And the nights were the worst. I'd lie awake in bed, listening to every creak and groan of the old building. My shotgun propped up within easy reach. I started having nightmares, too. Vivid, terrifying dreams where I was back in the cabin. And that thing was outside, scratching at the door, its weird, hyena-like face pressed up against the window. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, convinced it was real. One evening, a few weeks after I'd moved to town, I was closing up the store with George. We were sweeping the floors and counting out the register when he suddenly stopped and looked at me, a strange expression on his face. "You ever think about why it came after you, Ethan?" he asked, his voice low. I shrugged, trying to act casual. "Wrong place, wrong time, I guess." George shook his head. "Maybe. Or maybe it was drawn to you. Some folks say these things, they can sense fear. They can smell it." I scoffed. "You're starting to sound like one of those conspiracy nuts, George." He just chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Maybe I am. Or maybe I've just lived here long enough to know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained. Things that are better left alone." His words sent a chill down my spine, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was right. Maybe there was more to the Blackwood creeper than just being some weird, undiscovered animal. Maybe it was something darker, something more sinister. I didn't have much time to dwell on it though, because that's when we heard it low, guttural growl coming from outside. It sounded like it was right outside the back door. George and I froze, our eyes locked on each other. We both knew that sound. We'd both heard it before. "It's here," George whispered, his eyes wide with fear. My blood turned to ice. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I grabbed the shotgun I kept behind the counter, my hand shaking. "Stay here," I told George, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'll go check it out." He didn't argue. He just nodded, his face pale. I crept towards the back door, my senses on high alert. The growling was getting louder now, closer. I could hear it scratching at the door, just like it had done at the cabin. I took a deep breath, then threw open the door, my shotgun raised. And there it was, the Blackwood Creeper. It was standing right outside the door, its eyes glowing in the dim light. It was even bigger and more terrifying than I remembered. I fired. It's funny how fast things can go from dead quiet to pure chaos. Out here, silence is like a lifestyle. You get used to it, even start to find comfort in it, you know? Me? I've been living off grid for almost 5 years now. Tucked away in a little cabin I built myself in the Ouachita Mountains of Arkansas. Never really had a choice, to be honest. City life wasn't gonna cut it for me, not after what I've been through. My name's Caleb Hayes. Folks in town just call me that mountain man, and I've learned to live with that too. The year was 2006, and by then, I knew this land like the back of my hand. My cabin sat in a clearing near the edge of a seriously thick forest. The kind of place where you could go days without seeing another soul. I liked it that way. Besides, who needs people when you've got deer, rabbits, and the occasional black bear to keep you company? Now, I'm not a gun nut, never was. It's not like I'm against them or anything. I just never saw the need. This land was peaceful enough, and I trusted my traps way more than I trusted a bullet. Plus, there was always this joke I'd tell myself: if anything tries to get me, I'll just outsmart it. Looking back, man, was I naive. That day started like any other. I was fixing up a section of my chicken coop that got messed up in a storm the week before. Nothing major, just some patching up. The sun was getting low, but there was still plenty of light left to finish the job. As I was hammering in the last nail, I noticed something off. Something in the woods, just beyond the tree line. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, you know, the kind of thing your mind does when you've been alone too long. But then, I saw it move. My first thought was, deer. We get plenty of those around here. But this thing, it wasn't moving right. Deer are jumpy, quick on their feet. This thing was stalking, slow and deliberate. I don't know how else to put it. I tried to shake it off. Probably just my imagination playing tricks again, I told myself. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. By the time I finished up with the coop, the thing hadn't moved any closer. So I went inside and tried to forget about it. I made some coffee, sat by the window, and just watched the forest. No movement. Everything was still. About an hour later, I heard it. This low, rumbling sound. Almost like the ground itself was growling. It was faint, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, figuring I could check the perimeter before it got completely dark. I wish to God I hadn't. At first, everything seemed normal. The trees were swaying gently in the breeze, and the chickens were clucking softly in their coop. But then that rumbling came again, this time louder, closer. It was coming from the woods. My first instinct was to yell out, but I quickly realized how dumb that was. I wasn't dealing with something that was gonna answer back. Then, I saw it. Right at the edge of the clearing, standing half in shadow, was something I can only describe as just wrong. It was tall, easily over 6 feet, but it moved in this hunched over, crouching way, like it was uncomfortable being upright. Its arms were long, way longer than they should have been, and its head, well, it reminded me of a wolf, or maybe a coyote, but not quite right. It was too angular, too messed up, like someone had stretched out an animal's features and made them almost human, in the worst possible way. I backed up slowly, my mind going a mile a minute. Should I run? But where? The cabin wasn't exactly Fort Knox, and that thing was too close for me to make a run for my truck. I was trapped, and the worst part was it knew it. As I stood there, frozen stiff, it started to move toward me. Each step was slow and deliberate, like it was sizing me up. I could see its chest rising and falling with each breath, the muscles in its body rippling under a coat of patchy fur. I didn't wait for it to get any closer. I bolted, ran straight back into the cabin, slammed the door, and locked it. I don't know what I expected to happen next. Maybe it would get bored and wander off. Maybe it would go back into the woods. But instead, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of claws scratching on the wood of the cabin. That thing was right outside, and it wanted in. Now, like I said before, I'm not a gun guy. But in that moment, I wished I had something, anything, to defend myself. The only thing I had was an old axe by the fireplace, so I grabbed it and braced myself for the worst. The scratching turned into banging, the wood creaking and groaning under the pressure. I don't know how long I stood there, clutching that axe like it was my lifeline, because, well, it was. Just when I thought the door was about to give, the banging stopped. Silence, pure terrifying silence. I waited. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nothing. Slowly, I went to the door, my heart pounding like a drum. With one hand on the knob and the other gripping the axe, I opened it just a crack. Nothing. The clearing was empty. Relief washed over me for like a split second. Then I heard something behind me, a faint shuffling sound. I spun around, and that's when I saw it. The creature had somehow gotten inside. It was standing in the corner of the room, all hunched over, its head cocked in that unnatural way, staring at me like it was deciding how it wanted to make its move. I can't explain what happened next. Something in me just snapped. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe it was just pure survival instinct. But I charged at it with the axe, swinging like a madman. I hit it once, twice, 3 times, each hit landing with a sickening thud. The thing let out this horrible, gut-wrenching scream. No, not a scream, more like a howl. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. By the time I was done, it was lying in a heap on the floor, not moving. Blood pooled around its body, staining the wooden floorboards. I dropped the axe, my hands shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It was over. Or so I thought. As I stood there, staring down at the creature, I noticed something weird. The body, it wasn't disappearing. It wasn't fading away like something out of a freaking horror movie. It was just there. Real. Solid. Proof that what I had seen, what I had killed, wasn't just some figment of my imagination. I didn't know what to do. Should I call someone? But who the hell would believe me? Some mountain man, living alone in the woods, claiming he killed a creature that shouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
No one. That's who. But I knew I couldn't just leave it there. So, I did what any sane person would do. I buried it. Deep in the woods. Far away from the cabin, where no one would ever find it. It took me most of the night. I dragged that thing, heavy as all get, out. Through the trees, my flashlight beam dancing around like a nervous firefly. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, had me jumping out of my skin. I kept expecting to see another one of those things, or maybe even the same one, somehow alive again, coming to get revenge. Finally, I found a spot, a small hollow hidden beneath a thick tangle of roots and vines. I dug until my arms ached and my hands were raw. The ground was hard, rocky, and I was pretty sure I hit every tree root in Arkansas. But I kept going, fueled by adrenaline and a healthy dose of fear. When the hole was deep enough, I rolled the creature's body into it. It landed with a dull thud, and for a second, I just stared down at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked even more wrong in the dim light of my flashlight, its fur matted with blood, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. I quickly filled in the grave, piling the dirt and rocks back on top, then covered it with leaves and branches, trying to make it look as undisturbed as possible. When I was done, there was no sign that anything had ever been buried there. As for the aftermath, well, let's just say I never told a soul. The folks in town still see me as that mountain man, and that's fine by me. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it can be when you've killed something that shouldn't exist. I still live in the cabin, still go about my day like nothing happened. I cleaned up the blood, scrubbed the floorboards until they were spotless. There is no sign, nothing left to indicate that night ever happened, at least not on the surface. But every now and then, when the wind blows just right, I catch a whiff of something fall like decay, and I wonder if it's still out there. Or maybe it was never just one. The whole experience changed me though. I'm a lot more cautious now. I keep the axe close by, even though I still don't own a gun. I find myself looking over my shoulder more often, especially when I'm out in the woods. And I never, ever stay out after dark. Not anymore. Some nights, I have nightmares. I see that thing, its twisted face, its glowing eyes. I hear it scratching at the door, its unholy howl. And I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the silence of the cabin suddenly feeling more oppressive than comforting. But most days, I just keep on living. I tend to my chickens, I work on the cabin, I try to forget what happened. But I know I never really will. It's always there, lurking in the back of my mind, a dark secret that I'll carry with me to my grave. It's a reminder that there are things out there, in the shadows, that we don't understand, things that defy explanation. And sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones that walk among us, hidden in plain sight, or in this case, hidden deep in the woods, waiting for the perfect moment to remind us they exist. I just pray to God I never have to see another one. One was definitely enough for a lifetime. Alright, so, let me tell you about the time I nearly lost it in the woods. It was back in '94, and I made the dumbest mistake of thinking that being alone would fix all my problems. My name's Alex Ramsey, and I'd spent most of my life surrounded by people, too many people, if I'm being honest. I was always moving, job to job, city to city, and the constant noise, the rush, the freaking chaos, it got to me. I figured getting off the grid, going full hermit would give me the peace and quiet I was craving. So, I packed my bags, sold everything I didn't absolutely need, and shacked up in this tiny cabin deep in the Kaibab National Forest in Arizona. Now, I was never a gun guy. Not that I was against them, exactly, but it always felt like owning a gun just invited trouble, the kind I definitely didn't want. And besides, what was the worst that could happen in the middle of nowhere? Coyotes. Please, those weren't even worth worrying about. The cabin was small, but it was enough for me. Wooden walls, a porch that creaked like an old man's knees, and a roof that leaked a little when it rained. There wasn't another soul for miles, just me, the pine trees, and the occasional deer passing by. It felt perfect, at least for the first few weeks. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk down this old logging road near my place. The air was crisp, with that earthy smell of pine needles, and I felt like I had the whole forest to myself. I even remember joking to myself that I was like one of those survivalist dudes you see on TV, living the dream. What a joke that turned out to be. About a mile in, I found something weird, a carcass. It was an elk, or what was left of it. Now, I'd seen dead animals before, but this was different. It was torn open in a way that just didn't make sense. It wasn't like a predator had taken it down for food. There were pieces of it scattered around, but nothing had been eaten. It was like something had just destroyed it for fun. I stood there for a while, trying to wrap my head around it, but the longer I looked, the more uneasy I felt. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably just a bear, even though that didn't quite fit. Still, I wasn't looking for trouble, so I headed back to the cabin. As I walked, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched. You know that feeling, right? Like you can just tell. I didn't turn around, though. I didn't want to know if something was behind me. It was probably just paranoia, I told myself. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin made my skin crawl. Around midnight, I heard something outside. Not footsteps, exactly. It was more like something dragging itself through the dirt. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a branch falling, but the sound didn't stop. It circled the cabin, slow and deliberate, like whatever it was knew I was inside. I grabbed the closest thing I had to a weapon, a dull hunting knife I used to whittle sticks, and waited. The sound went on for hours, stopping every now and then, only to start up again. I barely slept a wink. In the morning, I went outside, half expecting to see claw marks or something that would explain the noise. But there was nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing. It was like whatever had been out there had just vanished into thin air. Still, I wasn't about to let my imagination run wild. I had left the noise and the madness of the city for this, for solitude and quiet. No way was I going to let one weird night ruin it. For the next few days, everything was normal. I convinced myself that the elk carcass and the noise were unrelated. Maybe some scavenger had gotten to the elk after something else had killed it, and the noise was probably just some animal curious about my cabin. Nothing to lose sleep over, right? But then, a few days later, I found something else. This time, it wasn't an animal, it was a person. Or, at least, what was left of one. A hiker, maybe. His body was torn apart, just like the elk. Arms and legs twisted in ways they shouldn't be, the torso split open, with organs spread out like some kind of sick display. I nearly threw up when I saw it. His face was still intact, though, frozen in this look of pure terror. I ran back to the cabin and tried to call for help on the old radio I kept for emergencies. Nothing. No signal. I was on my own. I locked the doors, barricaded the windows, and just sat there, my mind racing. What kind of animal does something like that? And why hadn't I heard anything? Night came on fast, and with it, the noise returned. This time it was louder. The dragging sound from before was back, but now there was something else. A scratching, like nails or claws raking against the cabin walls. I held my knife close, knowing it was about as useful as a toothpick against whatever was out there. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. The silence was worse. I sat there, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for whatever was coming next. Then, without warning, the door buckled, like something had slammed into it. I heard the wood crack, the hinges straining as whatever it was hit the door again. Harder this time. I was full on panicking now. There was no way out except the windows, but I knew better than to go outside in the dark. Not with that thing out there. The door crashed open, splinters flying across the room, and there it stood. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. Massive, hunched over, with a body covered in matted fur. Its limbs were way too long, arms dangling past its knees, and its fingers, if you could even call them that, ended in these sharp, jagged claws. It moved like it didn't belong in this world, lurching forward in this unnatural, jerky way. But the worst part was its face. It had this snout, like a wolf's, but twisted, stretched into something grotesque. I did what any rational person would do in that moment. I ran. I bolted through the back door and into the woods, the sound of heavy footsteps pounding behind me. It was fast, too fast. I could hear it breathing, this ragged, wet sound that made my stomach churn. I tripped over a root, crashing to the dirt, but before I could even think about getting up, it was on me. Claws ripped across my back, and I screamed, thrashing, trying to get away. Then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The thing froze, sniffing the air, like it had caught a whiff of something more interesting. Without looking back, I scrambled to my feet and ran like hell, not stopping until I reached the road, several miles away. I don't know how long I ran. When I finally stopped, it was dawn, and I was standing in the middle of some dirt road, covered in blood, with no clue where I was. Eventually, a truck driver found me. I must have looked like a complete lunatic, babbling about monsters and dead hikers, but he believed me enough to take me to the sheriff's station. The sheriff wasn't exactly the type to believe in tall tales, but when I showed him where I found the hiker's body, he went pale. I didn't stick around for any investigation. Whatever was out there, I wasn't going to wait for it to come after me again. I left that cabin the next day, moved back to town, and I haven't been back to Kaibab since. Whatever it was, it's still out there. I'm sure of it. Something that just doesn't belong in this world, something that kills for sport. The sheriff told me later that they found more bodies. Hikers who'd gone missing over the past few months, all torn apart in the same way, with no explanation for what did it. They stopped looking after a while, said it was bears, or maybe a mountain lion. But we both knew better. And I guess that's all there is to it. My big plan for peace and quiet turned into the worst nightmare of my life. I still have nightmares about that thing, about its face, about the way it moved. I learned my lesson, though. Some things are way worse than the hustle and bustle of the city. Some things you just don't want to meet alone in the woods. And some doors, once they're opened, you can never really close them again. My name is Ben Carter. I was 36 when I decided to camp at White Butte in North Dakota, a trip that would straight up change my life in ways I couldn't have even imagined. Back then, I was still reeling from a messy divorce, desperate for some peace and quiet, a place to just think. I'd always heard that White Butte was this remote, lonely peak, perfect for someone who needed to be alone. So, I packed up my beat-up old camping gear and set out with my German Shepherd, Duke. Duke was my best bud, a big, loyal goofball who'd been on countless road trips with me. But he was getting older, and I worried the cold nights might be too much for him. Still, I couldn't leave him behind. He was the only company I trusted. The drive to White Butte took me over dusty roads that stretched across empty fields and rolling badlands. By the time I reached the trailhead, it was late afternoon, and the sun was already dipping toward the horizon. This place felt like the edge of the world. The sky was so huge. It felt like you could fall right off if you walked too far. I was pulling my ratty old tent and single sleeping bag from the trunk when I noticed this woman approaching. She was wearing these well-worn hiking boots and had a small pack slung over her shoulder. Her dark hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she walked with this confident stride, you know. She called out, smiling brightly, "I'm Ashley Monroe. I'm studying geology for a project at my university. Are you heading up White Butte?" I hesitated. I really didn't want company. "Yeah," I said, keeping it short, hoping she'd get the hint. But she just beamed like I'd invited her to a party. "Great. Mind if I join you for a while?" she asked. "I promise I won't slow you down." I glanced at Duke, who was sniffing the air in her direction. He wasn't growling, but he wasn't wagging his tail either. Something about Ashley's eagerness rubbed me the wrong way. But, I didn't have a real reason to say no. "Sure," I replied with a shrug. "I'm Ben Carter, by the way, and this big guy is Duke." For the first few hours, everything seemed normal enough. Ashley chatted about rock formations and how White Butte was formed. I admitted I didn't know much about geology, though I did enjoy reading about local legends. She seemed really into that, asking what stories I'd heard. When I mentioned the tale of a murdered settler woman who supposedly haunted these parts, Ashley just giggled like it was some silly campfire story. We made camp just before sunset. I realized, with a growing sense of dread, that my gear was barely good enough for the dropping temperatures. My tent was ancient, with these little tiers I hadn't bothered to patch. The sleeping bag was thin, meant for warmer weather. The forecast had said it would be mild, but out here, the wind could whip across the open plains, chilling you to the bone. After dinner, some sad, dehydrated meals eaten around a small fire, I crawled into my tent, Duke right beside me. I could hear Ashley humming cheerfully in her own tent nearby. For some reason, that tune put me on edge, like she was way too comfortable in a place that felt distinctly unwelcoming. That night, I woke up to Duke's low, throaty growl. He was standing at the tent flap, hackles raised. My heart started pounding. "What is it, boy?" I whispered. Then I heard it, a faint humming, eerily similar to the tune Ashley had been humming earlier. But it was distant and echoing, like it was riding the wind from somewhere far away. It made the hair on my arms stand on end. I unzipped the tent slowly, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam cut through the night, revealing nothing but the swaying tall grass. But Duke kept growling. He never growled unless something or someone was out there. In the morning, I told Ashley about the weird humming. expecting her to either confirm it or brush it off as nothing. She just gave me this cryptic smile and said she'd slept like a rock. Then, she changed the subject completely. It hit me then that I didn't actually know anything about her school or her research. A prickling sense of doubt started to worm its way into my mind. That afternoon, while we were exploring the base of the butte, I noticed Ashley slip away. She came back a couple of hours later, covered in dirt and sweat, her eyes lit up with this intensity that made my stomach twist. "What were you doing?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Exploring, like I said. The rock formations here are fascinating," she answered smoothly, but she seemed irritated by my question. "You should mind your own business, Ben." I let it go, but the uneasy feeling just kept growing. Duke seemed wary around Ashley too, never taking his eyes off her. That night, the humming came back, louder this time, more insistent. Duke whined and scratched at the tent floor, like he wanted to get out, but I stayed inside, too freaked out to face whatever was out there. On the third morning, I woke up to find my camping gear scattered all over the place. The plastic plates, water bottles, even Duke's food bowl were strewn in a wide circle around the tent. In the center was this crude symbol etched into the dirt, almost like a spiral that ended in a jagged slash. My pulse went into overdrive at the sight. It definitely wasn't something a curious animal would do. I confronted Ashley, but she just shrugged. "Maybe some local kids wandered by," she said. "Here," I countered. "There's nobody for miles." Ashley just smiled again, but there was no warmth in it this time. It was kind of creepy, to be honest. We had another tense conversation around lunchtime. I was getting ready to head toward a small cave I'd spotted the day before. Maybe I could take some pictures, or do a little exploring myself. But Ashley insisted on tagging along. Something in her eyes, a sharpness, put me on high alert. We ended up hiking into a more secluded area, near the base of White Butte, thick with jagged rocks and scraggly brush. The wind had picked up, sending dust swirling into our faces. I was about to tell Ashley we should head back to avoid a storm, when she suddenly stopped and pulled a handgun from her pack. "Drop your stuff," she demanded. Her face had totally changed. All that fake friendliness was gone. "What?" I froze, Duke at my heel. She aimed the gun at me. "You hurt me. I'm not a geology student. My friends and I, we wait for unsuspecting travelers. Usually, I work with a partner, but he's busy taking care of something else. All you need to know is I want your valuables, your truck keys, anything worth money." I raised my hands. "I don't have much, seriously. My wallet's in the tent, and my gear is worthless." "Don't lie to me," she snapped. Duke lunged, barking like crazy. Before he could reach her, she fired a warning shot into the air. The crack echoed through the emptiness. Duke stopped, teeth bared. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it was going to burst out of my chest. "Back," she ordered me, then reached into her pocket, pulled out those plastic zip ties, and tossed them at my feet. "To your feet, then your hands. Hurry up." With trembling fingers, I did what she said. She came closer to tighten the ties. Before I could react, she slammed the butt of her gun against my temple. Pain exploded in my head, and I collapsed, my vision swimming. I could hear Duke barking furiously, but then I heard another shot, and then silence. When I came to, I was tied to a tree trunk, my head throbbing so fiercely I thought I might throw up. Duke was nowhere in sight. I strained against the zip ties, panic flaring. Ashley was gone, and she'd left me to bake in the merciless midday sun. I don't know how long I was out there, but it felt like hours. Eventually, I managed to slip one hand free when the plastic tie snapped against a jagged piece of bark. My wrists were bloody and raw, but I was free. All my gear, including my phone, was gone. My tent and truck keys were presumably back at camp, but I couldn't be sure. The only thing on my mind was finding Duke. I stumbled through the scrub, the sun pounding down. My head ached, and I felt dizzy. Hours later, I spotted Duke limping toward me, a bloody wound on his flank. He whined softly as he approached. "Good boy," I whispered, dropping to my knees to check him out. It looked like a grazing bullet wound, painful, but not immediately life-threatening. Anger surged through me. I needed to get Duke to safety. As the sun dipped low, I realized I was lost. The landscape seemed foreign in every direction, and the shadows stretched out like long, ominous fingers across the barren land. Then, once more, I heard that humming. Only this time it sounded closer, more distinct, like a woman's voice drifting on the breeze. Duke whimpered at my side, cowering. I followed the sound, more out of a lack of options than any real plan. Eventually, I came upon a narrow opening in the side of the butte, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Duke stayed close. Inside, the cave was musty and cold. My flashlight flickered across the walls, revealing etchings in the rock symbols that looked vaguely like the spiral I'd seen near my campsite. Farther in, I found what looked like a makeshift shrine of bones, dried flowers, melted candles, and a stained journal. Fear turned my stomach as I lifted the book. The yellowed pages contained frantic handwriting about a woman who'd been murdered by her husband on white butte. The entries became more and more erratic, describing sightings of a ghostly figure in a white dress who could mimic voices and drive people mad with her wailing. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I whirled around to see Ashley, pale and trembling. She didn't look anything like the confident thief who'd held me at gunpoint. Her eyes were wide with terror. "It's out there," she whispered, pointing toward the entrance. "That humming. It's not me. It's not a person." I backed away, unsure whether to believe her. "You left me tied to a tree. You shot my dog." Her lip trembled. "I heard that thing. I got lost. I came here to hide." A sudden, ear-splitting wail cut through the silence. I doubled over, covering my ears. Duke howled, and Ashley screamed, sinking to her knees. The noise felt like shards of broken glass slicing through my skull. And then, as abruptly as it began, the wail stopped. In the flickering light, I saw her, a woman in a torn white dress, floating at the edge of the cave's darkness. Her hair hung in ragged strands, her face half hidden. But her eyes, those eyes were empty, dark holes that stared with hateful intent. She raised her hand, beckoning us deeper into the cave. Ashley fired a shot, but the woman in white disappeared, leaving only a faint echo of her haunting song. The bullet ricocheted off the rock, throwing sparks. I seized the moment, tackling Ashley and wrenching the gun from her grip. She struggled, but I was fueled by rage and terror. Once I had the gun, I pressed it to her back. "You move, I shoot," I hissed. Before I could decide what to do next, the ghost reappeared, screaming again, driving us both to our knees. When I looked up, the woman in white was hovering mere inches from Ashley. She opened her mouth in a silent snarl. Ashley's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, blood trickling from her ears. I wanted to run, but some instinct told me the ghost wouldn't just let me leave. I remembered the journal in my hand, flipping frantically through its pages. One passage mentioned burning the settler's final writings to end her hold on this place. With trembling hands, I gathered the candles and the other items strewn around. I lit one candle and set the journal's pages on fire. The flames curled the edges of the paper, releasing a foul smoke that stung my nostrils. The woman in white shrieked, a sound so piercing that I thought my eardrums would burst. Duke cowered against the cave wall, whimpering. The ghost advanced on me, her hollow eyes locked on the burning pages. My vision blurred from the noise, my heart pounding. I forced myself to keep the journal in the flame. The shrieking intensified, then suddenly, the ghost faded, her form dissolving like mist. A final, echoing moan reverberated through the cavern, and then silence. Ashley lay unmoving on the cave floor. I checked her pulse. She was barely alive, her breathing shallow. Even after everything she'd done, I couldn't just leave her there. Gathering my courage, I dragged her out of the cave. Duke limped alongside us, every step seemingly more painful than the last. My only goal was to find my way back to the main trail, to get help, any help. We didn't make it far before stumbling upon a group of local hunters. Relief washed over me, only to vanish the moment I saw the hostility in their eyes and the rifles slung across their shoulders. "Don't move," one of them barked. There were 3 of them, rough looking, and they appeared more frightened than anything else. "You on white butt for a reason." I tried to explain what had happened, that Ashley had robbed me, that there was something supernatural in the cave. The more I spoke, the more their expressions hardened. One of them aimed a rifle at me while the other searched my pockets. "She's the one who's been messing around here?" one hunter asked, pointing at Ashley's limp form. "He killed her, you think?" My heart lurched. "No, she's not dead. She needs a doctor." "What about the rest?" another growled. "We found signs of someone snooping near our property last week. Could be him." They bound my wrists with a rope, ignoring my pleas for reason. Duke snarled. But the men threatened to shoot him if he came any closer. They dragged me and Ashley to a crude hunting shack in a depression between some rocky outcroppings. Inside, it smelled of stale beer and sweat. They chained me to a post, leaving Ashley unconscious on the floor, her wrists loosely tied. One of the hunters spat at my feet. "Stay put till we figure out what to do with you," he said, slamming the door. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the day's horrors crushing me. My head still pounded from Ashley's earlier attack. Duke stayed by my side, whining softly. His flank was bleeding again. I promised him we'd get out of this, but even I didn't believe my own words. At some point in the night, I heard the men arguing outside about how to handle us. One wanted to turn us over to the police. Another insisted, no cops. Something about stolen property. Fear gnawed at me. If they decided to kill us and hide our bodies out here, who'd ever know? Desperation surged. I scanned the shack for anything to help me escape. My gaze fell on the wood, burning stove across the room. Faint orange embers glowing in its belly. If I could reach those embers, I might burn through the rope binding my wrists. I waited until the hunters' voices faded, presumably heading off to drink or sleep. Then, I inched closer to the stove, tugging Duke along gently. The rope was long enough that I managed to brace it against the metal edge of the stove, hoping the heat would weaken the fibers. My skin stung as the rope heated, and a sharp burn lanced my wrist, but I bit down on my lip to keep from crying out. Finally, the rope snapped. I was free. My wrists were raw and blistered, but I tried not to think about the pain. I quickly untied Ashley. She was awake but weak, her face drawn. Without her gun, she seemed just as helpless as me. Whatever hatred I felt for her, I couldn't leave her behind to face these hunters alone, assuming she'd even live that long after the encounter with the woman in white. We moved quietly, creeping out of the shack. One of the hunters was on guard nearby, dozing against a tree. I spotted a lantern and a small can of gas at the edge of the camp. An idea sparked in my mind. If I created a distraction, maybe we could slip away. I poured a little gas around the lantern, then struck a match and backed off. The flames erupted, startling the guard awake. He cursed, kicking at the fire, which only spread. In the confusion, I motioned for Ashley and Duke to follow me. We slipped into the night, my heart thundering. We hiked for miles, fear propelling us forward. Duke limped, but he refused to quit. At dawn, we finally stumbled upon a dirt road. My truck was in the distance, apparently abandoned by Ashley, where I had originally set up camp. How she got it there, I had no idea. But the sense of relief was almost overwhelming. The truck, battered and with a broken window, was still drivable. My wallet and phone were gone, but the keys were in the ignition, as if she planned to return for it later. Ashley stood back, pale and trembling. She looked like a completely different person from the woman who had first greeted me with that charming smile. Her gunshot wound to Duke, her betrayal, all of it still churned inside me like bile. She opened her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. "Just go," I said. "I'm taking Duke to a vet. If you cross my path again, I won't hesitate to defend myself." Ashley didn't argue. She turned and walked down the road without another word, leaving me to watch her retreating figure until she disappeared around a bend. Maybe she was heading toward wherever her mysterious partner was, or maybe she was just escaping into the wild. I felt no sympathy for her. My concern lay solely with Duke. I got my wounded dog into the passenger seat. He was shaking, but he rested his head in my lap as I started the engine. I drove as fast as I dared on the unpaved road, hoping to reach a town before Duke's condition worsened. My side mirror revealed a plume of smoke rising from some distant area. Perhaps the hunters' camp was engulfed in flames, or perhaps they managed to contain it. Either way, I was beyond caring. I reached the nearest town by mid-afternoon, half delirious from exhaustion and fear. A local vet patched Duke up, though the bullet graze and subsequent infection left him crippled in his hind leg. The vet quietly asked if I wanted to call the police, but I only nodded, not even sure how to explain the chain of events. By the time the authorities arrived, I was nearly catatonic with fatigue. I told them as much as I could: the betrayal, the kidnapping, the ghost I'd seen. They regarded me with a mix of concern and skepticism. Despite the ghostly element of my story, the police at least took the kidnapping and assault seriously. They promised to check out the area and question any hunters they found. But I knew deep in my bones that they wouldn't find the woman in white. Some things can't be pinned down by patrol cars and paperwork. After giving my statement, I took Duke to a quiet motel, nursing him through the worst of his injuries. His leg would never fully heal, but he was alive, and so was I. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear that humming. It's a faint sound in the back of my mind, a reminder of how close I came to death in those desolate badlands. As for Ashley, I never saw her again. But I wouldn't be surprised if she's still out there somewhere, searching for her next victim. Or maybe she finally fell prey to the ghosts of White Butte. And the ghost herself, the woman in white. I believe I ended her hold on the cave by burning that journal. But there's a nagging doubt at the edges of my thoughts. Because the land around White Butte feels ancient, haunted by more than just one restless spirit. When I close my eyes sometimes, I see her hollow eyes glaring at me through the darkness, as if to say, I'm not finished yet. I left North Dakota a week later, driving with Duke's head resting on my lap. We were both scarred, physically and mentally, but we were alive. The wind howled across the plains, and just as I passed the sign that read, "You are leaving North Dakota," I thought I heard a faint voice singing on the wind, a lonely, discordant tune that followed me all the way home. I was a park ranger stationed in a fire tower. It had a strange set of rules. When I first got the job, I couldn't believe my luck. I was a very solitary person. I loved to read and be alone. When I saw an ad for a park ranger manning a fire tower, I just about jumped out of my skin. Working overnight at a Walmart wasn't exactly the best job in the world. There are some stories I could tell about that as well. But I applied for the job and was ecstatic that I got it. They made me do a week of training before my first shift. Most of it was dry reading and making sure I was qualified in CPR. They showed me the job's ins and outs, and then I followed in my car as we drove to the tower. In the middle of the day, it was all inspiring to stare up at the underside of the tower, looming above me, suspended high in the air by the metal pylons. Once I started climbing the narrow metal stairs with hints of rust at the edges, I was somewhat less than excited. In fact, I was terrified. I don't like heights very much. It's not like I go all vertigo or anything. It's just I prefer to stay on the ground. Once we reached the top and pushed open the trap door to get onto the deck that surrounded the tower, I was doing a little better. I opened the door that led into the tower's interior. Looking around the room made me forget all about the terrible climb. It was like a small apartment. There was a small refrigerator, sink, counter, cupboards, and a small table. In the center of the room was a table with a map permanently attached to it. Of course, there were windows all around. There was a 360-degree view, as you would expect for a fire tower in the middle of a state park. The view was absolutely amazing. I could see the peaks and valleys for miles in every direction. It was a photographer's dream. The other ranger explained what was expected of me. We worked 24-hour shifts, so there would be times I would have to sleep. But I had to set an alarm and get up to scan for problems at least once per hour during the night. During daytime hours, I had to scan every 30 minutes. There was a radio to report any trouble and a phone in case I needed to call the fire department. In my mind, I was already drooling at the thought of getting paid to take amazing pictures and sit around reading books. The ranger told me that it was extremely important that I read the rule book first thing. He asked if I had any questions, and I said no. He reinforced that I could not leave the tower no matter what until I was relieved. I followed him down the narrow staircase to get my supplies from my car. He got in his truck and hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something else. But then he shut the door, wished me well, and drove away. It took me 3 trips to get all my stuff up to the top. At home, it's nothing to bring a few boxes of groceries into the house. Here, it became life and death. I was near the top with the box in front of me when I stumbled on one of the narrow steps and nearly fell over the side. I paused for a long moment to regain my balance before continuing to the top. It suddenly struck me that this job might not be the cakewalk I thought it was. I pushed that thought to the back of my mind and went for my next 2 loads. Basic supplies, books, phone chargers, camera, occupied the second and last trips. Once I was up for good, I collapsed into the chair. I was on my way to Napland when I heard static on the radio. I jumped up and grabbed it. "Hello," I said, but no one answered. I figured this was the ranger's subtle way of reminding me it was time to do a check. But lugging 3 loads up the tiny stairs of death had put a serious crimp in my fire watch time. In fact, it had been nearly an hour since the other ranger had left. I did my slow pan around the room, checking each part of the forest for smoke and seeing none. Having successfully completed my first go-around, I celebrated with a bottle of water while I put the groceries away. The cupboards weren't empty, but they weren't a gourmet's delight either. Nearly a full shelf of baked beans didn't exactly thrill me. But I had the supplies that should do me for a few shifts. I sat the bread on the counter and loaded the cold cuts in the fridge. I would get some more options the next time I went shopping. By the time I finished putting things away, it was time for another check. The sun was starting to set, so I grabbed my camera and took some amazing pictures. I couldn't wait to upload them to my computer at home. As I looked around the room, my eyes landed on the manual. I realized I hadn't read it yet. I sighed and took it over to the chair. I was sure it would have me out cold in no time. As I opened the book, a piece of notebook paper fell out. I picked it up and read. The real rules: 1. Never, under any circumstances, leave the fire tower until you are relieved. 2. Turn off all lights between the hours of 2 and 3 am. If you receive a radio transmission or phone call between those hours, do not answer. 4. If anyone knocks on the trapdoor during those hours, tell them they'll have to wait until morning. Do not open the door. 5. If you see a glowing object floating toward the tower, don't look at it. Cover your eyes and count to 50. When you open your eyes, it should be gone. If not, cover and count to 50 again. 6. If animals surround the tower, don't go down to look. Fire your flare gun into the air twice, 1 minute apart. Then lock yourself in the bathroom and hope for the best. I sat the note down and stared at it. Was this a joke? Were they having some fun with the new guy? I wasn't looking forward to getting hazed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I put the note back in the book and skimmed through the manual. It was a real snooze fest of standard rules and nonsense. For the next check, I decided to use binoculars. I was rewarded by seeing a bear and 3 deer. I pulled out my camera and took some pics, but the zoom wasn't quite as much as I needed to get some really good shots. You could still tell it was a bear, but it was a little blurry. I decided to go camera shopping with my first paycheck. What's the use of having this spectacular view if I can't take good pictures of it? Soon after sunset came the twilight. The sky lit up a brilliant orange. I took some more pictures and did my scan. I was just about to go back inside when I noticed a thin wisp of smoke in the distance. I grabbed my binoculars and tried to get a better view, but there were too many trees in the way. I pulled out my compass and got a general direction, then grabbed the radio and called the ranger on duty. I told him I had a fire and gave him the direction and general distance. He acknowledged and said he would check it out. I stayed glued to my binoculars, waiting to see the smoke lessen. Minutes seemed to each take an eternity as the smoke continued to rise. Nearly a half hour later, the radio came to life. "Hey, rookie," the ranger said. "Did you find it? Did you put it out? I still see smoke. Did I tell you the wrong place?" I said into the radio all in one breath. "War there?" he said. "Everything's fine. It was just a campfire." "A what?" "A campfire," he said. "Nothing to worry about. A campfire," I repeated in a daze. "Yeah, you'll want to see more smoke, and it should be a lot thicker and darker before you call it in." I stood in silence. My face beat red with embarrassment. "Cheer up," the ranger said into the silence. "At least you didn't call the fire department." I looked over at the phone, knowing I was mere minutes from doing that very thing. "Yeah, thanks," I said. "Sorry about that." "Don't worry, kid," he said. "At least you erred on the side of caution instead of letting the forest burn down. I put my face in my palm and shook my head. So much for a good first impression. Twilight had faded, leaving a few last vestiges of light as the clouds transformed from dirty grey to black. I began to realize just how alone I was out here when the canopy of the night fully fell. Doing my checks from inside was nearly impossible. I had lights on, and every window I looked out of became a mirror of me looking back in and at myself. Alone in a wooden box suspended 100 feet above the ground made it that much creepier. I stepped out onto the deck in the cool evening air. The total darkness was oppressive. I couldn't see anything. How was I supposed to see smoke? I did a slow walk around the deck, looking out blindly at the trees. As my eyes adjusted, I was able to make out some shapes of the mountains, and even the soft glow in the distance of the nearest town. That was small comfort to know that things still existed out in the world, and I hadn't been plunged into this cover of darkness. I finished my check and stepped back inside. After being out in the darkness, it was way too bright. I turned off the main overhead light and the light over the entrance. The room settled into a comfortable glow with enough light to see but not blind. In fact, it was a little too cozy. I felt a nap coming on. I laid down on the surprisingly comfortable cot and closed my eyes. I woke sometime later to static sounding on the radio. I reached for the radio to answer it, but something in the back of my mind told me not to. I looked at my watch and it said 2:12 am. I froze. Looking around the lit room, I thought about the strange rules I had read earlier. I reached up and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. As my eyes adjusted and I could see a few things, I looked out the window and could swear I saw someone peering in at me. Just then I heard static on the radio. There was a voice trying to get through, but it seemed too weak. I waited to see if they would call again. A minute later, static sounded again. Beneath it, I heard the voice. It was a little stronger this time. I could just make it out. "Help me," it said in a feeble yet insistent voice. I reached for the radio, but something made me glance at my watch first. It was 2:23 am. I faltered and didn't answer. Those creepy rules, I thought. What if they're real? I've already broken one by having the lights on. What happens when you break the rules? I sat in silence, wanting to know the answer, but at the same time not wanting to know. The radio call came through much more clearly this time. "Help me. Can't anyone hear me? I need help." The voice sounded desperate. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It had a strange quality that I couldn't quite place. I fought the urge to answer, not knowing if I would be fired for dereliction of duty or not. This what I was out here for. I needed to answer, but my mind just wouldn't let go of those rules. The minutes ticked by like hours. 3 more times the radio sounded out its plea, each time sounding more desperate. I watched the time, counting the seconds until 3. When the time finally came, I picked up the radio. "Whoever was calling for help, please state your position so I can relay help to you," I said. "Who is this?" came the answer on the radio. "This is a park ranger manning a fire tower." "Well, park ranger, I've been on this channel all night, and yours is the first voice I've heard." That's not possible, I thought. I had several calls for help over the last hour, I said.
"Are you sure?" "Absolutely."
I wrote down the time of each called. "Then why didn't you answer them until now?" I paused. What could I say? Because a weird list of rules told me not to. Ranger. I said hesitantly. Extenuating circumstances. Extenuating circumstances, the voice repeated as though tasting them. And what circumstances would those be? Whoever this was, they weren't going to let it go. I'm not at liberty to say. You mean like falling asleep and breaking the rules? The voice said, sounding deeper, raspier, and more menacing. I froze. I hadn't turned the lights on yet, leaving the room in eerie darkness that left me feeling very exposed. I slowly panned around, looking out the windows, and remembering the earlier feeling of being watched. You can look all you want, but you won't see me, the voice said. It's after 3, I said, hoping the terror I felt wasn't evident in my voice. You have no power over me. The voice chuckled. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Normally you would be correct. However, you broke the rules. What if I didn't know about the rules? I said, grasping at straws. Nice try. But you knew that you should be safe after 3. Damn it, I thought. Eat picked up on that. So what do you want? I said, fearing the answer. We're hungry, the voice said. Only now it sounded like many voices speaking at once. Calm down and let us feed. My legs turned to rubber as I stumbled over to the door and stepped out onto the deck. The moon was rising half full, casting light into the darkness. I looked down and saw over a dozen large animals surrounding the tower in a circle, and each one of them was looking up at me. I dove back inside and locked the door. I frantically searched for the flashlight. Once I found it, I picked up the phone to call the ranger station. There was no dial tone. I hung up and tried again, but still nothing. I pulled out my cell phone, but there was no signal. I paused to clear my head. Oak, I thought. You're freaked out right now, but what's actually happened? A weirdo on the radio, some animals around the tower. This list is making you paranoid. Just then I looked outside, and there was light off in the distance that looked like an airplane. The problem was it was heading straight toward me. It was mesmerizing. I found myself staring into the rapidly approaching glow until I realized it was going to ram into the tower. I found the best cover I could on the opposite side of the room and surrounded myself with as much furniture as possible. Being that the furnishings were sparse, that meant I dragged the chair over in front of me. I covered my eyes and hoped for the best. I may or may not have mumbled one of those promise I'll be good if you get me out of this prayers. The seconds tumbled into minutes. Nothing happened. I peeked over the edge of the counter and the light was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief and wondered why I hadn't heard any engine sound. I decided it was because I was too busy ducking for cover. Then it hit me. I grabbed the manual and pulled out the list of rules. There it was, rule number 5. If you see a glowing object floating toward the tower, don't look at it. Cover your eyes and count to 50. When you open your eyes, it should be gone. If not, cover and count to 50 again. I read over the rules again and realized how many had come to pass. For a long moment, I thought that maybe it was an elaborate joke. Some of the rangers yanking the rookie's chain. But there was too much I couldn't explain. The radio transmissions, the glowing light, the animals surrounding the tower. Then I realized I had broken that rule too. I hadn't fired the flare gun as instructed. I dug through the cupboard where the emergency supplies were kept and found the gun. I grabbed 2 flares and stepped out onto the deck. As I questioned the intelligence of firing flares that could end up causing a forest fire when I was supposed to be trying to prevent them, I heard a strange sound. I held my breath and cocked my ear for a better listen. It wasn't just one sound, it was many. I glanced over the side of the rail toward the ground and saw the animals all growling and pawing at the ground, working themselves in a frenzy. I backed away and loaded the first flare, then pointed up and fired. It rose majestically, glowing blood red until gravity slowed its ascent and pulled it back to Earth. I watched closely to make sure not only that it went out, but where it landed, just in case. I waited a minute and fired the second flare, watching where it landed as well. I stepped back inside and hid in the bathroom as instructed. I knew in my heart that I was safe from the animals as long as I didn't go down the steps. The radio sounded off, scaring me nearly half to death. "Fire tower number 5, the voice said. "Have seen your flares. I'm on my way. Are you physically injured?" "No, not at the moment," I said. "I'll explain when you get here." "Roger that. En route." I tried to calm my nerves by thinking about what job I would apply for next, and how unfortunate it was that this one didn't work out. I thought about what I was going to tell the ranger when he got here. I couldn't tell him the truth. But what else could I say? There were some animals at the bottom of the tower that scared me. I honestly considered calling him back and telling him not to come when I felt heavy footsteps, the bottom stairs of the fire tower. I must have been daydreaming and let time slip by. I stepped out of the bathroom and went to the trapdoor. "Are you here already?" I said into the radio as I reached down to unlatch the trapdoor. That was fast. "What are you talking about?" came the clear answer over the radio. "I'm not there yet." I paused as I felt the footsteps come closer to the top. "Where are you?" I said quietly. "I can barely see the tower. I'm probably a mile away." His words hit me like a sledgehammer. I looked down at the bolt I was about to unlatch and pulled my hand back very slowly. "Which direction are you coming from?" I said. "Southeast." I looked in that direction and sure enough, I could see headlights approaching. The radio sounded again, but with a slightly different voice. "Tower, ignore that last transmission," it said. "I'm already here. Let me in, please." I stared down at the trapdoor as though it wanted to bite me. "Tower, let me in," it said more insistently. I backed away as something began beating on the trapdoor with tremendous force. The boards shook with every impact. I stepped inside and locked the door, then barricaded it with my only loose piece of furniture, the chair. "Tower 5, Tower 5. I don't know who that is talking to you, but it isn't me. Do not open that door. Repeat. Do not open that door." I backed into the bathroom with the flare gun in hand and locked the door. The pounding on the trapdoor became louder. I knew it wouldn't take much more of a beating. The whole room shook with every impact. I closed my eyes and prayed in earnest this time. And then my salvation came in the form of the engine sound of a pickup truck. I knew the real ranger was here. I listened as it came closer and then stopped. There was an awful silence for a moment and then gunfire. Over and over, multiple shots in rapid succession. Then there was a lull followed by more shots. The pounding on the trapdoor had stopped as soon as the truck pulled up. "The coast is clear, Ranger. You can open the door now," came a voice over the radio. I put my hand on the knob, smiling to go out and greet my savior, when I heard a weak transmission. "Don't, not me," it rasped. A heartbeat later, the screaming began. It was a gut-wrenching scream of terrible suffering. I could hear it beneath me. All I could do was drop to the floor and curl up in a ball as the screaming went on and on. I closed my eyes and tried not to imagine that poor Ranger being ripped to shreds by God knows what. Soon the screams lessened in volume and intensity, as though they were moving away. I rocked back and forth, hugging my knees until unconsciousness mercifully took me. I woke to strange voices calling my name. I opened my eyes and I was surrounded by people in blue uniforms. I panicked and backed away from them as fast as I could until my back hit a wall. "Calm down," one of them said. "It's all right." I looked around the room like an animal that had been backed into a corner. I was ready to fight my way out. "Are you injured?" he said. My mind raced to remember where I was. I looked out the window and it was morning. The sun was shining and I could see blue clouds. Everything from last night came back to me in a rush. I looked around the room and saw nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm not injured," I said to the EMT. "Can you tell us what happened here?" a ranger said from behind them. I looked over at the manual that contained the list of rules, and for a heartbeat considered telling him to read them.
"No,"
was all I said instead. "Can I go home now?" The ranger glared at me, wanting answers, and not getting them is frustrating, I know. "Is he all right to drive?" the ranger asked the EMT. They gave me the once-over BP, lungs, heart rate, and didn't find anything to be concerned about. "I'd say physically he's fine," the EMT said. The ranger sighed. "Go ahead," he said. "But I'll want to talk to you tomorrow." I nodded and stood, gathered my things, and started toward the door. When I got to the open trapdoor, I hesitated, seeing it had been hacked open with an axe. I took a tentative first step, then another. Surviving a night as I had only to fall down several flights of stairs would be quite ironic. As I made my way down, white knuckling the railing the whole way down, I saw people busy at the bottom. They were picking up shell casings with gloves and putting them into plastic bags. I could see spots of blood here and there, but no bodies, either human or animal. I saw the trail of blood as it disappeared into the woods. I stood on the bottom step for a long time, wondering if I was allowed to step onto the ground. I took the step and bolted for my car. I started it up and drove out of there as fast as I could. Just as I turned onto the gravel road, a deer walked out in front of me. I slammed on the brakes and slid to a stop mere inches from hitting it. It didn't move, just stood there staring at me. As I looked more closely, I could see blood on its nose and mouth. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a shred of a ranger's patch impaled on one of its antlers. Its eyes bored into mine as I slammed into reverse, then swerved around the deer, and broke every speed limit getting home. I called my boss and quit as soon as I got there. Then I packed and started looking for a job in the city. Maybe I can find a nice quiet warehouse to guard. But if it has a set of strange rules, I'm walking out, no questions asked.